Chapter 1772, Unleash the Sword. The two figures stood opposite each other, and this was their sixth battle. Before this, the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the Holy Land of Taichu had each lost 2 battles. Therefore, this battle was the key to victory. Whoever lost the battle would be completely at a disadvantage in terms of future momentum. The celestial light lingered upon Gu Donglio's body. His white robe fluttered as he stood there like a rebellious deity, unrestrained and willful. Above Gu Donglio, an uncommon sight was forming. The great path above the firmament roared, and a boundless giant pattern appeared, sheltering the sky and the sun. As the pattern swallowed up the power of the great path, it became ever clearer, like a divine matrix. The 9 seals of spiritual power revolved above this divine matrix, and each seal of the ancient world seemed to contain the horrific power of the great path, from which the most brilliant divine light exploded. Afterward, there were some roars from some ancient giant beasts. Above the divine matrix, thousands of fierce beasts appeared. Their roars were enough to shatter the heavens. In a turn of the mind, the sky changed color, and a might oppressed the heavens. Gu Donglio understood Yi Futian's intention. The previous 3 battles were just an opportunity for a trial. At the same time, he hoped to use this fight to stimulate the Heavenly Mandate Academy and even the cultivators from the 9 realms, to jumpstart their fighting spirit by showing them the power of the Holy Land of Taichu. However, the real message was that even though the Holy Land of Taichu was strong, it could be defeated. The same was true for those principalities from the Divine Prefecture. No matter where they came from, as long as they themselves were strong enough, they could resist these foreign invaders and even triumph over them. People in the Void Realm need not cave in to any outside force. Therefore, Gu Donglio immediately exploded with his most horrific ability, totally suppressing this space. The strong aura of the great path from that cultivator of the Holy Land of Taichu roared, but was suppressed right away. The roaring beasts above the divine matrix suppressed the heavens. Their roars were enough to shatter everyone's divine spirits. The 9 seals of spiritual powers descended and resonated with the great path, as well as the heaven and the earth. All powers were converged upon the divine matrix, and in an instant, that power erupted to its fullest. Buzz. Gu Donglio took a step forward, carrying endless divine light with him. He unleashed one strike to the Run Huang from the Holy Land of Taichu with his pal. Its power was great enough to suppress the heavens. 9 seals of spiritual power surrounded Gu Donglio, who, at this moment, burst out with infinite celestial light behind him, and countless demonic beasts roared in a symphony. The power of this one palm strike was simply formidable without question. The Run Huang from the Holy Land of Taichu looked in front of him, and the man who was coming at him looked like a real deity, one with bad intentions. Both of his hands were forming a seal, and both hands struck hard as if they were pushing against mountains and oceans, to block those giant palm prints blasting toward him. In an instant, the celestial light descended, and a violent rumbling sound came out. The powerful palm strike continued to shatter everything underneath that celestial light. Gu Donglio continued his downward momentum, destroying everything in his path. The momentum that continued as he moved forward did not weaken, but was getting stronger and stronger until it blasted right in front of the opponent. Bang! Accompanied by a loud boom. The Run Huang of the Holy Land of Taichu felt as if his body had been subjected to countless shock waves. It seemed that many ancient behemoths had run through him, and it was like all the forces of heaven had smashed down at the same time. His body was slammed down from the void. With a loud bang, his body was shocked into the ground. The ground had sunken as cracks started to appear, and there was a human-shaped pit when the palm strike had sent him into the ground. Gu Donglio retracted his hands, and the celestial shadow returned to its place. Once again, that free-spirited man with white hair stood there with his long hair flying in the wind, extremely at ease. Although he didn't know much about the cultivator from the Holy Land of Taichu, the opponent had no chance to make his move. There was no doubt that Gu Donglio's strike was powerful beyond doubt. That one palm strike was simply stunning. That incredible figure was too brilliant to behold. Many couldn't help but exclaim to themselves that no wonder this was the heir of Gu Tianqing. and now the sole inheritor of the celestial gate of vast heaven. The third senior brother's combat effectiveness is getting stronger again, Futian said. Presumably, the third senior brother's power to comprehend the inheritance was getting deeper, and his potential was gradually released. Back then, in the Origin Mountains in the Demon Realm, the power that Gu Donglu inherited was much too frightening to contemplate. Furthermore, his own realm was already at the peak of Divine Wheel First Order, not too far behind the Second Order. Therefore, he was successful with a single strike. The celestial light dissipated, but Gu Donglio's temperament still felt elusive. In fact, he had actually employed extreme force, and without reservation, all to achieve the one-strike-one-kill effect that Futian wanted. This was so that everyone could see for themselves that those who came from the Holy Land of Divine Prefecture could be trampled just like the others. No one could say that Yushang's first battle was an isolated instance, and Yushang's personal strength was an anomaly, because just now, Gu Donglu had done the same at this moment. It was enough to make everyone realize that the power now gathered at the current regime of the Heavenly Mandate Academy was not any less than those top invading powers, even compared with the preaching power from the Divine Prefecture. They were using actions to declare that this generation of the Heavenly Mandate Academy would represent the future of the Heavenly Mandate Realm, and even very possibly the future of the entire 3,000 realms of the Great Path. In due course, they would be the equal of any other top forces from the outer realms. The impact of this battle, if no other major events were intervening in the future, would have a long-lasting effect. The reputation of the Heavenly Mandate Academy would also reach a more frightening height. Gu Donglu looked at the people from the Holy Land of Taichu and said, "The Heavenly Mandate Academy is now more than just the Heavenly Mandate Academy, but also represents the entire Heavenly Mandate realm. We have also formed alliances with many top forces in other realms, hoping to produce more outstanding cultivators in this land. The Heavenly Mandate Academy will never hold back better conditions for cultivation to the world. So if the Holy Land of Taichu is intending on preaching to the world, you are welcome to establish a place elsewhere in the Heavenly Mandate realm instead of using these despicable means to rob the others of the resources for your use. It isn't something a true preaching principality should be doing." After having said all that, Gu Donglu walked back. The people from the Holy Land of Taichu fell silent, and many of them had a terrible look on their faces. Sima Xiao, the strongest in this realm, had already lost to Yushang, now that Gu Donglu had defeated them again, which rendered the previous 3 victories completely meaningless. This meant that the Heavenly Mandate Academy had not exerted all their strength before, but the Holy Land of Taichu had given their all. Therefore, no one would care about the previous 3 victories at all. This kind of contrast made it even easier for people to remember that when the Holy Land of Taichu had won all 3 battles before, their stance was so high, and their words were so haughty. In the following battle, their menacing attitude was slammed from the high of highs into the abyss. Now the consensus was that the Holy Land of Taichu was completely defeated. Under such circumstances, how could the Holy Land of Taichu continue with their proposal to preach within the Heavenly Mandate realm? Everything that happened before was like a joke now. However, it was clear that the Holy Land of Taichu would not give up easily this time. Even if they didn't end up preaching, they would never allow their name to be trampled by anyone, especially not by the preaching force that they had openly despised. If this news were to get back to the Divine Prefecture, their reputation would be severely damaged by this shameful stain. Below, the people from Song Imperial City watched everything with an interested look. They could have never imagined that the true strength of the Heavenly Mandate Academy would surpass their expectations so much. They thought it would be a hardcore crushing duel in which the Holy Land of Taichu would trample the Heavenly Mandate Academy to death. Who could have thought that Yushang and Gu Donglu, who answered the battle calls, were so powerful that they crushed the Runhuang of the Holy Land of Taichu with such brilliant aggression? Therefore, the Holy Land of Taichu was now in an extremely passive position. It seems that his sword is going to be unsheathed after all, the old man from Song Imperial City secretly remarked to himself. The woman next to him also looked at the cultivators from the Holy Land of Taichu. They were all top principalities in the Divine Prefecture and knew how strong the Holy Land of Taichu was. The people from the Holy Land of Taichu did not exaggerate, and they were even stronger than they had presented themselves. Their disciples spread all over the divine prefecture, and they had produced a lot of people with great abilities. Several leaders in the Holy Land of Taichu were also powerful existents themselves. In divine prefecture, those ancient forces that had been around for countless years had long histories. The strongest among them was not any less than those top figures directly under the great emperor, such as the Lord of the Underworld and the Devil General Mei Ting. They were definitely right up there in terms of their strength, while some might even be stronger. However, these people generally would not have come to the Void Realm in person. Under such circumstances, Mu Chinka, the heir of Taichu sparring grounds, had no choice but to show his sword. Otherwise, the Holy Land of Taichu could only leave with their tail between their legs. Pest! At this moment, a sharp and piercing sound was heard, and in the next moment, an infinite sword will roiled and moved. It was as if a sword had been unsheathed. At this moment, many people felt a tightness in their bodies. Between the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the Holy Land of Taichu, a sword suddenly appeared above the void. This sword was suspended there, clamoring loudly. Its sword will was sharp to the extreme. Above the sky, the sword will tossed and roared, and another sword gathered and emerged. It appeared next to the sword that had just appeared. So the two swords were suspended in the air together, ringing loudly. Afterward, the third sword, the fourth sword appeared until all 9 swords were standing side by side. That sword will was everywhere. It seemed as if the battlefield was completely controlled by it. Any cultivators who enter into this sword would most certainly be crushed by it. At this time, in the direction of the Holy Land of Taichu, someone stepped out. This man was dressed in a long blue robe, and he cut a handsome figure as he was tall and slender. He stepped directly onto the 9 swords and stood there quietly with the swords underneath his feet. Mu Chinka. Some people from the Divine Prefecture remarked to themselves when they saw him. As expected, Mu Chinka was making his move now. Previously, many had speculated whether Mu Chinka would wield his sword this time. If the performance of the Holy Land of Taichu was strong enough, there was obviously no need for Mu Chinka to use his sword. But the Holy Land of Taichu was suppressed so completely in the battles that took place. Even though they still had many more cultivators in all 3 realms of the Lower Renhuang who could battle, but at this moment, it no longer made any sense for them to do so. A win or two was totally meaningless now. What they needed was an absolutely powerful existence. It's true that the Holy Land of Taichu underestimated the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, but the Holy Land of Taichu that you see is not the real Holy Land of Taichu either. My name is Mu Chinka, one of the cultivators from the Holy Land of Taichu, Divine Will Second Order, an expert in swords. I am honored to be here today, and would like the opportunity to exchange with all the Lower Renhuang from the Heavenly Mandate Academy. One man had challenged all the lower-level Renhuangs of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. All throughout the Heavenly Mandate Academy, countless people looked at the mighty figure standing above the swords. His sword will was so powerful that everyone could feel it clearly. His words had been calm and humble, but he had all-encompassing self-confidence. He had challenged all of the lower-level Renhuangs of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. He had a second-tier divine wheel, but any of the lower-level Renhuangs of the Academy could fight him. Was it possible that this was the strongest of the people from the Holy Land of Taichu who had come here? Otherwise, he would not have stepped forward and said the things he had said. Or, you can all come out together, said Mu Chinka, his arrogant voice filling the air. All throughout the Heavenly Mandate Academy, everyone's hearts beat faster. He stood there alone. It was as if there was no one else in the Academy. He rode his sword through the air like he was the only person in the world. Moreover, Mu Chinka was a cultivator from the Holy Land of Taichu. The other cultivators of the Holy Land of Taichu watched him step forth. Their faces that had previously worn dark looks gradually changed. Now that Mu Chinka was getting involved, they would recover from their earlier loss of face. They knew why Mu Chinka had used such forceful words. There was but one reason. He wanted to wash away the shame of the previous battle. The cultivators of Song Imperial City watched this scene with relish. Now that Mu Chinka had drawn his sword, who could withstand it? The Heavenly Mandate Academy had relied on the strength of Yusheng and Gu Donglu to turn the tide, but in the end, they would be completely crushed by the holy land of Taichu. But they would not be as embarrassed if they lost now, as they had already accomplished some impressive feats. This was one of the strongest members of the holy land of Taichu, the master swordsman of the younger generation of the Taichu sparring grounds. The people of Song Imperial City had a good reason to have faith in him. With a reputation as mighty as his, he was not merely arrogant. They had also heard that Mu Chinka had cultivated up to the 7th level of the Tai sword. That meant that when he reached the upper level of the Renhuang Plain, he would certainly achieve great things with that technique. He might even reach the legendary 10th level. When someone like this came to the Void Realm to crush the Heavenly Mandate Academy, there was no suspense about the outcome. "How wanton!" said the people of the Heavenly Mandate Academy as they looked up at the figure in the sky. Mu Chinka was far too arrogant. They had already lost several times, beaten by Yushang and Gu Donglu, and yet they were still so forceful. The fighting spirit of the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had been ignited. Seeing how arrogant Mu Chinka was being, it was obvious how they would feel. The sound of people whispering to each other filled the air. Some of them even wanted to go out and fight him themselves. "What are they saying?" someone snorted. "They were crushed in the last battle with us, and now they come out with just one person? Where does this arrogance come from?" "It comes from the fact that they come from the divine prefecture," someone said sarcastically. Mu Chinka ignored the whispered conversations taking place in the crowd in the distance. He was looking at Futian. He had already noticed that the person leading this battle was not Lord Taishin, but was Futian. It seemed that he was able to directly take charge of many things here at the academy. Since they had studied the Heavenly Mandate Academy, they naturally knew that Futian was the spirit of the academy. Moreover, all those who had perfect divine wheels were gathered together beside Futian. They were the absolute core of the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the ones that the academy relied on. They were the hope for the future. Now, they were facing a powerful force that had come from outside. For the time being, they had to rely on the power of their alliances. Thus, as far as the people from the Holy Land of Taichu were concerned, as long as they could crush them, it would be enough. Dozhao took a slight step forward. Fighting will wrapped around his body. He longed to fight, but in the end, he could bear it. He had lost to Sima Xiao, and this Mu Chinka was clearly stronger than Sima Xiao had been. If he went out, he would be no match. At that moment, a terrible sword pattern appeared behind Mu Chinka, and the sword way of all heavens wrapped around him, looking indescribably terrifying. Divine sword will swirled all around, making him look like a king of swords. Whoosh! A sword was unsheathed within the pattern and floated up. It started moving towards where Futian and the others were. "Careful," said Mu Chinka. As he said this, the people around Futian paid close attention. Several of them took a few steps forward, their wheels of the great path flaring to life and their auras becoming fierce. Mu Chinka waved his hand and uttered a single word, "Fall." Lightning flashed through the sky. A sword flew through the air, leaving a slash behind it. It moved so quickly it seemed to ignore all distance between it and its target, as well as the time it would take to get there. But at the moment that the sword came out, someone slashed out with their own sword. A beam of green, incomparably brilliant sword light bloomed, destroying everything in its path. Bang! There was a loud noise as a burst of sword chi came forth, blooming in front of Futian and the others. A terrible storm of swords appeared above them. They all put forth their powerful will to block the sword will, but there was still a sharp cracking sound, and many of the cultivators' robes were torn to shreds. A figure was knocked backward thousands of meters. Futian and the others looked back to see who it was. It was the princess of the Nantian Divine Kingdom, Nan Luotian. Nan Luotian had a second-tier divine wheel, but in the face of that sword, she was still forced to retreat. This showed how powerful the sword was. It ignored the space between them and seemed to move in no time at all. Its speed was truly astonishing, and it was not only fast, but it was overpowering as well. Nan Luotian was one of the top figures of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. She was one of the few cultivators who had proved herself worthy of creating a perfect divine wheel back in the God's relic. However, even someone as strong as her had been knocked back by that sword. Muchinka was frighteningly powerful. Moreover, this seemed to just be an ordinary sword of his. No wonder he dared to challenge all the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy together. With such exquisite swordsmanship, he could ignore their advantage in numbers. Who could compete with a sword like that? Who could block it? Muchinka took a step forward and looked at everyone from the Heavenly Mandate Academy, saying, "If no one comes forth, I will keep unleashing my sword." When he said this, his sword will surged terribly. It flowed through the sky, pressing down on Futian and the others. Who could fight him? All throughout the Heavenly Mandate Academy, everyone's eyes fell upon a single figure, the white-haired young man. He would probably have to go out and fight. He was the core of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, its soul. He had already proved his combat ability. Xiao Muyu had been willing to become his disciple, and Do Zhao and others had followed her. Even Emperor Nan had sent his daughter, Nan Luotian, to the Heavenly Mandate Academy to cultivate. Who besides him would dare to go out and fight? When Futian sensed that sword, he understood. He was the only one who could fight Muchinka. There was no one else. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate. He directly stepped forward towards Muchinka. Seeing him come, Muchinka fittingly did not send out his sword again, but stood there calmly, watching the figure before him. The slender, white-haired figure with a white, unstained robe was handsome and heroic-looking. He was called the strongest cultivator of his generation in the Void Realm. Futian, said Muchinka to the figure now standing before him. When he had come to the Void Realm, he had heard that name many times. He was the representative of his generation. He had built the Heavenly Mandate Academy himself, making it one of the top forces in the Void Realm. Even the Holy Land of Taichu wanted to replace it. "Yes, I am Futian," answered Futian. The two of them seemed very friendly with each other. There was not a hint of enmity between them. Muchinka smiled and nodded, saying, "I am Muchinka of the Holy Land of Taichu." As he said this, the sword pattern behind him expanded in a flash, spreading throughout the sky. In the next instant, brilliant light bloomed up in the air. Golden rays shone forth, covering a vast area. Each ray seemed to be made of sword will. At that moment, Futian was bathed in golden light. He felt like he was standing amidst an endless sea of swords. Futian looked up into the sky. He could feel many different kinds of powers of the Great Path there. The Gungjin Great Path, the Great Path of Space, and more were integrated into that sword will. Muchinka flew up into the sky until he stood under the huge sword pattern. He looked down, staring at Futian, and said, "I am going to draw my sword." Futian nodded. The sound of elephants trumpeting filled the air. A golden divine elephant appeared over his body. At the same time, countless guqin strings appeared in the air, intertwining until they seemed to form a guqin. Music played out along with the sounds of swords. Muchinka reached out. The endless golden light gathered together, forming a golden divine sword in the sky. He grabbed the sword, then slashed it down through the air. At that moment, the golden light cut through the void, falling downwards. Suddenly, the sky was cut into countless different sections by the golden light as it slashed towards Futian. Futian reached out and plucked his fingers in the air. Suddenly, the endless strings shook, whipping up a terrible storm of sword chi. Endless swords cut through the air in time with the music. It seemed to be the same sort of power as his opponents. The two forces slammed together in mid-air, forming a terrible, destructive airflow. The golden sword will seem to become even more powerful as it broke through layers and layers of defenses around Futian's body. The Tai sword that Muchinka had launched was coming straight towards him as well. It would reach him in an instant. Futian stepped through the air. The elephant trumpeted, making the earth and the heavens shake. He pointed, and the music seemed to swell. The great path flowed backward around his body, forming a storm of sword chi that coalesced into a divine sword that shattered his opponent's power. It was the fleeting divine sword. Once it was formed, the great path would flow backward. The two beams of sword light crashed together. Rays of destructive light swept out in all directions like a curtain. All the powerful figures put out their hands, forming powerful defensive spells to block the destructive sword while leaking out. The man from the Holy Land of Taichu looked down at Futian. His fist sword had been blocked. This glorious hero from the Voidlands was truly a good fighter. Of course, that had only been his first sword. Not bad. Muchinka praised him as he stood there up in the air, bathed in golden light. He seemed to admire Futian's swordsmanship. The fleeting divine sword had turned aside his stroke. This was very rare. But the sword will around him grew stronger, and the light from the Tai sword in his hand lit up the sky. Not bad. Everyone was shocked when they heard Muchinka's words, especially the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Was this how he praised Futian, by saying that he was not bad? Was he not bad because he had been able to block Muchinka's sword? The way he said it had sounded like a teacher talking to a student. Apparently, even when facing an opponent like Futian, Muchinka did not think that his enemy was a match for him. But this was not out of the ordinary. He was the strongest cultivator from the Holy Land of Taichu, a force from the divine prefecture in the Outer Realms. He was the absolute soul of their force. If he were defeated here, that would mean that they had truly lost. Thus, he had not truly unleashed his power. But even so, he was still ferociously strong. He gripped his sword and raised it with both hands. Suddenly, the endless sword wheel and the sword pattern in the sky flowed into his sword like infinite golden flames. Terrible golden light shone from the sword, piercing up into the sword pattern above it. Muchinka's body seemed to be armored in sword will. He released his grip, and suddenly his sword clanked loudly. Terrible images appeared all around him. He turned his sword, pointing it at Futian. Muchinka formed seals with his hands, then pointed downwards. Whoosh! Flowing, golden firelight pierced the sky, leaving brilliant sword marks in the air that colored the entire area gold. The divine Tai sword was even more powerful than the previous one. Terrible sword will float around Futian as well. When he saw what his opponent was doing, he made the same motions himself. He pointed into the sky, and a sword shot through the air, carrying with it terrible, destructive power. It seemed like everything was destroyed wherever it passed. This was the dust swordsmanship that he had learned. The two swords slammed together in the air, whipping up a destructive storm. Golden beams of light and rhythmic sword will destroyed each other. A sharp and piercing roar rang out from where the two swords struck each other. The divine sword screamed, seemingly unable to destroy each other. "How about this one?" said Futian, looking up at the brilliant figure in the air. His white hair flew in the wind. His first sword had been not bad. How about this sword? Muchinka smiled. Incomparable terrifying sword will spilled out of the sword pattern in the sky. Then, more swords materialized, 9 of them in sequence. They floated around him, swirling around his body. The sound of shrieking swords became even more terrible. "Let's do another one," said Muchinka. As he said this, the 9 swords pierced through the air, shooting towards Futian. The air itself seemed to be split apart, leaving behind 9 sword marks. The swords were too fast. They were truly pushed to the limit. Muchinka was different from Futian. He was the heir of the Taichu sparring ground and was called the master of his generation. He was a pure swordsman. Under the light of the Tai sword, no one of the same generation could compete with him. Futian's golden divine, elephant divine wheel surged to life, along with his second-tier divine wheel. As they did so, an overwhelming force bloomed, making all go quiet. Images of countless divine elephants appeared all around, but they could not block the oncoming sword attack. Once the swords reached their target, they would pierce through his body. Futian lashed out with the divine elephant void-splitting fist, and suddenly an endless amount of divine elephant fist will appeared with a terrible roar. The air itself seemed like it would shatter as the fist will rushed towards the 9 oncoming swords. The unmatchable divine swords pierced through the divine elephant void-splitting fist without shattering. They continued onwards, but they had been greatly weakened. Crack! As they pierced through the giant divine elephants, sword marks appeared upon them, but they were not enough to cut the elephants open. Futian strode boldly through the air as sword after sword shattered on his defenses. The 2 swords in the air above him broke as well. 3 swords. Muchinka had brought forth 3 swords, each one more powerful than the last. The first one had been comparable to the fleeting divine sword, and the second had been comparable to his dust swordsmanship. The third had cut right through his divine elephant fist will, but had been stopped by his divine elephant body. Of all the people at the same level as him that Muchinka had faced, Futian was, without a doubt, the strongest. He was able to compete with him. He was the sword master of the Holy Land of Taichu and a great future figure of the divine prefecture. His power and talent were beyond all doubt. Standing up in the sky, he watched Futian block his 3 swords. He thought to himself that he was truly worthy of being called the most powerful cultivator of his generation in the Void Realm. He was indeed very talented, but he had already cultivated 7 levels of the Tai sword. 3 swords were just the beginning. His next swords would be even stronger. Boom! Terrible sword will descended. As he stood there bathing in the might of the swords, Muchinka had already transformed. His aura was getting stronger and stronger. The baptism of swordsmanship seemed to have clad him in an armor of swords. He was now so powerful that he seemed to be at an even higher level than before. Boom! A terrifying storm fell upon them, and the falling sword will grew even fiercer. Everyone looked up into the sky. This had become a world of swordsmanship, and Muchinka seemed like its master, a king of swords. "What level of swordsmanship is this?" asked the princess from within the crowd of people from Song Imperial City. She could feel how incredibly powerful the sword will was, but she was not clear on what actual level it was at. The first 3 swords were probably level 5 or less. This one now might be up to the 6th level, said the elder. He knew of the Tai sword, but every realm had their own version of it. He had heard that Muchinka had cultivated up to the 7th level of the Tai sword. In his opinion, the power that Muchinka was displaying now must be at least the 6th level. With this kind of power, the elder had no doubt the Muchinka was indeed unparalleled in the Void Realm. No one on the same level as him could withstand him. Now, the main thing to do was watch and see if Futian could. Muchinka had indeed raised the Tai sword well up to the 6th level. Under this much power, countless swords were piercing through the sword pattern in the sky and floating there. Each one of the swords was just as mighty and terrifying as the previous swords. The sky seemed like it would break due to all the swords. Everyone below was looking up. They could feel how powerful the sword will was, and it made them tremble. If the sword fell upon him, would Futian be able to bear it? Futian naturally felt how terrifying Muchinka's aura of swordsmanship was right now. If an attack of this level struck him directly, he would probably be put in a difficult situation. "I will try the next sword," said Muchinka. His sword will was still coalescing. Futian looked at him. The Guqin strings of the Great Path were still vibrating. A song of swordsmanship resonated throughout the world. Swords materialized all around him, producing a powerful resonance as they followed the rhythm of the song. At the same time, an image of a celestial god appeared in the air above his head. This was the ultimate technique of the Golden Divine Nation, the sigh of the divine god. Suddenly, his power became far more fearsome. He reached up into the sky, and suddenly, the strings of the Great Path formed into many swords. They merged into one in time with the rhythm of the song, becoming a single sword that fell into Futian's hand. "I have withstood 3 of your swords. It's time for you to take one of mine," said Futian. He gripped his sword and rushed forward. Swords clattered all around them without end as everything was destroyed and turned to dust. Everywhere he passed, the Great Path seemed to flow backward. The falling sword will was destroyed. Muchinka watched this happen, then slashed out downwards. The endless swords that were forming destroyed the very air itself as they rushed towards Futian, trying to bury him. The whole area seemed like it would be shattered by the sword will, but Futian charged right into the storm of swordsmanship with his sword in hand. He thrust it forward. Brilliant, flowing light bloomed as the sword swept through the air, destroying Muchinka's swordsmanship and shattering his swords into dust. At that moment, Futian was able to cut through them like a knife through bamboo. He continued forward. When he saw this, Muchinka gripped his sword tighter. He transformed into a beam of light and disappeared from where he had been. Then he shot downward, slashing out with his sword. Bang, bang, bang. Swords slammed into Futian's body, but they were destroyed and could not halt his forward momentum. He pierced through everything until he appeared in front of Muchinka. When he arrived, the endless sword wheel and the sword pattern up in the sky covered Muchinka's body. At that moment, Muchinka seemed to meld with it, like he was possessed by a divine sword. He was a master of swords. He himself was a sword. He pointed downward towards Futian's oncoming sword. His fingertip collided with the sword, causing a shocking scene. Futian's sword began to crack, inch by inch, as the terrifying sword will pierced through it. Bang! Futian was sent flying backward as destructive sword will raged through his body, trying to shatter him. So powerful. Everyone's hearts were trembling. Futian's sword itself was frightening enough. But even that sword had been stopped by a single figure. The 7th level, said the elder of Song Imperial City. This must have been the 7th level of the Tai sword. At that moment, Muchinka seemed like a sword god. Every part of his body was made of swords, and each sword seemed to be the sharpest in the world. Whoosh! Muchinka disappeared, and Futian suddenly felt a grave threat. He turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared as well. There was a sharp cracking sound as a beam of sword will swept through the space where he had just been. It had fallen from the sky, leaving a straight sword mark. It left a terrifyingly deep hole in the ground underneath that was filled with sword chi. Although he had missed, Muchinka disappeared again. He was moving as quickly as possible. Futian retreated continuously. The two of them seemed like a pair of bolts of lightning. Many of the people watching could not follow them with their eyes. They were both skilled in the power of the great path of space. Bang! Finally, the sound of a collision rang out. There was the sound of 10,000 elephants trumpeting, and then the sound of violent destruction as the divine elephant void-splitting fist was pierced. Futian was sent flying backward yet again. Muchinka appeared, filled with sword will. It looked like all the world behind him had turned into a world of swordsmanship. This terrifying vision made everyone tremble uncontrollably. Is there any point in continuing to retreat? Muchinka asked Futian. You have already made me bring out the 7th level of the Tai sword. You have proved how strong you are. Futian looked at his opponent and said, I wanted to see if you were at your limit. It seems like that was your strongest sword, no? Muchinka frowned, then looked at Futian and asked, What of it? You are quite good, answered Futian, but we are still far from my limit. Muchinka was stunned when he heard what Futian had said. He frowned slightly. Futian had said that he was nowhere near his limits. Did that mean that he had not unleashed his full combat ability yet? When he used the 7th level of the Tai sword, his sword will was so strong that even in the holy land of Taichu, there were scant few people at his level who could withstand it. Futian had been sorely pressed by his swords. He had just been doing his best to avoid their edges, but now he said that he had not put forth his strongest fighting abilities yet. So what level was the limit of Futian's fighting ability at? All throughout the Heavenly Mandate Academy below them, everything was extremely quiet as everyone watched the battle. This was the final battle between the two great teaching forces, the Holy Land of Taichu and the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The most talented cultivator from the force from the Divine Prefecture, Muchinka, had up till now still not forced Futian to his limits. Did that mean that Futian had a chance to defeat Muchinka? The cultivators within the Heavenly Mandate Academy felt their blood surge. They gazed fixedly at the battle in the sky. They had all been waiting for this battle, for Futian, the soul of the academy, to drive off the people from the Divine Prefecture. Did they want to replace them? If the Renwangs who had come were not even good enough to suppress them, how could they talk about replacing them? Everyone was holding their breath in anticipation. After saying what he had said, Futian was probably going to unleash his strongest ability. Endless beams of golden sword will descended from the pattern behind Muchinka onto his body. He transformed into a divine sword. Every one of the threads of sword will surrounding him could threaten someone at his level. Then let me see your limit, said Muchinka. As he said this, space will bloomed. He transformed into a sword and moved forward, disappearing from view. But at that moment, he saw a pair of infinitely deep eyes. He was still moving forward and seemed like he would be able to pierce across a great distance instantly, But he found that the distance that he originally would have been able to move across in the space of a single thought was getting further away. Even things that had only been an inch away were now impossible to touch. He seemed to fall into those terrifying eyes. They became a space of their own and pulled him into them. These were eyes that Futian had created, the almighty eyes. His third divine wheel, thought Muchinka. This was a divine wheel of eye sorcery. It covered the whole area with a single glance and forged a world of eyes. This was the ultimate use of the great path of space. Muchinka had seen many powerful figures in his time, cultivating at the holy land of Taichu, and had come into contact or fought many Renwangs. Thus, he had seen all kinds of divine wheels. Moreover, the archives told of many great figures in history and their divine wheels. These countless people had countless different kinds of divine wheels. In the instant that he was drawn into the almighty eyes, he realized what was going on. He had been pulled into a world of eyes, where the great path of space and eye sorcery were melded together. When this was added to Futian's masterful understanding, he had forged it into a divine wheel. An eye sorcery space, snorted Muchinka. He suddenly stopped. He was just like Futian, skilled with the great path of space. There was only one way to deal with a powerful divine will like this. He had to break through it. He would shatter the eye sorcery space with an equally strong use of the great path of space. Boom! Sword will surged in the air above him. Endless divine swords appeared in the sword pattern in the air above him. Sword will seeped out from it, transforming into 1,000-meter-long divine swords that stretched through the sky. His sword will surged and resonated with his body. The sword will within him surged as well and shot up into the clouds as if it was trying to pierce the air itself. Slash, said Muchinka, his voice extremely sharp. As he said this, the divine swords that were stretching out through the sky slashed out through the air, trying to destroy the eye sorcery space. Golden sword marks appeared in the sky as the air was cut through. Muchinka moved through the sky, transforming into a straight line. The eye sorcery space seemed like it was about to split open as it was torn by the terrifying sword will. Muchinka caught a glimpse of Futian's figure once again. This time, Futian was standing above him, radiating brilliant light, his white hair flying in the wind. He was bathed in golden radiance, like the sun and the moon standing in the sky surrounded by stars. It seemed that there was yet another layer to this space. The great path of space was overlapping. As he stood there in the sky, Futian was filled with the incomparably terrifying power of the divine elephants. They possessed him with their mighty strength. His hands were as strong as those of a god of war, and he griped a golden staff that was suffused with radiance. While his sword force was still bursting out from him, Futian moved, striding through the sky. His form was as mighty as that of a god of war, and he thrust out with his staff, making the very air tremble. As he did so, it seemed like all the stars were falling. It was like the end of the world. He had cultivated the 9 heavenly attacks for many years, and now his staff arts had transformed. They were no longer just the ones from the Ape Emperor. Now he had integrated them with the Great Path, forming an all-new staff art. It was no longer like an ape's attack. It was something of his own. His staff seemed like it would break the sky itself. Up until then, Muchinka had been unavoidable, and his sword still had its momentum. He could only move forward without stopping through the air, slashing towards the oncoming staff. There was a sharp cracking sound as the sword shattered many stars. The fact that Muchinka was able to shatter stars with his sword showed just how terrifying the sword was. Boom! The staff fell onto the divine sword that Muchinka had transformed into. Its sword will was shattered wildly. At that moment, destructive power erupted. Bang! The sword's momentum was finally firmly stopped, and the brilliant, incomparable figure was forced backward even more quickly than he had come forward. But Futian did not stop his attack. He continued moving through the air, ignoring the distance between them. When Muchinka was no longer able to form more sword will, he struck out with his staff again. Bang! This time the staff was even more forceful. Muchinka's sword had been stopped, and so he had no way to block this attack. He was sent flying backward yet again, and cracks appeared in the sword armor that covered his body, then it shattered. Blood ran from the corner of his mouth, and his face was pale. In reality, no one on the outside had any way of knowing what had just happened. The area was closed off by the great path of space. As Muchinka was struck by continuous attacks, his wheel of the great path disappeared, and everything returned to normal. The people on the outside saw Futian standing there calmly while Muchinka was bent over, blood staining his clothes. Everyone's heart was pounding. They looked at Futian again, seeming like they wanted to see if he was wounded. But they only saw the handsome young man standing there with his hair blowing in the wind. His black eyes were still as deep and mysterious as always. Obviously, he had not been hurt. Had Futian won this battle? There are no realms when it comes to the Great Path. The Great Emperor's divine prefecture controls both the outer realms and the Void Realm. The Great Emperor wants the world of cultivation to become stronger. Thus, although the Heavenly Mandate dynasty is a force from the Void Realm, we will not refuse anyone from the outer realms who wishes to cultivate here, said Futian. Thus, if anyone from the Holy Land of Taichu is willing to join us in our quest to seek the way, we will be happy to welcome them. His words rang through the air and were imprinted on everyone's minds. At that moment, many of the younger people there looked at him with eyes full of worship. This was a true hero. The Holy Land of Taichu had come at them with force, trying to replace them. Their might had seemed unassailable. But now, Futian had used his power to tell them that they could come to the Heavenly Mandate Academy to study. The Academy would welcome them. No matter how powerful the forces of the Divine Prefecture were, no matter what their teaching holy lands were like, the Heavenly Mandate Academy could defeat them, could crush them underfoot. Did they want to replace them? The teaching holy lands of the Divine Prefecture were only worthy of studying under them. This feeling gave rise to a fierce sense of pride within the people of the Heavenly Mandate realm. When they heard Futian's voice, they could feel their blood rising. He had told a teaching holy land of the Divine Prefecture to come to the Academy to study. In a true battle between top forces, the Heavenly Mandate Academy had achieved a complete victory. Futian had defeated Muchinka, and Yu Shang had defeated Sima Xiao. Amazing, called Do Zhao from within the Academy, a look of worship in his eyes. If it had been him, he would have definitely said something embarrassing. But Futian's words were more dignified. The Holy Land of Taichu could come to the Heavenly Mandate Academy to study. Incredible! Xiao Muyu was becoming even more appreciative of her mazer. A strange light lit up her beautiful eyes. Now, the Void Realm was in turmoil, and the 9 realms were in chaos, meaning that this conflict between the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the Holy Land of Taichu was very important. Futian had fought perfectly, defeating an enemy from the Divine Prefecture. This was a huge inspiration for the people of the 9 realms. Nan Luotian looked at Futian, understanding why her father had praised him so highly. Now that she had experienced this battle, she really felt it. When he came to full maturity, he could truly become the leader of an era. Many people could be called proud sons of heaven, but they could not be representatives of an entire era. But Futian could do it. The people of the Holy Land of Taichu were speechless when they heard Futian's words. What could they say? Muchinka had been beaten. How could he have lost? Had someone so astonishing actually appeared in the Void Realm? And it was not just him. Previously, Yu Shang and Gu Donglu had revealed incredible power. These people, gathered together at the Heavenly Mandate Academy, had dealt the Holy Land of Taichu a stinging defeat. In that case, what right did they have to enter the Heavenly Mandate Academy and control it? "Let's go," said the white-robed cultivator from the Holy Land of Taichu. Suddenly, he and the others flashed away, bringing Muchinka with them. Their plan had completely failed. It seemed like it would be a little more troublesome to gain a foothold in the Void Realm now. This confrontation would have an extremely negative influence on the Holy Land of Taichu. After all, they had originally come to invade. If they had won, then it all would have been worth it. But since they had lost, then this move had been extremely costly. Everyone watched them go, and many people began to whisper. In this battle, the power that those 3 members of the Heavenly Mandate Academy had shown had once again shocked the world. Back in the restaurant, Mei Ting put down his glass and frowned. So, he was that strong? Then whose descendant was he? Chapter 1776, Mei Ting pays a visit. After cultivators from the Holy Land of Taichu left, the huge crowd outside of the Heavenly Mandate Academy also dispersed reluctantly. Yi Futian's group returned to the academy. Lord Taishian glanced around at the crowd and said, "Now that a storm has been stirred up in the 9 realms, I hope that the cultivators of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path can stand united and overcome this chaotic situation together. I also hope that friends from the outer realms will not stir up trouble. It is as Yi Futian has said, regardless of whether we are from the outer realms, the Void Realm, or the original realm, these are all lands of the Divine Prefecture." Donghuang the Great unified the Divine Prefecture in the hopes of making martial arts prosper. This is also the goal of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. We hope to spread our teachings across the world and cause martial arts to prosper, cultivating even more outstanding teachers of martial arts in the future. Lord Taishian continued, "Of course, if our friends from the outer realms have their own opinions, they can come and sit down with the Heavenly Mandate Academy to discuss things. We can learn from each other and improve our relations. That is all I have to say for today. Farewell." After hearing Lord Taishuan's words, the various cultivators left one after another. The cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm were somewhat reluctant. Many youths were asking, when will the Heavenly Mandate Academy take in new disciples again? I don't know. However, wanting to join the Heavenly Mandate Academy now will most likely be even more difficult, someone lamented. The people around him all nodded their heads in agreement. Recent events caused the Heavenly Mandate Academy to become even more famous. In today's battle, Yi Futian and his group fully displayed the grandeur of the cultivators of the Void Realm and crushed the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture's training Holy Land, who came to challenge them. Such a glorious battle would certainly be one for the history books. In the future, if Yi Futian and Yusheng stood at the top of the world, this would be a crowning moment on their road to glory, a moment in the past of legendary figures. The next time the Heavenly Mandate Academy accepted disciples, many people would want to join them. Most likely, even figures who had already made a name for themselves would want to join the Heavenly Mandate Academy to cultivate. I wonder how Yi Futian, Yusheng, and the others train. The difference between them and us is truly enormous, someone lamented. The difference in their talent was too huge. The members of the Holy Land of Taichu from the Divine Prefecture could not be considered weak. Sima Zhao's War God's true will of waves had peerless attack and defense. However, it was forcefully suppressed by Yusheng and shattered with a punch. When the 7th wave of Tai Yi sword burst forth from Mu Chinka, he shattered the space with just a finger. Nevertheless, he still lost to Yi Futian. Prior to that, even Nan Luoshan was sent flying backward by the sword will of Mu Chinka during their short exchange. If the two of them had engaged on the battlefield, Nan Luoshan would have certainly lost. It was actually apparent from a simple exchange. Currently, can Yi Futian be considered the top figure of the generation? Someone wondered. Of course. In the generation, among those of the same plane, it is impossible for anyone in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path to be able to defeat him. If there are such people, it is only possible if they are also in the Heavenly Mandate Academy, someone to the side said with a laugh. Yusheng? Maybe, the person who had spoken before replied with a laugh. Yet, alone in this generation, Yi Futian and Yusheng will most likely be two of the most outstanding figures in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path ever since Donghuang the Great unified the Divine Prefecture. They might even be the two most outstanding figures. The person to the side was stunned when he heard these words. He stopped in his tracks and revealed a pondering look. However, after pondering for a bit, he also realized this and agreed with it somewhat. After Donghuang the Great unified the Divine Prefecture, there indeed had never been a figure that could cause uproars time and time again at the lower-level Renhuang plane like this. Yi Futian had also already formed a team of flawless divine will possessors. This was too frightening. It was not inappropriate to call him the most outstanding figure. Now, they could only wait and see whether Yi Futian could one day rule over the 9 realms. In the Heavenly Mandate Academy, Yi Futian and the others arrived back one after another. Although they had pushed back the cultivators of the Holy Land of Taichu, Yi Futian did not feel happy. The Holy Land of Taichu had directly come knocking on their door to challenge them and wanted to replace them. This could only mean that the current situation in the Nine Realms was getting more and more chaotic. The forces of the Divine Prefecture already could not wait to take over the Nine Realms and replace the original forces. From this battle, Futian had also gotten a faint grasp on the strength of these top forces of the Divine Prefecture. Although his side had won, Futian had witnessed the abilities of Muchinka, Sima Xiao, and even that swordsman. If Futian, Yusheng, as well as his third older brother hadn't been the ones fighting, they would have lost this battle. Moreover, this group was just a fraction of the power of the Holy Land of Taichu. It was difficult to imagine how frightening the background of the Holy Land of Taichu in the Divine Prefecture was. The difference between them and the Heavenly Mandate Academy was too huge. However, this was also understandable. The forces of the Divine Prefecture in the Outer Realms had countless competitors for eons. Futian's group could not possibly imagine what huge figures had been born from such conditions. The Heavenly Mandate Academy could be compared with such giants. Even if they were an alliance of many forces, they were still no match for the forces of the Divine Prefecture. From the attitude that Song Imperial City and the Holy Land of Taichu bore against the Heavenly Mandate Academy, one could sense such a sentiment. These top forces did not only contain arrogant people. Song Imperial City had wanted to directly guide them. The Holy Land of Taichu had wanted to directly replace them. This proved one thing. The overall ability of the other party was far superior to their own each time. Older brother, what is that fourth divine wheel of yours? What happened in the divine wheel dimension? Do Zhao asked as he looked curiously at Futian. Many people immediately also looked at him. They all wanted to know what had happened. Prior to this, during the battle with the Shen clan, Futian had also defeated Shun Hao in such a manner. It is a boundary wheel, Futian replied. A boundary wheel? Do Zhao was somewhat confused. He did not really understand. It can forge a self-contained space of the Great Path. It can even imprison the way of others, Futian explained without hiding anything. Imprison? In a low voice, Xiaomuyu asked, Master, how does it imprison the way of others? Within my divine wheel dimension, others will not be able to communicate with the powers of heaven and earth. They will be severed from the Great Path, Futian explained. Say, for example, the other party is proficient in the Great Path of Space. If they are unable to escape my boundary wheel's dimension and attempt to use the Great Path of Space to whisk themselves away, the passageway of the Great Path that they create will be imprisoned and severed. It sounds like an even more advanced divine wheel, Xiaomuyu mumbled. In the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, divine wheels are categorized into levels such as flawless level, celestial level, and so on. However, in supreme forces like ours, there is only the distinction of flawless or flawed divine wheels. If so, then in the Divine Prefecture of the Outer Realms, are flawless divine wheels also classified according to ranks? Or should it be said that there are levels higher than flawless? I do not know, Futian replied. However, there might exist such levels. In reality, Futian's fourth divine wheel was forged with the World Tree's life spirit as its foundation, and it was unique. He knew that his way was a flawless one. It might actually be different from others. Master, you seem unhappy, Xiaomuyu commented. So many forces have their eyes on the Heavenly Mandate Academy. What is there to be happy about? Futian responded with a smile. The 9 realms are in chaos. Our Heavenly Mandate Academy is among the first few to be swept into this chaos. I do not know whether or not we should be proud of our Heavenly Mandate Academy's influence. The crowd was also speechless. It seemed that it was indeed the case. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was the first to be swept into this chaos. First, it was the Dark Army who had descended. Now, the Holy Land of Taichu had also come. I hope that we have more time, Futian thought to himself. Currently, he felt that his training was progressing too slowly. However, at his current level of cultivation, further improvement was indeed too difficult. This speed of cultivation was already extremely fast. If it were ordinary Renhuangs like Emperor Xia, wanting to break through to the next plane was almost impossible. This chaotic situation in the 9 realms would certainly last for a very long time. The forces from the outer realms are strong. However, right now, since the Heavenly Mandate Academy has formed alliances with various forces, it is not a place that the outer realms forces can easily lay their hands on, Nen Luotian voiced out softly. If the Heavenly Mandate Academy is faced with trouble, the other forces will not sit still. Yi Futian nodded in acknowledgement. With Emperor Nan as my support, I can indeed be at ease. The teleportation grand matrix of the Heavenly Mandate Academy was now connected to various major forces. If war really erupted, strong aid would step in. With Divine Palace Lord, Emperor Nan, and other top figures around, the Heavenly Mandate Academy was capable of taking on all sorts of big battles. Everyone, go back to your own training, Yi Futian said. All the cultivators left one by one and went back to their own training. This battle continued to be the topic of conversation in Heavenly Mandate City. Gradually, the news of this battle spread throughout the 9 realms. Other than Yi Futian, Yushang's name was now renowned throughout the 9 realms. The next day, everything returned to its normal peaceful condition. Yi Futian was cultivating quietly. However, at that moment, a silhouette suddenly appeared outside the palace. It was Lord Taixian. He was staring straight ahead into the distance. Dark streaks of wind flowed over without a sound or presence. Then, they formed a black-robed silhouette that silently appeared in the inner quarters of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. All this actually happened without a sound. Mei Ting. Lord Taishuan's facial expression turned ugly. It was too dangerous for a figure like Mei Ting to suddenly arrive and directly enter into the inner quarters of the Heavenly Mandate Academy without a trace. What business do you have with us? Lord Taishuan's body was tense. He seemed anxious. Mei Ting cast a glance at Lord Taixian, saying, I am here for some matters. Do not alarm the rest. Lord Taixian revealed a strange look. He did not understand. Did Mei Ting not want to alert the others? He still stood there motionless, contemplating countermeasures. He was not sure exactly how powerful Mei Ting's cultivation was. It was certainly more powerful than his own. He only needed to delay the other party for a while. When the others came over through the teleportation grand matrix, they could surround Mei Ting. However, if they attacked, it would bring calamity to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Before you can possibly pose a threat to me, what do you think will happen to the Heavenly Mandate Academy? You better consider it carefully. Mei Ting's eyes were jet black. His voice was extremely calm. What he said was exactly what Lord Taixian was worried about. Mei Ting walked straight in. Yi Futian said, Lord Taixian, please let Senior Mei in. When the Dark Army descended, and Mei Ting had appeared, Dragon Master had mentioned to Yi Futian that Mei Ting had paid a visit to dragon gods. He had also killed the demonic dragon. However, Yi Futian could vaguely sense that this matter was not as simple as it appeared. It might be related to Yushang. Otherwise, Yi Futian could not think of other reasons why such a terrifying existence would kill the demonic dragon. Now that Mei Ting was here, Yi Futian was even more certain that his arrival was linked to Yushang. The only connection between the demonic dragon and the Heavenly Mandate Academy was Yushang. Yi Futian had always wondered about the true identity of his godfather. This Mei Ting might be related to his godfather. Chapter 1777 Provocation. Mei Ting walked over to Yi Futian's side. Lord Taixian still stood in his spot, alert. Mei Ting was too strong. With him here and in such close proximity with Yi Futian, it would only take Mei Ting a split second if he decided to kill Yi Futian. A figure at Mei Ting's level was not someone Yi Futian could defend against. Everyone else, please go about your own business. It is better if you keep quiet about my visit, Mei Ting said to Lord Taixian, his back to him. Right now, Mei Ting was also hesitating. Should he act on it now, or should he go back to the devil world first? At first, he was only here to look for news about that person. However, he had found the person's descendant now. This matter involved the noblest bloodline of the devil world. Even as a devil general who could make decisions regarding most matters, Mei Ting did not dare to act recklessly. Hence, he still opted to have a meeting with Yi Futian first. However, before Mei Ting came to his final decision, he did not want to expose Yushang's identity to the rest. Therefore, he warned Lord Taixian not to spread news about his visit. Lord Taixian, I am fine here. Senior Mei, and I are just having a casual chat. Please seal this space, Yi Futian said. Lord Taishian glanced at Yi Futian and saw the latter giving him a nod of reassurance. Since Yi Futian knew what he was doing, Lord Taishian would not say any more. He turned around and left, sealing off the space with his will. Others could not invade the space even with their divine consciousness. Judging from the fact that Mei Ting had personally come to meet Yi Futian, Lord Taishian had a feeling that the matter that they were about to discuss was huge. It might be related to some secrets. Since Lord Taishian first met Yi Futian on Taishian Mountain, he had always acknowledged Yi Futian as a talented figure with an outstanding temperament. Yi Futian's performance since then had been impressive as well. Now, Lord Taishian would not be surprised even if one revealed that Yi Futian might have other identities. After all, Yi Futian's talent was extraordinary. Moreover, there was still Yusheng. After Lord Taishian left, Yi Futian bowed slightly towards Mei Ting and said, "Junior Yi Futian welcomes Senior Mei." Mei Ting stepped forward and stood not far from Yi Futian. He was dressed in black clothes and had eyes as deep as the abyss. By just standing there, he already made Yi Futian feel pressured. His aura was too powerful. This person before him was a top figure who could fend off the Dark Army with just a single sentence. "Who are you?" Mei Ting asked as he looked at Yi Futian. This was what he was curious about. "I am Yi Futian," Yi Futian said. Mei Ting frowned and said, "You know that is not what I am asking." "But that is all that I know," Yi Futian responded. Once he finished saying this, demonic might descended on him. There seemed to be a suffocating pressure acting around him. Mei Ting stared at him and threatened, "You should already know about the demonic dragon." He was also unwilling to speak about this. You know how it ended for him. I came looking here after dealing with him. It was obvious that he was hinting that he had learned of Yusheng's existence from the demonic dragon and hence had come looking for him here. Since Senior has come looking for me and not Yusheng, that means that you also know that Yusheng himself does not know about his identity. It is the same for me. I am afraid that I do not have the answers that Senior is seeking, Yi Futian replied honestly. On the contrary, I also wish to ask Senior the same question. Who is Yusheng? Mei Ting revealed a strange look when he heard Yi Futian asking him the question back. Indeed, he had heard from the demonic dragon that Yusheng himself also did not know his own identity. Hence, Mei Ting had chosen to find Yi Futian. He had heard that ever since they came to the heavenly mandate realm, Yusheng followed behind Yi Futian, as though he was Yi Futian's shadow. Therefore, Mei Ting had ultimately chosen to find Yi Futian first to see whether he could learn anything from Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian actually asked him who Yusheng was. Judging from Yi Futian's extremely calm manner, he most likely had some rough guesses, but might not have known the truth. He did not appear to be lying. Could it be possible that even these two juniors did not know their own origins? However, this also seemed to be that person's way of doing things. For Yi Futian to ask who Yusheng was naturally the same as asking who Mei Ting was. He was referring to their backgrounds. Mei Ting clearly would not answer Yi Futian. Today, he had come to ask questions, not answer them. What is your relationship with Emperor Yi Qing? Mei Ting asked as he stared at Yi Futian. His eyes gradually became even more frightening. Demonic might press down on Yi Futian. Even if Mei Ting believed that Yi Futian was not lying, it was impossible for him to let the matter go just like that. Emperor Yi Qing had the surname Yi. What was Yi Futian's relationship with him? Could it be that Yi Futian was the descendant of Emperor Yi Qing? From Mei Ting's perspective, the possibility was extremely high. Upon hearing Mei Ting's words, Yi Futian knew that Mei Ting might know more than he had imagined. Although he did not answer Yi Futian, Mei Ting certainly knew about Yusheng's background. Where is Yusheng's father? Mei Ting continued interrogating Yi Futian. He walked forward, and his pressure pressed down on Yi Futian. Immediately, a terrifying demonic might surged into Yi Futian's mind. This caused a frightening demonic shadow to appear deep within Yi Futian's pupils. Yi Futian's gaze slowly changed. It turned somewhat cold. I invited Senior in and asked Lord Taishian to leave as a sign of my sincerity. However, if Senior wishes to act in such a manner, even if I have to fight to the death, I will not yield, Yi Futian said in a cold tone. Also, even if Senior truly can make it out of here in one piece by injuring me, I can assure you that Yu Sheng will spend the rest of his life trying to kill you with all his might. Mei Ting was a demonic cultivator. Yi Futian conjectured the relationship between Mei Ting and Yu Sheng. Hence, he had said so as a probe. As expected, after listening to Yi Futian's threat, Mei Ting paused for a moment. The pressure that he exerted on Yi Futian lessened significantly. He seemed to be hesitating. Mei Ting's response verified Yi Futian's prediction. Yu Sheng's background was most likely very noble. Even Mei Ting had his concerns when he was up against Yu Sheng. He might not dare to offend Yu Sheng. If Mei Ting was here to capture Yu Sheng, or if he didn't care about Yu Sheng's identity, then he could have just ignored Yi Futian's threat. However, after wavering for a moment, Mei Ting continued to pressure Yi Futian with his might. An alarming demonic will invaded Yi Futian's mind. Mei Ting's pupils were as dark as night. Yi Futian carried some secrets with him. These secrets might be related to Emperor Yi Qing and that person. If he could investigate the whole matter thoroughly, he believed that the Devil Emperor would not blame him for acting rashly. He would accept it even if Yu Sheng was going to hate him in the future. Therefore, after considering for a moment, Mei Ting still decided to invade Yi Futian's mind. He would not hurt Yi Futian, but he needed to know his background, and from there, he might be able to locate that person. Stop it! A chilly voice sounded. Mei Ting paused momentarily and turned around. A burly youth was standing behind him while staring at him with an extremely cold gaze. He was none other than Yu Sheng. Mei Ting stared at Yu Sheng. At this very moment, the former had no idea how he should face the latter. Yu Sheng was the descendant of a legendary figure of the Devil World. However, the legendary figure was a traitor of the Devil World. Yu Sheng was the son of the traitor of the Devil World. Although Yu Sheng was the son of the traitor, the noblest bloodline of the Devil World still coursed through his veins. This was an undeniable fact. He might also be the only one among the younger generations who possessed this bloodline. Based on this, Mei Ting would definitely not dare to hurt Yu Sheng. Only the Devil Emperor had the power to decide Yu Sheng's fate. The demonic might lingered, but the pressure it exerted on Yi Futian weakened gradually. In the end, Mei Ting ceased attacking and retracted his demonic might. His gaze was still fixed on the figure who initially stood behind him. This burly youth seemed to be full of power. His indifferent gaze was domineering and cold, showing no emotions. Judging from the youth's temperament, he was an innate demonic cultivator. He was the heir of the noblest bloodline of the Devil World. Naturally, he stood head and shoulders above the rest of the demons. He was the future demon god. Mei Ting and Yu Sheng stared at each other. The former was a devil general who was all-powerful, one of the 8 great devil generals under the command of the Devil Emperor. The latter was a junior who had just broken through to the Runhuang Plain. However, he stared into Mei Ting's eyes boldly, showing no sign of fear. "Do you know who you are?" Mei Ting asked Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng stared at him and did not reply. He didn't know the answer. Remember, you do not need to bow to anyone. You do not need to follow anyone either. Not everything the person told you is true. Perhaps everything he said was a lie, Mei Ting said. Yu Sheng's gaze wavered slightly, then it turned colder. Mei Ting's words seemed to be provoking his relationship with Yi Futian. Was the person that Mei Ting had mentioned his father? However, father's words were different from Mei Ting's. In fact, father had advised him that his existence was for the use of Yi Futian. Seeing that Yu Sheng was still staring at him motionlessly, Mei Ting raised his head and glanced outside. Then, he swept a glance at Yi Futian and Yu Sheng again. Mei Ting moved back a few steps and saluted Yu Sheng with his head lowered. He seemed to be paying his respects to Yu Sheng. After that, strands of demonic will surrounded Mei Ting's body, and he transformed into a beam of dark demonic light. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Yi Futian raised his head and looked at the disappearing silhouette, then he looked at Yu Sheng. He felt uneasy. Yu Sheng's identity appeared to be even more extraordinary than what he had imagined. An existence like Mei Ting had actually bowed and saluted Yu Sheng before he left. However, he seemed to disrespect Yi Futian's godfather by addressing him as that person. What exactly happened in the past? As for Mei Ting's provocation, Yi Futian did not mind it. He walked towards Yu Sheng and whispered, "No matter what decisions you make in the future, I will support you." Yu Sheng looked at him and nodded. He knew that Futian would support him regardless of what he decided to do. Their relationship had long transcended the point where they needed to explain themselves to each other. It was not something Mei Ting could waver with just a line or two. Everyone else thought that he was following Futian. However, he did so because he put his faith in Futian. As for Futian himself, he had never thought of Yusheng as a follower. Yusheng would not bat an eyelid if he needed to sacrifice himself for Futian. Besides that, he was well aware that Futian would do the same for him too. They had absolute trust in each other. Two silhouettes approached them. Other than Lord Taixian, another person was here. It was Emperor Nan. Clearly, Lord Taixian was worried about them. Mei Ting was too powerful, so Lord Taixian made a trip to the Nantian Divine Kingdom and invited Emperor Nan over. However, it seemed like he had worried too much. Nothing happened, and Mei Ting had left. Futian greets Emperor Nan. When Futian saw Emperor Nan, he bowed to welcome him. He was very polite towards Emperor Nan, as he was one of the figures who stood at the peak of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Moreover, Emperor Nan had obviously come here to help him. Emperor Nan nodded slightly and asked, "Why was Mei Ting here?" Futian smiled while shaking his head. Seeing his expression, Emperor Nan understood Futian's concern and did not probe any further. Everyone had their own secrets. Regardless of what intention Mei Ting had for coming over, it was of no consequence since nothing had happened. It looks like the Heavenly Mandate Academy still needs to strengthen its defenses. Cultivators at the level of Mei Ting are too dangerous, Emperor Nan commented. Lord Taixian nodded in strong agreement. Chapter 1778 The Curtain Unveiled. While the storm was brewing in the Heavenly Mandate realm, the other realms were also constantly in turmoil. During the uproar in the Heavenly Mandate City, there were people from other realms that had come to observe this storm. After the uproar in the Heavenly Mandate Academy ended, the news rapidly swept throughout the 9 realms. The solar realm was like a huge fireball. The temperature was high. The scorching sun shone down on the land, causing it to be extremely hot. The solar realm was not suitable for ordinary people to dwell in. However, this place was heaven for cultivators who were proficient in the power of flames. The entire solar realm contained the scorching power of the sun. This power was naturally the strongest at the center of the solar realm, where Solar Divine Palace stood high above. Solar Divine Palace was truly erected in the sky above. Sun God Mountain stood tall and majestic, lifting this heavenly palace. This was where the sun rose and set. Right now, among the golden mist and clouds, inside the heavenly palace bathed in the flames of the sun god, many powerful cultivators appeared in one place. The place seemed to be a divine court. At the very top, a silhouette stood there with the sun behind him. Below, on his left and right, cultivators from various forces stood. Further away from where he stood were the cultivators of Solar Divine Palace. Right now, the figure that stood at the very top turned around and looked behind him. There, a throne appeared, together with a silhouette wielding a scepter in his hand. The silhouette with the scepter sat down on the throne. It was as though he was a deity. Immediately, everyone's gazes turned towards the silhouette on the throne. "Welcome, envoy of the sun," the cultivators said as they bowed in respect. They all knew the identity of this person. He was a top figure from the Divine Prefecture. Even the Palace Lord of Solar Divine Palace, who was the silhouette standing in front of the throne, could only stand there. Even facing the envoy of the sun, the Palace Lord could only succumb to him. Similar to other forces, Solar Divine Palace also had a force in the outer realms. Their force was extremely powerful. In ancient times, deity-level existences had appeared among their force. This was the origin of the Solar Divine Palace. They were merely a branch forces. Among the legends of Solar Divine Palace, in the olden days, there was a deity known as the Sun God that ruled supreme. The light of the sun shone down on all living things. If the Sun God got angry, he could burn the entire world. As for the place that this supreme Sun God previously resided in, it was known as Solar Divine Palace. As the world changed, the Sun God met his demise. However, his forces had survived up to the present day. To commemorate their ancestor, his descendants established the Solar Court. They always hoped that they could one day restore the glory of their predecessor. Up until today, the solar court still existed and was powerful beyond comparison. Although there were no deities born from this force, they could still be considered a force at the top of the world. Back in the day, in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, there was also a force that bore their inheritance that was named Solar Divine Palace. They hoped that in the original realm, Solar Divine Palace could rise up again one day. It was just that that day had yet to come. This was the origin of the Solar Divine Palace. Hence, after the cultivators of the Solar Court descended upon the realm, they easily took control of the Solar Divine Palace. After all, Solar Divine Palace was originally an affiliated force. The older generation was clearly aware of this. However, some youth still felt that this was all somewhat bizarre. They even began to have their own ideas regarding how things should be. Daewoo had extraordinary talent and believed that he would inherit Solar Divine Palace in the future. Now that the cultivators of the Solar Court from the Divine Prefecture had arrived, they threw his plans into disarray. Yet, he could not resist. After all, his plan was still too weak. Currently, he could only slowly grow stronger and keep a low profile. The envoy of the sun sat up straight on the throne as he swept his gaze across the crowd. He appeared extremely authoritative. He said, "Have you all heard about the incident in the Heavenly Mandate realm?" The crowd nodded their heads. They already knew about the storm that occurred in the Heavenly Mandate realm. Daewoo had a slightly sinister look in his eyes. He never imagined that Futian was actually that powerful. Moreover, there was also Yushang. They defeated even the cultivators of the Holy Land of Taichu in the upper realms. The current Heavenly Mandate Academy, as well as Futian, could be considered to be the sun in the sky. The Void Realm is also the original realm. Before this, the appearance of the Dark Maiden caused the Dark Court to utilize Hell to retrieve her. Now, Futian and Yushang have also appeared. As expected of the original realm, I wonder whether there will be other surprises in the future, the envoy of the sun said. If that is the case, we need to take action immediately. Many cultivators narrowed their eyes. Take action? What were they going to do? The gaze of the envoy of the sun turned towards the palace lord of Solar Divine Palace as he asked, "Have the members been gathered?" "They have," the palace lord of Solar Divine Palace replied as he nodded his head. Before this, the envoy of the sun had ordered him to gather all the cultivators of the Solar Divine Palace. From this, he knew that something was about to happen, and it would be a huge war. "Then, let's set out." The envoy of the sun got up and walked forward. The crowd of cultivators had yet to wrap their heads around what was happening. Set out? He seemed to have not said where they were setting out to. Hundreds of years ago, the solar realm only belonged to the solar court. Even now that hundreds of years have passed, of course, it is still the same, the envoy of the sun said. In the future, only one king is allowed in the solar realm. Solar Divine Palace will keep the various large forces in check. There can exist other various forces in the solar realm. However, they all need to declare the solar court as their king. His words caused the heart rates of the cultivators to increase. The envoy of the sun meant that they were preparing to clean out the various forces of the solar realm. There was going to be a huge cleansing. In the future, there could only be one ruling class force in the solar realm. There only needed to be one voice, and that voice would be that of the Solar Divine Palace. Divine light shone down, and the group of cultivators set off. Qishao Divine Mountain was as usual. Many people were still training when suddenly, divine light shone down from the heavens above onto the divine mountain. The expressions of the cultivators of Qishao Divine Mountain immediately changed drastically. They all felt very overbearing auras. The next moment, it was as though various deities descended from the heavens. In the sky above, flames of the sun god rained down, seemingly wanting to destroy everything. Solar Divine Palace, what is the meaning of this? A huge voice cried out. Many top cultivators appeared at the peak of Qishao Divine Mountain. They were all looking up at the sky and questioning Solar Divine Palace. From this day forward, Qishao Divine Mountain is not allowed to rule over the solar realm. You must pledge allegiance to us and become a branch of Solar Divine Palace. Another voice traveled across the space, causing the hearts of countless cultivators on the entire Divine Mountain to beat faster. Solar Divine Palace wished to conquer the solar realm. It would not allow another force, which was at the same level, to contend with it. Qishao Divine Mountain knew that the world was going through a massive change, and the powers in the 9 realms would surely be reshuffled. However, they had not expected the change to occur so quickly and so intensely. The first force to stir up trouble was the Solar Divine Palace, and the first place they targeted was their Qishao Divine Mountain. On this day, countless people witnessed from a distance a destructive scene occurring at Qishao Divine Mountain of the Solar Realm. Rumor has it that a gigantic battle had erupted. In the end, Qishao Divine Mountain pledged their allegiance to Solar Divine Palace. After that, one by one, other forces in the Solar Realm pledged their allegiance to Solar Divine Palace. When others heard about the news, the entire Solar Realm went into an uproar. Gradually, the entire Solar Realm fell under the control of the Solar Divine Palace. A few days later, the leaders of the various large forces in the Solar Realm all gathered at Solar Divine Palace at the same time and held a grand event. However, they had not invited anyone from the other realms. From that moment forth, the Solar Realm was unified. Before this occurred in the Solar Realm, the Hidden Land Realm was also in the same boat. Hell now ruled the Hidden Land Realm. Another realm similar to these two was the Heavenly Mandate Realm. The Heavenly Mandate Academy led the Heavenly Mandate Realm. This model would completely sweep over the 9 realms very soon. The topmost forces from the outer realms unified individual realms. Such astonishing news very quickly spread throughout the 9 realms, stirring up a huge uproar. This storm was even worse than the one faced by the Heavenly Mandate Academy. This was a dramatic turn of events that truly swept the Solar Realm. In the Heavenly Mandate Academy, by the time Futian received news of this, it was already quite late. This was all within his predictions. It was just that he had not imagined that it would happen so quickly. It seemed that the force behind Solar Divine Palace was also sufficiently powerful enough to take down the entire Solar Realm in a short amount of time. In the Colloquy Palace, the atmosphere was somewhat solemn. "Have you all heard the news?" Lord Taixian asked. The crowd nodded. How could they not have heard such huge news? While we just received news of this incident, the Shadow Realm is now facing a similar situation. It is the same for all the other realms. Before Hell has yet to make a move, the forces of the Divine Prefecture are already preparing to divide up the 9 realms first. Lord Taixian continued. The Heavenly Mandate Realm was originally one unit. This matter is barely related to us. Lord Taixian continued, however, if our alliance members, Shangxiao Divine Palace, Nantian Divine Kingdom, Emperor Star Realms Do Tribe, Yuanyang Clan and other forces encounter such a situation, we will certainly rush to aid all of them. Each force has its representative here. I believe there are no objections. They had formed an alliance precisely to face the changes in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Now that the change had come, some things naturally needed to be agreed upon beforehand. Since we are allies, that is naturally what we should do, someone said. Nantian Divine Kingdom has no objections, Nan Luotian replied. Do Tribe agrees to this. Other voices continued to cry out. Everyone agreed with what Lord Taixian had said. Currently, the Heavenly Mandate Academy was already not the only force to have problems. In such a chaotic situation, they could only form groups and alliances to face the future changes ahead. Each force also needs to raise your vigilance. Send cultivators to learn more about what is happening. That way, if there are changes, we can respond immediately, Lord Taixian remarked. Everyone was listening attentively with a somewhat solemn mood. Futian had been in the crowd quietly all this while. The curtain of a chaotic situation that was fated to sweep over the 9 realms was officially being unveiled. Chapter 1779, The Movements of the Golden Divine Nation. At the cottage of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Currently, quite a number of people had gathered here. Many cultivators, including Futian, Yu Shang, Gu Donglu, and Do Zhao were present. Nan Luotian and Xiao Muyu were around too. Each and every one of them was a legendary figure of this generation who had forged flawless divine wheels. However, all of them were sitting upright now and were listening to the lecture delivered by the person in front. The lecturer was handsome and had a scholarly bearing. His temperament was ethereal. He was none other than Emperor Nan, the legendary figure who had long made his name renowned throughout the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. This dynastic overlord of Nantion Divine Kingdom was at the cottage today to lecture about the way. Of course, everyone would give their full attention to his teachings. There are strong great paths and weak great paths, but in the end, it depends on the users. Other than the direct suppression of the divine wheel of the great path, the might of the great path is ultimately unleashed through the arts of supreme attack. Hence, cultivators in the world will try to comprehend the arts of supreme attack that are suitable for themselves. When you reach the Runhuang plane and have forged a divine wheel, you have comprehended the might of the great path and are free to create your own art of supreme attack. Emperor Nan continued, nevertheless, even though arts of supreme attack created by our ancestors do not fit you perfectly, they are still fruits of the experience accumulated by the seniors. The might of these techniques, especially those passed down by top figures, are powerful. I am sure all of you have experienced these techniques in the previous battle. The true will of waves unleashed by the battle god of the Holy Land of Taichu was impressive. If any one of you in the heavenly mandate realm were to attempt to unleash such an attack, you would not be able to unleash such a powerful attack even though you had comprehended the same power of the great path. In the end, it depends on the most suitable application of the might of the great path and the merging between ways. Emperor Nan explained, hence, the cultivators who can comprehend many types of great paths will have advantages. They can merge the great path into the art of supreme attack and create an even more powerful technique. They can also blend and transform the ways to create an entirely new and stronger way. Everyone listened attentively. They had just broken through to the Runhuang Plain. In reality, most of them were still understanding the power of the great path. In terms of applying the power of the great path, they paled into insignificance when compared to cultivators of the Holy Land of Taichu. This disparity was shown when they were engaged in battles. Emperor Nan had most likely realized this problem, too, so he pointed it out now. Yi Futian, the fleeting sword technique created by Lord Taixian, is very powerful. However, as the battle proceeded, you made the swords resonate with each other. That was your original technique, right? Emperor Nan asked as he looked at Yi Futian. Yes. Yi Futian nodded and said, I named it Dust. Well done. Dust bears resemblance with fleeting, yet it transcends the original. It also fits your way better, Emperor Nan analyzed. This sword technique cannot be said to be better than fleeting, but when you perform it, it is stronger than fleeting. Yi Futian nodded in strong agreement. This sword was a better fit for himself. Aside from that, the staff technique that he used to defeat his opponent, in the end, was also his original. The 9 heavenly attacks had undergone countless metamorphoses. It had been thoroughly refined. Yi Futian could not say that the technique was more powerful than the original, yet it was a perfect fit for his use. I also practice swordsmanship and have comprehended a sword that is suitable for myself. Today, I will show you, Emperor Nan said. He looked at Nan Luoshan and said, Luoshan, lend me Qinghe. Nan Luoshan nodded in agreement and passed the Qinghe divine sword to Emperor Nan. The Qinghe divine sword was originally Emperor Nan's sword, so it resonated with him. When it was held in Emperor Nan's hand, it vibrated and created a drumming in the ears of the audience. It was as though the sword was excited. With the sword in his hand, Emperor Nan flew into the sky. Yi Futian and the rest leaped up and followed him. Keep a distance away from me, Emperor Nan ordered. Everyone stopped in their tracks. The clouds churned in the sky. Emperor Nan wielded the Qinghe divine sword in his hand. He casually grasped hold of it. He became one with the sword, as though he had merged with the great path. In an instant, a terrifying aura of sword enveloped the surroundings with Emperor Nan as its center. The space seemed to be fragmenting. Yi Futian and the rest had a vague feeling that if they entered the range of the sword, they would be instantly crushed into dust by the sword will. The great path strikes for simplicity. When you reach a higher cultivation plane, you will no longer need those flashy techniques, Emperor Nan lectured. The simplest way would be concentrating all your energy on one point, not wasting even a bit of the might of the way. It is the strongest technique. As he spoke, his aura became even more terrifying. Everyone could sense that the vast sky seemed to be enveloped by a formless sword will. It was pressuring, but it was not threatening. It was as though they could sense that this sword would not land on them. The Qinghe divine sword rang and floated in front of Emperor Nan. Emperor Nan extended a finger and pointed at the Qinghe divine sword. Right away, the sword sprang forward and traversed the sky. Swoosh! A dazzling sword light crossed the sky. Everywhere it passed, the space shattered. Futian and the rest were shocked by the sword. In the sky, a dark crack appeared. It was as though the space had been fissured by the sword. All the great path around the slit was crushed into dust. The aura in other places dissipated. The crowd no longer felt pressured. In their eyes, only the sword remained. Emperor Nan had merged all his way into the sword. Not a bit of it was wasted. His great path was simple and true to the fundamentals. In the Heavenly Mandate Academy, everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. The hideous slit was shocking to all who saw it. Many disciples of the Heavenly Mandate Academy were envious. Emperor Nan was personally delivering his teachings. Now, the Heavenly Mandate Academy had a good reputation, and they could even invite Emperor Nan over as a lecturer. Unfortunately, the masses would not be able to receive his teachings. They had to first become core disciples of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Then they had to be qualified to enter the cottage before receiving Emperor Nan's guidance. The Qinghe divine sword flew back into Emperor Nan's hand. However, Futian and the rest were still in a daze as they stared at the sword. The sword technique appeared plain, yet it contained unparalleled power. The crowd returned to the academy. Emperor Nan returned the Qinghe divine sword to Nan Luotian. Then he concluded, "All right, all of you train diligently. The future of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path is yours." "Thank you, Emperor Nan," Futian said while bowing. The rest also bowed one after another. Emperor Nan then left the academy. Yaya, Wuchen, the swordmaster of Lihan, and many others were swordsmen. This simple sword attack moved them greatly. Some principles were easy to understand, yet they were very difficult to be executed in life. If they could use their power like how Emperor Nan did, their attacks would surely skyrocket in terms of strength. "Emperor Nan is indeed worthy of his fame," Dozhao exclaimed. "Rumor has it that in the past, countless cultivators died in his hands. However, he is such a scholarly gentleman now. He is gentle because he is guiding us. If he is faced with an enemy, he will most likely traumatize the other party and kill them with a single attack," Futian commented. Dozhao nodded in agreement. A sword like his was indeed frightening. Even a space slit had appeared because of it. Everyone went on with their own business. Futian also went to train alone. He continued to comprehend the Great Path. In these chaotic times, he had a strong urge to improve his ability. In the higher heavens realm, the ancient golden divine nation was dazzling as though the building was built with pure gold. It was erected on the ground and was more than 10,000 meters tall. To reach the building, one would need to first set foot on the staircase of golden divine nation. Commoners would not be qualified to enter the place. However, on this day, cultivators from all around the realm had gathered in this ancient place. The dynastic overlord of Golden Divine Nation had invited all the forces in the higher heavens realm to come over for a gathering. One by one, the guests arrived. Everyone was startled when they heard the news about the solar realm. Even the top forces were not at ease. If the super forces from the outer realms wanted to take over the forces in the void realm, most of them could not stand against the former. Two perfect examples would be the Hidden Land realm and the solar realm. There was no suspense in the development of the situation. The reason why the Heavenly Mandate Academy could escape from this fate was that the Academy had formed alliances with various forces. This caused the Holy Land of Taichu to not be able to shake their establishment. Even so, the battle between the Holy Land of Taichu and the Heavenly Mandate Academy still rendered the latter to be in a crisis. Thankfully, the crisis was resolved in the end. In reality, many forces in the 9 realms did not have existences above the Renhuang Plain to hold the fort. They also did not have upper-level Renhuang in their forces. Hence, even though their forces appeared powerful, they were actually very fragile. In the past, all the forces had to be wary of each other to maintain the balance of the realm. However, during these chaotic times, they were all at the risk of being eradicated. In the higher heavens realm, only Shangxiao Divine Palace, Golden Divine Nation, and the former Taishan Mountain had giant figures. Other forces had no one who could defend them. Even Lord Taishian was considered relatively new in terms of breaking through to the higher planes. After Gaiqiong returned, Golden Divine Nation had two giant figures. On the other hand, Lord Taishian went to the Heavenly Mandate realm. Hence, in the current Higher Heavens realm, aside from Shangxiao Divine Palace, which could still contend with Golden Divine Nation, the other forces were no match for them. Therefore, all the forces in the Higher Heavens realm came when Golden Divine Nation invited them. On this day, various forces, including the divine capital of Shilin, Divine Swordly Family, Sky-Burying God Clan, and Chong Feng Clan, set foot in this dazzling Golden Palace. Outside of Golden Divine Nation Palace Hall, the cultivators met Gaitsong and Gaiqiong. Gaitsong was the dynastic overlord, while Gaiqiong was a divine general under the command of Dongwang the Great. Gaiqiong's ability was not any weaker than that of Gaitsong. The two brothers sat together and emanated a majestic aura. When the cultivators from various forces arrived, they saluted the two brothers since they were weaker. After most of the cultivators had arrived, Gaitsong scanned the crowd and asked, "Is the representative of Shangxiao Divine Palace here?" Shangxiao Divine Palace has joined the alliance of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, so now many of them are sent to train in the academy. Old Demon Luo from Divine Capital of Shilin replied. Instantly, the atmosphere in the hall turned awkward. In the Higher Heavens realm, almost all the forces sent a few of their disciples to cultivate in Shangxiao Divine Palace. However, right now, Golden Divine Nation had the intention of ruling over all the forces in the Higher Heavens realm. In that case, the Holy Land of cultivating and the strongest force in the Higher Heavens realm might stand on opposite sides. Besides that, many people had heard rumors about the existence of another force manipulating Golden Divine Nation in the shadows. After their battle with the Holy Land of Taichu, the influence of the Heavenly Mandate Academy had reached a new height. Moreover, they formed alliances with many forces. Hence, it was difficult for outsiders to seize control of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Consequently, some forces from the outer realms had moved their targets to the Higher Heavens realm. After all, the goal of the top forces from the outer realms was to establish their influences in the 9 realms. It didn't matter much to them which realm they took over. The forces in the Central Emperor realm were the strongest and hence the hardest to take over. The Hidden Land realm was now under the control of dark forces. Therefore, the choices left were limited. Gaitsong glanced at the various cultivators who arrived. He smiled and said, "Today, the Golden Divine Nation has invited you all here to discuss the fate of the Higher Heavens realm. Currently, the 9 realms are turbulent, with chaos being stirred up everywhere. The age of turmoil that occurred hundreds of years ago seems to be gradually resurfacing. The status quo in the 9 realms is about to shift. Hence, we have invited you all here to discuss the future of the various forces in the Higher Heavens realm together." After listening to what Gaitsong said, everyone remained silent. No one spoke up. Their so-called discussion was just a conspiracy. However, there was one point that Gaitsong indeed spoke true of. In the current situation, the forces in the 9 realms would be reshuffled. In the days to come, no one knew who would remain and who would end up in the annals of history. Under such conditions, they could not reject the invitation of Golden Divine Nation. During this age of turmoil, the forces would not dare to offend Golden Divine Nation lightly. Moreover, Gaiqiong was a cultivator working directly under Dongwang the Great. According to my elder brother, his purpose for coming here is because Dongwang the Great does not wish to see the Void Realm being infiltrated by the dark forces. Hence, all of us need to work together and strengthen the Higher Heavens realm. If the Great Emperor has any orders in the future, we can also contribute our skills for his use, Gaitsong said. He highlighted the relationship between Gaiqiong and the Great Emperor. It was both a reminder and a threat to the audience. What suggestion does the dynastic overlord have? Old Demon Luo asked right then. Divine Capital of Shilin had launched a surprise attack on Taishian Mountain back in the day. This Old Demon Luo had attacked before Lord Taishian had broken through to the next plane. He was cruel and ruthless. He also did not bear any goodwill towards the Divine Palace. Divine Capital of Shilin and the Divine Palace had very little involvement with each other. The Heavenly Mandate Academy has gone through a few huge crises, yet the Academy still managed to stand undefeated. Why is that so? Gaitsong said. It is because the Heavenly Mandate Academy knows how to take advantage of other forces. The Academy relies on the cultivators of other forces. It forms alliances with them. Otherwise, with that tiny bit of ability of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, it is impossible for them to survive up until this day. Gaitsong continued, since the Heavenly Mandate Academy can do so, our higher heavens realm can too. Why don't all of us form an alliance and build teleportation grand matrices to connect everyone? Our alliance will unite the entire higher heavens realm. With it, the higher heavens realm will have the power to contend with other outside forces in this age of turmoil. Forming an alliance. Everyone narrowed their eyes. The Golden Divine Nation finally revealed its intention. The motive behind their call for an alliance was most likely to control all the forces in the higher heavens realm. After all, once all of them formed an alliance, Golden Divine Nation would be the strongest force among them. Who could contend with them for the power of control? Many forces were worried about being annexed. Hence, all of them remained silent and did not reply. Everyone had their own axes to grind. No force would easily agree to Gaitsong's suggestion. Everyone can put your worries to rest. I sincerely hope for the alliance among all the forces of the higher heavens realm. I am not trying to dominate the realm and become its ruler, Gaitsong assured the crowd. I truly hope that the higher heavens realm can prosper and not fall behind the other realms during this age of turmoil. Of course, I do not wish to see any force being eradicated as well. Gaitsong continued, prior to this, I was hoping that the Divine Palace would help us. However, it seems like the Divine Palace doesn't really care about our higher heavens realm and has moved on to the Heavenly Mandate realm. I have always heard rumors about a secret zone in the ancestral lands of the Divine Palace. The place is said to be helpful for cultivators to improve the level of their divine wheels when they are breaking through to the Renhuang Plain. However, after all these years, how many people in the higher heavens realm have been there? I only know of Huangzhong having entered ancestral lands before, and Futian too. The Divine Palace really values Futian, who is from the Heavenly Mandate realm, Gaitsong exclaimed sarcastically. Gaitsong sneered internally as he was speaking. Everyone was greedy. Even these top forces from the higher heavens realm were no exception. The Divine Palace crowns itself as the Holy Land for training and delivers its teachings in the higher heavens realm. Yet it keeps its best resources from us, old Demon Luo said. After so many years, there is rarely a person who manages to enter the ancestral lands, so I think the place is actually not worthy of its fame. Rumor has it that there is a treasure in the ancestral lands, which can help cultivators to forge a flawless divine wheel. Could it be that the rumor is really true? As old Demon Luo spoke, a glint of greed flashed past his dark eyes. Most likely, only forces at the level of the divine place could possess this kind of divine item. A few of the large forces in the Central Emperor realm had this kind of divine item too. The forces in the divine prefecture were domineering, and their teachings were powerful. They were most likely as powerful as they were due to having rich resources as well. The crowd gathered here had only heard of divine items. They didn't even know whether or not Shangxiao Divine Palace truly possessed such a divine item. Of course it is true, said Gaiqiong, who was beside Gaitsong. He looked at old Demon Luo and said, this rumor has been around since many years ago. No one else is more aware of this than me. Shangxiao Divine Palace owns a tablet of the Great Path. It is a remnant from the collapse of the Heavenly Path. Not only can it help cultivators to forge flawless divine wheels, but it is also beneficial for the training of Renhuangs. However, this divine item will most likely be moved to the Heavenly Mandate realm in the future, Gaitsong added. The two brothers echoed each other's words. The audience was well aware that the two brothers were sowing discord between them and the Divine Palace. Even though the audience was conscious of the brothers' intention, they couldn't help but have some thoughts about the issue when they knew that the brothers were speaking the truth. A divine item. It was a divine item, left behind during the collapse of the Heavenly Path, which could assist cultivators in forging flawless divine wheels. For some unknown reasons, the Divine Palace had been keeping such a divine item a secret from them. If this matter is true, then the Divine Palace is unworthy to be called the Training Holy Land. They are also unfit to teach the way in our higher heavens realm, old demon Luo said harshly. He agreed with the brothers' point of view naturally, pointing the finger at the Divine Palace. Divine Swordly family, Sky-burying God clan, and the rest of you, you have cultivators who are training in the Divine Palace now, right? Gaitsong asked as he looked at Divine Swordly family and the other few large forces. They nodded in response. Li Daozi, the proud son of heaven of Divine Swordly family, used to train in the Divine Palace, too. Do the juniors who train in the Divine Palace have access to the ancestral lands? Gaitsong continued prompting. The few of them shook their heads. One would need to venture into the ancestral lands by themselves in order to train there. However, aside from Huangzhong, nobody was able to do so in the past hundreds of years. Before this, the cultivators only blamed their failures on themselves. However, they had some different thoughts now. All right, let's put this issue aside for now. Why did the conversation spiral to talking about the Divine Palace? As I have mentioned before, what's everyone's decision regarding forming an alliance? Gaitsong continued to persuade the crowd. Our higher heavens realm must unite and form a single large power. As for forces which can teach the way, don't you worry. Even without the Divine Palace, there will be another force which will come to our higher heavens realm to teach the way. Moreover, this other force is better than the Divine Palace. The audience revealed strange expressions when they heard Gaitsong's words. They instantly thought of a force. It was none other than the Holy Land of Taichu, which was a top-training holy land of the upper worlds. Not long ago, in the Heavenly Mandate realm, they had lost in the hands of the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Ever since the Holy Land of Taichu had been defeated, no one had heard news of them for a while. Now, combining Gaitsong's words and past events, the audience had a rough idea of what was happening. Was the Holy Land of Taichu planning to establish their dominance here in the higher heavens realm after they had lost in the Heavenly Mandate realm? Their previous target was the Heavenly Mandate Academy. After they had been defeated, were they switching their target to the Shangxiao Divine Palace? However, it seemed like the Holy Land of Taichu was taking the soft approach this time. They weren't as direct as when they were in the Heavenly Mandate realm. Considering all these factors, the motive of Golden Divine Nation was clear now. They were plotting on seizing control of the higher heavens realm by joining forces with an outer realm's force. Divine capital of Shieling supports the idea of dynastic overlord, old demon Luo voiced. During this age of turmoil, everyone in the higher heavens realm should work together. Golden Divine Nation is the strongest force in the realm. With Divine Nation as our leader, I am sure we will be able to protect our higher heavens realm amidst the chaos. This vast *RD. Everyone else from other forces cursed old demon Luo in their hearts. Usually, old demon Luo was extremely arrogant, but now he had actually agreed to this idea so readily. Was he adapting his actions to the present situation? However, this old demon Luo was not an honorable man, to begin with. One could tell his character based on his sneak attack in the past. He played dirty tricks. He was willing to do anything as long as it benefited him. Now, he wanted to be the first one to pledge allegiance to the Golden Divine Nation. In the future, he would have some control over the alliance. Brother Luo is sensible, Gaitsong praised. It looks like the rest of you will still need some time to consider this matter, but there is no rush. Golden Divine Nation has prepared a feast to welcome everyone. Since you are here in the Palace of Divine Nation, you must drink and feast to your heart's content. You can take your time to consider the alliance. Everyone nodded in agreement. That was their only option now. However, they had already realized that under the current circumstances, they had to fall in line. Golden Divine Nation would most likely not agree if they did not do so. After the various large forces returned home, in the Divine Palace, their disciples left one after another, bidding farewell to the senior figures of the Divine Palace. In the Divine Palace, various rumors began spreading. The rumors painted the Divine Palace in a bad light. The matters that occurred in Golden Divine Nation, naturally, could not be kept secret and reached the Divine Palace. Shangxiao Divine Palace realized that the Golden Divine Nation wanting to form an alliance this time was not merely as simple as forming an alliance of the higher heavens realm. It was possible that they wanted to use them. Futian did not receive the news from the seniors of the Divine Palace. Instead, he heard it from Huangzhong. They also had an information network in the higher heavens realm, so they knew a thing or two about what had transpired. In the Heavenly Mandate Academy, Huangzhong and Yi Futian were together. Huangzhong said to Yi Futian, before Li Daozi left, he had met with his master. Now that the situation is dire, he can only leave for now. Under the current circumstances, Divine Swordly family does not dare to make a powerful enemy. Hence, they had decided to temporarily leave the higher heavens realm. The Divine Palace was a place for training. They naturally did not have many strict constraints. Each person could make their own choice. Li Daozi still had Divine Swordly family behind his back. He had to consider the standpoint of the Li family before he made any decision. It was kind enough for him to warn Huangzhong and Yi Futian. From the looks of it, the forces in the higher heavens realm will make a move on the Divine Palace. Is that true? Yi Futian asked Huangzhong. Huangzhong nodded and said, the possibility is extremely high. Yi Futian fell silent. If the Heavenly Mandate Academy meddled in this affair, most likely, the Outer Realms forces would not sit out of it too. However, since they had formed an alliance with Shangxiao Divine Palace, it was impossible for Yi Futian to let the Divine Palace be invaded. Yi Futian heard about the news and told Lord Taixian. The Heavenly Mandate Academy sent disciples to various forces to invite their cultivators to come and stay at the academy for the time being. They wanted to prepare against all possibilities. The higher heavens realm, on the other hand, had been put on edge. Rumors spread over the past few days that the Golden Divine Nation might attack the Divine Palace, the holy land of the higher heavens realm. The Shangxiao Divine Palace had trained a great number of excellent cultivators. Even some Renhuangs from other realms once studied there. Nevertheless, ordinary Renhuangs didn't have the ability to intervene if the Golden Divine Nation truly set their sights on the Divine Palace. Even high-level Renhuangs could hardly pull strings. Nowadays, many of the disciples who came from top forces and cultivated in the Divine Palace had already left the palace. It was easy to imagine how delicate the situation was. However, Yi Futian and the others in the Heavenly Mandate Academy didn't hear the news of the Golden Divine Nation attacking the Shangxiao Divine Palace. They were hit with another bombshell. The Golden Divine Nation did launch an attack, but it was not against the Shangxiao Divine Palace. Lord Taixian and Yi Futian in the Heavenly Mandate Academy were astounded by the report. The Divine Swordly family was exterminated? Lord Taixian stared at the messenger and repeated his words. He used to cultivate in the Taixian Mountain in the higher heavens realm and was very familiar with the forces in the higher heavens realm. Although the Divine Swordly family didn't have any living legend, it was a family with great power and rich heritage. They had been the holy land of swordsmanship in the higher heavens realm. Lord Taixian and Yi Futian heard about some news regarding the Divine Swordly family not so long ago. It was shocking for them to learn that the entire Divine Swordly family was killed so abruptly. Yes, the Golden Divine Nation and the Divine Capital of Shieling both claimed that the Divine Swordly family feigned compliance, but deliberately undermined the alliance in the higher heavens realm behind the scenes, hindered the progress of forming a unity among forces, and damaged the future of the realm. That was why they took aggressive actions. Although they didn't wipe out the entire Divine Swordly family, they killed their top cultivators. In addition, the assailants were not those two masters from the Golden Divine Nation. It was people from other forces, the messenger replied. Forces from the outer realms? Lord Taixian asked. Yes. The messenger nodded. Is it the holy land of Taichu? Lord Taixian asked. It's unclear, but it's probably not the same group of people from the holy land of Taichu who came to the Heavenly Mandate Academy last time. We don't know much about the cultivators from the outer realms and couldn't figure out which forces they belong to. However, there is a rumor around the higher heavens realm that the holy land of Taichu is not the only one who joined hands with the Golden Divine Nation. It seems like other forces were in it too. The messenger continued to speak. Lord Taishuan's expression was grave. He didn't expect the Golden Divine Nation to strike the Divine Swordly family first. They had some connection with the Divine Swordly family, yet it was never a close relationship. It seems that the Golden Divine Nation is fully prepared this time, said Lord Taixian. The Golden Divine Nation always wants to target at the Heavenly Mandate Academy and, of course, has extensive knowledge of our relationship with the Divine Palace. They knew we had formed an alliance with the Divine Palace a long time ago, and they understand the level of our ability. Under such circumstances, they must have evaluated the situation if they decided to attack. They have another objective besides the Divine Palace, Futian said in a cold voice. Based on what you said, the forces from the outer realms came because of us. Lord Taishian certainly understood what Futian meant. The Heavenly Mandate Academy would antagonize the forces from the outer realms if they helped the Divine Palace. They would make even more enemies if that happened. The Golden Divine Nation has ulterior motives. They attacked the Divine Swordly family, but the Divine Swordly family was not their true target, said Futian. The Golden Divine Nation clearly fired at the Divine Swordly family to deter other forces in the higher heavens realm. In this way, the other forces couldn't even stand by and look on anymore, let alone help the Divine Palace. They had to pick a side. Chances were that they had no choice but to join the Golden Divine Nation's camp and eventually be reduced to its dependent territories. If they dared to defy the Golden Divine Nation, they probably had to think it through whether they were prepared to meet the same destiny of the Divine Swordly family. I will go to the Divine Palace, said Futian. You will go? Lord Taishian asked as he looked at Futian. Yes, I will go, Futian replied, nodding. By paying a visit to the Divine Palace, he could express the attitude of the Heavenly Mandate Academy and their willingness to act in unison with the Divine Palace. His visit would boost the confidence of the cultivators in the Divine Palace. Meanwhile, it could serve as a deterrent to other forces in the higher heavens realm and warn them not to strike the Divine Palace when they were down. No one else was more suitable than Futian to take this trip. The Divine Palace stood behind the Heavenly Mandate Academy and sent in reinforcements without hesitation when the Dark Army was bearing down upon the border. Even if they were not allies, the Heavenly Mandate Academy couldn't stay out this time for the sake of reciprocity. Therefore, they had no choice but to declare war against the Golden Divine Nation if the latter really wanted to fire at the Divine Palace. After a moment of silence, Lord Taishian nodded and said, "All right, go ahead." Of course, Lord Taishian supported Futian's proposal. Despite the high risk, the Heavenly Mandate Academy couldn't stand by idly when the Divine Palace was in danger, since the Divine Palace fought for Qingyao in the past, who would come to help the Heavenly Mandate Academy again if they turned their back on the Divine Palace. I will ask Little Condor to keep everyone on our side in the loop. We will activate the teleportation Grand Matrix to go to the Divine Palace immediately if anything happened, said Futian. Lord Taishian nodded and watched as Futian leave. The tension in the Shangxiao Divine Palace was palpable in recent days. The disciples cultivating in the Divine Palace had been unable to relax ever since the news arrived. Several disciples gathered in the Divine Palace on this day. Several palace lords stood at the front of the crowd when a senior cultivator of the Divine Palace walked toward them. He looked around the room and spoke loudly. Rumors have been floating around the Divine Palace these days as several incidents happened recently. I know many of you are very worried. No one broke the silence. Indeed, the cultivators had all been thinking about their futures of late. I know you all have different plans for yourselves. The Divine Palace is not a clan but a place for people to seek knowledge of the great path together. We have done nothing more than propagating our ideas and imparting information to our disciples. Therefore, the Divine Palace will not ask all of you to undergo such calamity with us. We summoned you here to let you know that anyone who wishes to leave is free to go. Cultivators who are below the Renhuang Plain must leave for safety concerns and may return to the Divine Palace to cultivate after the crisis is over, said the senior cultivator. The crowd was dumbstruck by his announcement. The Divine Palace asked them to leave. They encouraged the disciples who were cultivating in the Divine Palace to leave in the face of a crisis. Moreover, they ordered everyone below the Renhuang Plain to evacuate. There were some rumors about the Divine Palace's self-serving agenda circulating around in recent days. Some cultivators also began to harbor suspicions because of the close relationship between the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the Divine Palace and the fact that the ancestral lands was not open to disciples of the Divine Palace. Nevertheless, all doubts were put to rest now. The divine palace only propagated ideas and imparted knowledge. The seniors in the divine palace freely let the disciples leave when facing an adversarial situation. How magnanimous they were. The divine palace truly was a place established solely to help people cultivate. Senior, the palaces in the divine palace all have considerable strength. Even though the golden divine nation has a long history, could they really be a threat to our divine palace? A junior disciple asked. He hadn't reached the Renhuang plain yet, but he was worried about the divine palace and didn't want to abandon them. Our divine palace wouldn't care so much if it's just the golden divine nation, the senior cultivator said with great confidence as he cracked a smile. But the situation is much more serious than you imagined. Thus, anyone below the Renhuang plain has to leave. There is no room for negotiation. Don't be a burden for the divine palace. Cultivators below the Renhuang plain were nothing but cannon fodder once the war broke out. It was meaningless for them to stay since they could hardly withstand any attack. Calling them a burden was accurate, albeit not nice. Furthermore, the senior cultivator intentionally used harsh words to push them out. Senior, we have been studying here for so long. How can you kick us out so easily? It would be quite embarrassing for us if we cut and run, a Renhuang said with a smile. Therefore, it's better for me to stay. I'm going to cultivate if you have nothing else. The man turned around and left as his voice faded. Many people stared at his receding figure and were astonished at his integrity. At the moment, a brilliant light suddenly blazed from behind the great hall. Beams of the dazzling light of space shot into the sky and seemed to have paved an ancient road of the great path. Many cultivators immediately turned their eyes to that direction and covered the area with their divine consciousness. It's the teleportation grand matrix of space. The senior cultivator of the divine palace also looked over that way and realized who was coming. Nowadays, only the Heavenly Mandate Academy could directly teleport to the divine palace. Someone from the Heavenly Mandate Academy was here. The light grew faint in a short time. A line of people became visible in the divine consciousness, none of them intimidating. Futian was the head of the group, accompanied by his friends. Upon his arrival, Futian moved directly to the area where the cultivators of the divine palace had gathered. A strange look flashed across his face when he saw the crowd. He descended from the sky and saluted the cultivators standing on the platform. Greetings from Futian to the seniors of the divine palace. Why do you come? The senior cultivator of the divine palace asked. It seemed pointless for Futian and his friends to come. Senior, I'm practically a disciple of the divine palace, even though I currently cultivate in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. I even entered the ancestral lands before. Is it all right for me to come to the divine palace to cultivate for a while? Futian asked, smiling. People in the divine palace understood Futian's intention the moment he said he wanted to cultivate here for some time. Futian planned to go through the disturbance in the company of the divine palace. Considering Futian's current position, his decision to come to the divine palace indicated that the Heavenly Mandate Academy behind him would also be backing up the divine palace. His arrival signaled the attitude of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The disciples of the divine palace also laughed. Futian was extremely arrogant and puffed with pride when he came to the divine palace the first time. He challenged and defeated the most talented cultivators in the divine palace and displeased a lot of people at that time. However, as time passed and Futian's reputation grew, most of his peers back in the days were not a match for him anymore. After all, he could easily beat an ordinary middle-level Renhuang nowadays. For all that, no one was disgruntled by Futian's visit this time. Everybody greeted him with a warm, welcoming smile. The cultivators in the divine palace are glad to have a chance to learn from Renhuang Yi, a cultivator in the Renhuang plain said with a broad smile. Many people grinned from ear to ear. No one brought up leaving the divine palace. Futian settled down in the divine palace and planned to cultivate there for a while until the crisis passed. Futian was housed in one of the palaces. Two familiar faces came to visit him at the moment. They were Li Daozi and Li Sun, a pair of brothers who had conflicts with Futian in the past. Both Li Daozi and Li Sun were descendants of the divine Swordly family. The clan lord of the divine Swordly family fought desperately to help a few promising youngsters to escape and save their lives. These young people came to the divine palace, where the enemies couldn't hunt them anymore. Furthermore, the enemy's goal was never to wipe out the entire divine swordly family. Perhaps they felt it beneath them to exterminate the whole family. After all, they still cared about their reputation, and it was not beneficial for the Golden Divine Nation to rule the higher heavens realm later if they pushed too far. Futian was at a loss for words when he saw Li Daozi and Li Sun walking toward him. He didn't know how to console them. Despite their dispute in the past, Futian and the Li brothers also developed a friendship with each other. The brothers were pretty good cultivators back in the days. Futian certainly didn't hold grudges against them. "How are you doing?" Futian asked. "What can we do even if we're not doing well? We probably can't avenge the murder of our families in the future, let alone now." Li Daozi sighed to himself. Deep down, he knew that the Golden Divine Nation was not the only enemy. The top forces from the Divine Prefecture were also involved. Under such circumstances, how strong did they have to become in order to get even with their family's murderers? They felt crushed and disheartened at the thought of the slim chance of taking vengeance. "You don't sound like a swordsman in training. Swordsmanship values indomitable spirit and unquenchable hope. How can you abandon yourselves to despair just because the future is uncertain?" Futian continued, "Moreover, nothing is impossible in this world." Li Daozi and Li Sun nodded, yet their expressions were still gloomy. The tragedy that happened to their family was a huge blow for both of them. They were filled with anger and pain while felt completely powerless. "Thank you very much," Li Daozi expressed his appreciation. By staying in the Divine Palace, Futian showed to them that he was willing to support the Divine Palace wholeheartedly. Otherwise, it was hard to say if the Divine Palace could survive this calamity. "It's quite unnecessary if you meant to thank me for coming to the Divine Palace. I once cultivated in the ancestral lands of the Divine Palace after all," Futian replied with a smile. Li Daozi was stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly. Futian was right. Even Li Daozi had never entered the ancestral lands of the Divine Palace. Futian was virtually a descendant of the Divine Palace. "Let's talk about something else. Did the divine capital of Xiling intervene when your family was in trouble?" Futian asked. "Yes, they did." Li Daozi's eyes were ice-cold. He nodded and said, "Old Demon Luo was there himself. According to seniors in our family, the divine capital of Xiling was particularly keen and eager when Gaitsong invited all the forces to go to the Golden Divine Nation to discuss the strategy. The divine capital of Xiling probably set its heart on destroying the Divine Palace a long time ago." "You're right," Futian nodded and said. "Old Demon Luo wants to benefit from the chaos. He has to show his enthusiasm as he already picked a side. But it seems like Old Demon Luo forgot something." "What?" Li Sun asked. "His divine capital of Xiling doesn't have any legendary cultivator as well." Futian spoke slowly. "Besides, Old Demon Xiling may be cunning and despicable, but I'm not some kind-hearted person either." "Do you mean—" A strange look flashed across Li Sun's face. It looked as though he understood something from Futian's words. "Old Demon Luo is so full of himself. The divine capital of Xiling won't be able to see their future no matter how the situation changes in the coming times." A hint of hatred gleamed in Futian's eyes. He continued, "The divine capital of Xiling attacked the divine Swordly family for some made-up excuse, while they offended me for real back in the days. Not only that, they tried to kill me." Li Daozi and Li Sun exchanged a look and clenched their fists firmly. How could they not fully understand Futian's meaning by now? Futian wanted to attack the divine capital of Xiling in advance. He said he was not some kind-hearted person either. Lord Taixian was generous enough to let it go in the past. But it seems like Old Demon Luo himself is becoming forgetful too, Futian said in a low voice. "Let's go talk to the palace lord." "Good." Li Daozi nodded in agreement. Futian would practically take revenge for the divine Swordly family if he decided to strike the divine capital of Xiling first. Beyond that, it could also serve as a deterrent. Didn't the Golden Divine Nation slaughter the divine Swordly family as a means to deter the forces in the higher heavens realm? Now, Futian planned to return the favor. The divine capital of Shieling couldn't possibly know everything that happened in the divine palace. Cultivators who stayed in the divine palace at the moment were all willing to go through the trials and tribulations together with the divine palace. At this time, old demon Luo, back in the divine capital of Shieling, was still indulging himself in a daydream about carving up the higher heavens realm after their victory. Although old demon Luo knew that the golden divine nation always looked down upon the divine capital of Shieling because of the great disparity of power between them, he didn't mind at all as long as he could get a slice of the pie. All he needed to do was to follow the prevailing trend. Right now, the prevailing trend was to destroy the divine palace. He had no problem conforming to it. At the moment, many powerful cultivators were gathering in the old demon Shieling's palace in the divine capital of Shieling. All of them were key figures of the divine capital of Shieling. Father, wouldn't we live under their thumb if we leave for the golden divine nation like this? Luo Yuming, old demon Luo's son, asked. He didn't quite understand old demon Luo's decision. Do you think we wouldn't live under their thumb if we don't go? Old demon Luo glanced at his son and answered in a cold voice. We don't have a place in the current higher heavens realm anymore. All we can do right now is to fight for our survival. So what if we live under the roof of the golden divine nation? We can't complain too much when we side with them. They don't like the whining and grumbling. Nevertheless, you should still remember to cultivate studiously. The future of the divine capital is still on your shoulders. If that's the case, why should we go? Luo Yuming continued to ask. The situation nowadays hasn't sharply deteriorated yet. Can you guarantee the divine palace won't charge at us as soon as the war between them and the golden divine nation breaks out? Old demon Luo said, it's a delicate situation right now. The golden divine nation hasn't made it clear that they're after the divine palace, but everyone understands what they have in mind. Apparently, the divine palace knows it too since they are evacuating their disciples already. The divine capital of Shieling will not be safe anymore once the golden divine nation brings its intention into the open. Who can make sure that the divine palace won't launch a desperate counterattack and take us out first? Old demon Luo obviously had been making long-term plans. Nonetheless, he was only taking preventive measures. In his mind, the divine palace was so magnanimous that they probably wouldn't attack the divine capital of Shieling even after the golden divine nation declared war against them, let alone beforehand. Having said that, he still decided to leave for their safety in case anything should happen. Just now, old demon Luo raised his head and looked at the sky. A brilliant golden light shone from the sky where a man came into sight like a god. He was from the golden divine nation. Old demon Luo stared into the void and wondered, why did someone from the golden divine nation come to the divine capital of Shieling right now? Yi Futian went to the Shangxiao divine palace and is going to cultivate in the divine palace, the incoming person said loudly. There was a major power of the great path of space fluctuating in the Shangxiao divine palace before I came here. I'm afraid that the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy just arrived at the Shangxiao divine palace. You should be careful. Old demon Luo frowned slightly upon hearing the news. Yi Futian already went to the divine palace? It looked like Yi Futian was going to intervene in the conflict directly. In addition, Yi Futian and other cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy indeed posed a serious threat to the divine capital of Shieling. Apparently, he made the right decision. They had to evacuate for now. Let's go, old demon Luo ordered forcefully. Before his voice faded away, however, they heard someone from far away speaking. Old demon Luo, where are you going? Old demon Luo's face stiffened. He sensed that a lot of powerful cultivators were coming to the divine capital of Shieling one after the other. The overwhelming might of the great path pressed down upon them from the sky. In an instant, a large group of people appeared and stood in different directions in midair. The person who spoke was Lord Taixian. Old demon Luo's expression grew somber immediately. He looked at Lord Taixian and asked coldly, we're honored by your presence. What can we do for you? You led the cultivators of the divine capital of Shieling and made a sneak attack on me in the Taixian mountain on the day when I achieved the breakthrough. Do you remember it? Lord Taixian asked in a resounding voice. Old demon Luo remembered it, of course. He thought Lord Taixian let it out of account since it had been so long ago. and Lord Taixian never brought it up. Lord Taixian indeed had no intention of fussing about it before, but he came to the divine capital of Xiling and raked up the past again. Both Lord Taixian and old demon Luo understood it was only an excuse, yet it was a lethal one. Lord Taixian was not the only one who came to the divine capital of Xiling on this day. Many extraordinary cultivators from the heavenly mandate realm were here, including several demon lords of the Demon God clan and people from the Shao clan and the Dou tribe. They obviously assembled such a lineup to demolish the divine capital of Xiling. Countless people on the ground raised their heads to look at the sky, hearts pounding in their chests. Did Lord Taixian come here to collect the debt? What about the others? I have never met the rest of you, right? Old demon Luo glanced at them and asked, "You probably remember me." Futian sat on a giant pong bird in the sky, looked at old demon Luo, and said, "The divine capital of Xiling tried multiple times to take my life. All of these people are here to demand an explanation on my behalf." Lord Taixian, the divine capital of Xiling, is currently an ally of the Golden Divine Nation. Furthermore, the forces in the higher heavens realm have formed an alliance to deal with the trouble from the outer realms. I hope Lord Taixian not to intervene in the affairs of the higher heavens realm, said the cultivator from the Golden Divine Nation. Is the Golden Divine Nation telling me that I'm not allowed to hold old demon Luo accountable for attempting to kill me in the past? Lord Taixian cast a quick look at the cultivator from the Golden Divine Nation and said, "This matter doesn't concern you. Of course, it's your decision if you want to help the divine capital of Xiling because you consider them your ally. You and I will be enemies going forward." The cultivator from the Golden Divine Nation looked exceptionally grim. "I haven't mentioned how the Golden Divine Nation attempted to assassinate me. I advise you not to involve yourself in our grudge against the divine capital of Xiling," said Futian. They had enough reasons to attack the divine capital of Xiling. If the divine capital of Xiling could slaughter the divine Swordly family, why couldn't Futian and Lord Taixian exterminate the divine capital of Xiling as a deterrence? Besides, Futian had been upset at the divine capital of Xiling for a long time. This was an excellent opportunity to wipe them off the map and preclude the possibility of any future trouble. The battle of the Taixian Mountain is not over yet. Old demon Luo, let me see if you have made any progress since then. Lord Taixian stepped forward as his terrifying energy permeated the air. The cultivator from the Golden Divine Nation was here alone and couldn't change the dynamic at all. On top of that, he vaguely sensed that someone else as powerful as Lord Taixian was nearby as well. He was not capable enough to locate the mysterious person exactly. It meant that the Golden Divine Nation probably couldn't control the situation or affect the results even if they sent more cultivators to the divine capital of Xiling on this day. Futian led a large group of people and rushed here out of the blue with the intention to wipe out the entire divine capital of Xiling and leave no one to cause trouble later on. It was no different from what the Golden Divine Nation did to the divine Swordly family. Besides, Futian and Lord Taixian had legitimate excuses to attack the divine capital of Xiling. Bang! Old demon Luo suddenly sprang up and made a run for it. Plumes of demon chi billowed and enshrouded his body. No one expected that old demon Luo would run away straight away without concern for his offspring and people living in the divine capital of Xiling. It was obvious that old demon Luo also realized that the adversary came to the divine capital of Xiling fully prepared. The enemy was composed of some of the best cultivators and was far superior to the divine capital of Xiling. Old demon Luo couldn't withstand a single blow and had no choice but to run off. He had to harden his heart and make a painful decision since he would only have a chance to avenge if he made it out alive. He only blamed himself for being one step behind. He didn't expect that the divine palace would stand back and let people from the heavenly mandate realm attack the divine capital of Xiling first. "Old demon Luo, where are you going?" Lord Taixian said. His voice reverberated around the boundless void. All of a sudden, millions of string materialized in a crisscross pattern and blotted out the sun. At the moment, everyone felt that the space world transformed into an absolute space. All the cultivators in the divine capital of Xiling raised their heads and saw the inescapable strings of the great path. Each string was as sharp as a sword. Absolute control. Yi Futian glanced at their surroundings, which seemed to have become Lord Taishuan's space of the Great Path. Yi Futian activated the absolute control. The millions of string vibrated, and the sword will roared, like a terrifying storm pouncing on the plumes of demon qi. Yi Futian's body also vanished from sight. He chased after the dark demon qi, desperately trying to flee. Yi Futian didn't want to make a fuss in the past. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to kill old demon Luo, who stirred up troubles again and again. All the cultivators in the divine capital of Xiling, who felt the overwhelming might, were trembling with fear. In the meantime, other cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy looked out on the divine capital of Xiling with murderous intent. "Go ahead," said Yi Futian. The cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy stepped down, immediately following Yi Futian's order. The formidable energy of the Great Path of Destruction engulfed the divine capital. The Heavenly Mandate Academy had given the divine capital of Xiling so many chances in the past. They might not keep account of the wrongdoings in former times if the divine capital of Xiling behaved themselves. Nonetheless, the divine capital of Xiling was eager to pick a side and made a vain attempt to reap the benefits of the chaos. They sought connections with the Golden Divine Nation and forces from the outer realms to gang up on the Divine Palace. Since that was the case, the Heavenly Mandate Academy might as well obliterate the divine capital of Xiling. "Retreat!" One of the cultivators of the divine capital of Xiling shouted. What could they possibly do in such a situation? They couldn't win this fight. Even old demon Luo took flight himself. To beat a hasty retreat was the only choice they had left. There would always be hope as long as they could survive. Retreat? The cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate realm sneered. Where did these people think they could go? Buzz. A frightening and scorching storm of fire blazed down. Countless sun god swords fell straight from the sky. Divine fire burned in the void and incinerated anyone who was pierced by the swords. The divine elephant emperor transformed into a gigantic divine elephant and stomped toward the ancient and magnificent palaces in the divine capital of Xiling. With the might of the Great Path enveloped the city as thundering noise filled the air. Everyone felt like their power had been subdued, and their movement had been slowed down. The people on the Heavenly Mandate Academy side were all extraordinary cultivators and authority figures in the Heavenly Mandate realm. Although they might not be a match for old demon Luo, they were more than capable of dealing with other people in the divine capital of Xiling. Lord Taishuan could handle old demon Luo. Their goal was to kill old demon Luo and top Renwangs in the divine capital of Xiling. This was a battle without suspense. The ancient buildings in the divine capital collapsed into gentle ruin one by one. Countless people were running through the wreckage, shrieking and crying in fear. Nonetheless, the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy didn't chase after anyone who hadn't reached the Renhuang Plain. Other people watched the battle from a distance and thought to themselves, this is the end of the divine capital of Xiling. The messenger from the Golden Divine Nation also knew that the divine capital of Xiling was finished. He was incapable of saving the overall situation. This day was the doomsday of the divine capital of Xiling. Following the divine Swordly family, another top force was exterminated. The only difference was that the Golden Divine Nation slaughtered the divine Swordly family while Yi Futian destroyed the divine capital of Xiling. He darted a glance at Yi Futian. A look of fear flashed in his golden eyes. Yes, it was fear. After Yi Futian reached the Renhuang Plain, he established the Heavenly Mandate Academy and formed a strong alliance. Then he charged at the Shen clan and forced them to hand over the people he wanted. As a lower Renhuang, he demonstrated tremendous talents and courage. Based on his attack on the divine capital of Xiling this time, it was obvious that he was different from the old fogies in the divine palace. He was anything but tender-hearted, even though he was willing to go to war for a young girl. On the contrary, he was so ruthless that he had no scruples about wiping out the divine capital of Xiling before the Golden Divine Nation made a move on the divine palace. Yi Futian could overturn the entire 9 realms if not for being limited by his strength at this time. The Golden Divine Nation would definitely become a target of Yi Futian's. This kind of person would become an incredible threat to the Golden Divine Nation in the future. No wonder Gai Qiong said they should take Yi Futian out as soon as possible since they didn't turn out to be friends. Nevertheless, Futian didn't look at the cultivator from the Golden Divine Nation. His eyes fixed on the battlefield when the cultivator from the Golden Divine Nation turned around and left. The divine capital of Shieling offended Futian many times in the past, yet he let those misdeeds slide. Still and all, he came to completely destroy the divine capital of Shieling the moment he got a chance. The cultivator from the Golden Divine Nation couldn't help but think if Futian would do the same to the Golden Divine Nation when he had the opportunity one day. Bang! The Dragon Master punched a master cultivator of the divine capital of Shieling with a loud thump. Bearing the frightening power of the dragon god, the master cultivator's body cracked and blew up abruptly. A similar scene happened across the battlefield. Meanwhile, two people came into sight in the sky. As high up as they were, their figures were still vaguely visible from the ground. Many people raised their heads to look at them. Covered in blood, Old Demon Luo was in a sorry state. The musical note of the Reaper made Old Demon Luo despair. His clothes were stained with blood, and his once domineering body was tied up with the strings of the Great Path. He who perpetrates unjust acts is doomed to destruction. I will send you to your grave today, said Lord Taishian. He stretched out his hand and pointed at Old Demon Luo's direction. People watched everything in the sky vanish like smoke following Lord Taishuan's motion. The Great Path was disrupted and destroyed everything. Even space was twisted by the energy. Old Demon Luo roared with rage, unwilling to give up, but his body contorted, and he slowly dissolved into thin air. Lots of people who were watching this were left aghast. Old Demon Luo was quite influential in the higher heavens realm for many years. Was he killed just now? Old Demon Luo's body soon crumbled little by little under their watch. It seemed like the entire space was disintegrating. Before long, Old Demon Luo disappeared completely, buried under the void. The cultivators of the divine capital of Shieling grew more and more despondent and sorrowful. They never thought such tragedy would befall them. The divine capital of Shieling was a top force thriving in the higher heavens realm for so long. How could it end like this? It only took one battle. From now on, the divine capital of Shieling became history. The battle continued, but not for too long. After a while, people from the heavenly mandate realm took a brief look at the ruins on the ground, then turned around and left. Onlookers in the distance flew to the divine capital of Shieling after the army of the heavenly mandate academy was gone. They stood on the remains and felt desolate and bereft. Even a top force could be obliterated in next to no time. What was the purpose of cultivation after all? What was the point of their existence? Many people were pessimistic and skeptical about the future upon seeing the ultimate defeat of a top force. The divine capital of Shieling was one of the best forces. When could the ordinary cultivators reach their level? Perhaps they would never get that far. Yet they might still be annihilated just the same even if they became as strong as the divine capital of Shieling someday, unless they could advance to the highest level. Of course, there were also some people who began to look for treasures in the ruins rather than being sentimental. All they could see were opportunities. An age of unrest brought forth great heroes. Another group of influential figures would emerge in the newly changed world. Some people rose, some people fell. The news about the massacre in the divine capital of Shieling spread throughout the higher heavens realm and shocked every force in no time. The Golden Divine Nation was certainly the first one to receive the news. Raving mad, they understood that the Heavenly Mandate Academy destroyed the divine capital of Shieling for the sake of the Golden Divine Nation, same as how the Golden Divine Nation slaughtered the Divine Swordly family with the Divine Palace in mind. The destruction of the divine capital of Shieling indicated that the Heavenly Mandate Academy officially entered the game in the higher heavens realm. Moreover, they joined hands with the Divine Palace. It was difficult to predict who could last till the end. The group stuck in the middle were put in an even stickier situation. The Sky-Burying God clan and the Changfeng clan were in a constant state of anxiety. They could be wiped out no matter which side they chose. Despite being the top forces in the higher heavens realm, they sadly discovered that they were nothing more than cannon fodder in the game between the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the Golden Divine Nation. They were on the horns of a dilemma with no ability to control their own fate. It was undoubtedly a cruel situation for them to be in. Even so, they had to make a decision. The Golden Divine Nation was pushing them, and the Heavenly Mandate Academy was warning them as well. Before long, the Golden Divine Nation released an announcement that said the Heavenly Mandate Academy was cruel and evil in spite of being a place that was supposed to impart knowledge. They meddled in the internal affairs of the higher heavens realm, sabotaged the alliance within the higher heavens realm in troubled times, exterminated the divine capital of Shieling, and even slaughtered many innocent people. The Heavenly Mandate Academy didn't deserve to instruct and guide cultivators. In the meantime, as the holy land of the higher heavens realm, the divine palace was trusted by countless people. However, not only did the divine palace silently condone the crime of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, but they also allowed Futian of the Heavenly Mandate Academy to cultivate in the divine palace, aiding and abetting the evildoer. The announcement of the Golden Divine Nation spread through the higher heavens realm. In a word, they accused the Heavenly Mandate Academy of taking advantage of their power to bully and encroach on the higher heavens realm. Shangxiao Divine Palace, on the other hand, already betrayed the higher heavens realm and acted in collusion with the Heavenly Mandate Academy. They intended to overturn the entire higher heavens realm and preside over all the forces. Neither place was worthy of the reputation as the holy land of knowledge. Such an argument was untenable after the minimum amount of deliberation. After all, the Golden Divine Nation wiped out the Divine Swordly family only days ago. It might be reasonable for other people to criticize the Heavenly Mandate Academy. For the Golden Divine Nation, however, it was the pot calling the kettle black. At the end of the day, this was a contest between the Golden Divine Nation and the Divine Palace. The Golden Divine Nation only made this statement so they would have an excuse to attack the Divine Palace in the future. As for the destruction of the divine capital of Shieling, the Golden Divine Nation probably didn't care at all. The situation in the higher heavens realm became more volatile after this incident. The obliteration of two top forces completely changed the structure and landscape of the higher heavens realm. Right now, the Divine Palace and the Golden Divine Nation were scrambling for domination of the higher heavens realm. Furthermore, both of them were supported by other power groups. The Divine Palace was backed by the Heavenly Mandate Academy and its allies, and the Golden Divine Nation aligned themselves with the forces from the outer realms. At the moment, a group of people was having a discussion in an ancient palace in the Golden Divine Nation. Gaitsong, the sovereign of the Golden Divine Nation, and his elder brother Gaiqiong were among them. Apparently, it was a high-level meeting. Besides, several other people in the group were no less prominent than Gaitsong and Gaiqiong. You have heard about what happened in the divine capital of Shieling. The Heavenly Mandate Academy already stretched their hands from the Heavenly Mandate realm all the way to us. The Golden Divine Nation alone can't possibly beat the Divine Palace. Therefore, we need to ask for your help. Gaiqiong looked around the room and said. The cultivators inside the palace were all convincingly strong, even though they weren't releasing any energy. They came from forces in the Divine Prefecture. Although other top forces from outside of the Divine Prefecture also entered the Void Realm, Gaiqiong was a subordinate of the Great Emperor and couldn't collaborate with them. He had to show due respect to the Great Emperor. The representatives from the Holy Land of Taichu were also among the group. The white-robed old man from the Holy Land of Taichu sat in the room quietly and was immersed in thought after hearing Gaiqiong's request. No stranger to the power of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, people from the Holy Land of Taichu met too many excellent cultivators when they were at the academy. Therefore, the white-robed old man already knew that the Golden Divine Nation couldn't conquer the Divine Palace by themselves. The Heavenly Mandate Academy and its allies were too strong to be threatened by the Golden Divine Nation. Thus, it sounded like the Golden Divine Nation was asking the Holy Land of Taichu to send in reinforcement. As a top force in the Divine Prefecture, the Holy Land of Taichu only deployed a small team to the Void Realm. Their main force was still in the Divine Prefecture. Obviously, Gaiqiong was inciting them to dispatch more troops. How much power do the Heavenly Mandate Academy and their alliance have nowadays? Someone asked. They have quite some people in the fake Imperial Realm, said Gaitsong. Fake Imperial Realm? The white-robed old man from the Holy Land of Taichu sneered. There is no such thing as the fake Imperial Realm. Those who have flawed great paths could never achieve supremacy. Their so-called breakthrough to the Runhuang Plain is nothing but a pretense of going astray. They don't have the chance to set it right, and they are not qualified to be named emperors. Even calling them fake emperors is an overstatement. It's only a form of address. How many cultivators in the world could remain a perfect divine wheel? Most people will reach their limits there, Gaitsong continued to say. Let's move on and talk more about the capability of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Gaiqiong rubbed his lips and said from the side, the Heavenly Mandate Academy has Lord Taixian. The Divine Palace has one master cultivator out front, but as far as I know, they have another one at the same level behind the scenes. Additionally, among their allies, the Dou tribe, the Yuanyang clan, the Shao clan, and the Nantian Divine Kingdom each have master cultivators like Lord Taixian. Emperor Nan is especially powerful. I'm not sure if he will get himself involved in the conflict, but we need to take precautions either way. Gaiqiong counted the groups one by one. These were the best cultivators who possessed tremendous power of destruction. Lord Taixian single-handedly killed old demon Luo of the divine capital of Xiling days before. They have so many formidable cultivators. Yet the Golden Divine Nation only has my brother and me. Therefore, we have to rely on you. Gaitsong suddenly became modest and humble. He knew how to use different tones on different occasions. It was not easy for these top forces to establish themselves in the lower worlds. The cultivators in the room were silent for a while. The Holy Land of Taichu was not happy with the situation. As the Holy Land of the Divine Prefecture, they had trained so many extraordinary cultivators. Countless people begged to study at the Holy Land of Taichu. Nevertheless, they struggled to gain a foothold in the lower worlds and had suffered a great loss not too long ago. From their perspective, people should express gratitude to the Holy Land of Taichu for creating an academy in the lower worlds. They had to leave the Heavenly Mandate Realm after the last attempt failed. It was frustrating that the evil Heavenly Mandate Academy was still disrupting their plans since they moved to the Higher Heavens Realm. Somehow they couldn't get around the Heavenly Mandate Academy. However, they would have a hard time reporting back if they couldn't secure a place in the lower worlds. Of course, this thing is over for you if you decide to give up. I will have to think of some other way, said Gaiqiong. Should they give up? They picked the Higher Heavens Realm for a reason. Were they going to leave the Higher Heavens Realm now? The Holy Land of Taichu, in particular, was in an awkward situation. They came to the Higher Heavens Realm from the Heavenly Mandate Realm. How could they leave again? Let us think about this carefully, the white-robed man said. Gaiqiong and Gaitsong nodded, said, feel free to make your own decision. Anyhow, Futian is such an arrogant and disruptive person. He has poked his nose into our business. It seems that he wants to dominate the Higher Heavens Realm after controlling the Heavenly Mandate Realm. What an ambitious man. The group in the room dispersed shortly afterward. Gaiqiong and Gaitsong didn't look pleased. Although they were allies in name, they all had different agendas in mind. If these people decide to pursue this earnestly, it doesn't matter how much help the Heavenly Mandate Academy receives, Gaiqiong said in a calm voice. He came back from the Divine Prefecture and had a good understanding of the forces there. His goal was to stir up a conflict between the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the groups from the Divine Prefecture. After all, Futian had to be nipped in the bud, considering his intimidating talents and influence. The Golden Divine Nation needed to learn from the mistake of the divine capital of Xiling. The Divine Palace was also making preparations. The entire Higher Heavens Realm was a tinderbox right now. Cultivators from other realms also came to the Higher Heavens Realm at this time. For instance, the Solar Divine Palace in the Solar Realm and the Shun clan both sent cultivators to the Divine Palace. The Solar Divine Palace reigned over the Solar Realm while other forces obeyed them dutifully. Since the situation in the Solar Realm was stabilized already, they started to cast their eyes on other realms. The Higher Heavens Realm seemed to be quite lively and eventful. At the moment, a team of cultivators was riding the Divine Sun birds. Among them, a handsome young man of regal bearing stood by himself while holding his hands behind his back. He was showered in divine flames and gave a brilliant light. This young man was Diwu. However, Diwu had become stronger than before. He went through the baptism of the divine light of the sun and reached the peak of his strength. For that reason, Diwu remained a look of haughty disdain as he rode through the higher heavens realm. Are there divine items in the ancestral lands of the divine palace for real? Diwu asked. Of course, the senior cultivator of the solar divine palace replied. Just like the secret zones of our solar divine palace, the golden divine nation wants to attack the divine palace exactly because of that. Nonetheless, Futian is cultivating in the divine palace right now. He scared off many people in the higher heavens realm. Futian, Diwu muttered under his breath. He had heard the name of this legendary peer too many times in recent days. Diwu, the baptism dramatically enhanced your ability. The divine light of the sun is also brighter. You should be able to defeat Futian now, said the cultivator from the solar divine palace. Obtain the divine item in the ancestral lands of the divine palace if you have a chance. It might be beneficial to cultivation. A beam of divine light of the sun shot from Diwu's piercing eyes. He was not the same he was before. He had to admit in the past that he was not quite a match for Futian. But now he was confident that he could win a victory over Futian. He had transformed indeed. He planned to go to the upper worlds and cultivate in the Sun God Mountain in the Divine Prefecture when the turmoil in the Void Realm was over. He didn't belong here, and he wondered if Futian would be able to transcend the Void Realm as well. The higher heavens realm appeared to be relatively calm in the following days. No major conflict had erupted. However, the rumor about the fight between the Golden Divine Nation and the Divine Palace over the dominance of the higher heavens realm kept spreading around, as if every single person in the higher heavens realm knew that the two top forces would have a fierce battle soon. The Golden Divine Nation was an ancient country with a long history and rich heritage. They even had someone cultivating under Donghuang the Great Emperor. The Shangxiao Divine Palace, on the other hand, was the holy land of the higher heavens realm for imparting knowledge to cultivators. To some extent, many people were leaning toward the Shangxiao Divine Palace. After all, the Shangxiao Divine Palace had maintained a pristine reputation for many years and had raised many excellent cultivators. They even provided chances every few years for cultivators to prove their paths. Some disciples who cultivated in the Divine Palace in the past were also ready to go back and fight for the Divine Palace. Although they might not be consequential in a high-level battle like this, they could at least do their utmost and prove their mindfulness of the path without feeling regretful in the future. Many of them owed a debt of gratitude to the Divine Palace for their guidance on cultivation and would love to lend a hand when the Divine Palace was in trouble. The tension between the Golden Divine Nation and the Divine Palace not only piqued the interest of people in the higher heavens realm but also attracted cultivators to come from other realms. This was another event that drew the attention of the entire 9 realms ever since the battle between the Holy Land of Taichu and the Heavenly Mandate Academy. It bore upon the future landscape and control of the higher heavens realm. Several realms among the 9 realms were already settled. The rest of the realms would go through rounds of reshuffle one after the other. 2 top forces, the Divine Swordly family and the Divine Capital of Shieling, were destroyed during this reorganization of the higher heavens realm. Although the Shangxiao Divine Palace had a better reputation in the higher heavens realm, more forces in the 9 realms hoped that the Golden Divine Nation could win this fight. The reason was simple. The Heavenly Mandate realm was once the least significant in the 9 realms. However, ever since Futian established the Heavenly Mandate Academy, the Heavenly Mandate realm started to form an alliance with other top forces. The rise of the Hell's army only bound them together more tightly. Even the Nantian Divine Kingdom now joined hands with them. Other realms had lost their dominance over the Heavenly Mandate realm. Under such circumstances, some groups in the 9 realms didn't want the Heavenly Mandate Academy to keep growing. The Divine Palace was one of the allies of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. What kind of a situation would it create if the alliance harnessed more power? The control of the higher heavens realm would fall in their hands. By that time, 2 realms of the 9 supreme imperial realms, both the higher heavens realm and the Heavenly Mandate realm, would be dominated by the alliance. Would they continue to expand their influence to other realms following that? People shouldn't forget that 2 groups in the Ziwei realm, the Dou tribe and the clan of the 7 Slayers, also sided with the Heavenly Mandate Academy. If these 2 groups fought for the control of the Ziwei realm, the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the Divine Palace certainly would support them. Wouldn't the Ziwei realm fall in their hands again? The Central Emperor realm also had three groups that aligned themselves with the Heavenly Mandate Academy. They comprised one-third of the forces in the Central Emperor realm. If this went on, the alliance led by the Heavenly Mandate Academy would quickly snowball and grow stronger and stronger, who in the 9 supreme imperial realms could serve as a counterbalance to their influence when that happened. No single group could keep them in check. If the power balance were lost, the entire 9 realms would have to obey the orders of the Heavenly Mandate Academy in the future. It was obvious that many people didn't want to see this happen, especially the forces that were already antagonistic to Futian and the Heavenly Mandate Academy. For example, the Shun clan would be the first to jump out and protest. Therefore, the Shun clan also sent a quite impressive team of cultivators to the Higher Heavens realm. They didn't mind getting their hands dirty at such a crucial moment. The Higher Heavens realm seemed calm to all appearances, yet a deep undercurrent was surging underneath the surface. Right now, the cultivators from the Shin clan in the Central Emperor realm were meeting with the Golden Divine Nation in the Higher Heavens realm. The cultivators from the Shin clan left the Golden Divine Nation after the meeting. A team of powerful people was flying in the air. Shin Gao, the master cultivator who came back from the Divine Prefecture, was holding his hands behind his back. Shun Ji, the chief elder of the Shin clan, and other cultivators were right next to him. We should have killed Yi Futian at all costs back in the days if we had known that the Heavenly Mandate Academy would expand so rapidly, the chief elder Shenji said in a cold and menacing voice. You only realize that now? Shin Gao shot a scathing glance at Shenji and said, Yi Futian turned the Shun clan upside down and put us under siege when he newly entered the Renhuang Plain. Nowadays, even the Golden Divine Nation is not capable enough to kill him anymore. They have to rely on the help from the Divine Prefecture. If we wait for a couple of years until he becomes full-fledged, even the Shin clan might not be able to take him out with ease. So, should we intervene this time? Shinji asked. Of course. How much longer do you want to wait if not now? A cold look flashed in Shun Gao's eyes. He continued, We wouldn't go through this kind of trouble if you recruited him for our use in the past. It's a pity that we didn't take such a talented man in our employ. Nevertheless, since the matter has developed to this stage, we have to kill him as soon as possible. Shin Gao was a highly capable man with extraordinary boldness and swift decisiveness. He remembered that the Heavenly Mandate Academy and Yi Futian got away unscathed when the Dark Army struck them. A major conflict was resolved easily. The Holy Land of Taichu didn't conquer the Heavenly Mandate Academy either. This type of opportunity probably would be rarer in the future. The Shun clan had to take action soon. It would only be more and more difficult if they didn't kill Yi Futian now. However, if the war breaks out this time, the Heavenly Mandate Academy will have to face the Golden Divine Nation and some other forces from the Divine Prefecture first. As a result, we don't need to get ourselves involved if not necessary. Although Yi Futian is a young cultivator who is still in a lower plane, he is the soul of this alliance. They would launch a ferocious counterattack if he was killed. We shouldn't submit ourselves to that. Nevertheless, the alliance would disintegrate shortly after that. It was born because of Yi Futian, and it's only natural for it to die with him, said Shin Gao. He certainly realized that many groups joined the alliance only because Yi Futian was the key figure. They would attack in response fiercely if Yi Futian were killed, but the alliance would definitely crumble not long after that. Because no one as influential as Yi Futian would emerge again to unify these groups. Yu Shang might be very strong, but he was not the same kind of person as Yi Futian. He was more like a lonely, devilish soldier who was destined to become the sharpest spear. God knows who trained him. Their different personalities determine their different positions and niches in life. Yu Shang would most surely become an unconquerable war god in the future. Even so, he might not be a charismatic leader, at least not the leader of an army of insurgents. Yes, Shunji nodded. The cultivators from the Shen clan standing behind him were all somber and solemn. It seemed like they were serious about killing Yi Futian this time. The Shen clan was going to get involved in this storm. Shin Gao came back from the Divine Prefecture. It was apparent that he held Yi Futian in high esteem. Nevertheless, his praises and appreciation for Yi Futian didn't discourage him from killing Yi Futian. The more admiration Shan Gao expressed for Yi Futian, the more he wished for Yi Futian's death. It was only because they stood on different sides. Xingao had to eliminate Yi Futian now if he wanted to secure the future of the Xin clan. Yi Futian was already extremely influential in the Void Realm at present. Xingao was afraid that Yi Futian would become a dire threat to the survival of the Xin clan in a few years before he even reached the peak Renhuang Plain. The Shangxiao Divine Palace towered in the Sea of the Path. Ordinary cultivators might not be able to find its location, but it was a challenge for the master cultivators. A man was rowing a small boat in the boundless Sea of the Path at the moment. He was bathed in divine golden light, and the small boat looked like a bolt of golden lightning. While he was drifting unhurriedly in the Sea of the Path, an imposing city gradually came into his sight in the distance. The man stepped out of the boat and walked to the divine palace. Several people hurried toward him and blocked his way. They were all extraordinary cultivators. "Who are you?" One of the men who stopped him shouted. "I'm an envoy of the Golden Divine Nation, here to visit the divine palace," the man answered. His sonorous voice reverberated throughout the void. Many cultivators in the divine palace in the distance could hear him. The guards who stopped him were a little hesitant. Then they heard an order coming from the palace. "Come in." The cultivator from the Golden Divine Nation immediately stepped ahead and came to the central area of the divine palace. A lot of people appeared in front of an ancient hall and stared at the incoming man. The envoy was a high-level Renhuang and enjoyed a special status back in the Golden Divine Nation. In a stately manner, he spoke, "I come to visit the divine palace as my sovereign ordered. May I meet with the palace lord?" "The palace lord is not available at the moment. You may speak freely with us," a master cultivator in the divine palace answered. Did the Golden Divine Nation believe a random envoy could have a meeting with the palace lord so easily? The divine palace certainly didn't have much consideration for the Golden Divine Nation since they were on the opposite sides now. "All right." The cultivator from the Golden Divine Nation nodded and said, "The 9 realms are in turmoil right now. Our higher heavens realm should unite as one. The divine palace is the holy land of the higher heavens realm and should shoulder more responsibilities. People from the heavenly mandate realm destroyed a top force in our realm. No matter what excuse they used, we hope the divine palace could draw a clear line of demarcation. Besides, there are divine items in the ancestral lands of the divine palace that can help people develop perfect divine wheels and become remarkable cultivators. We would like to encourage the divine palace to step forward in times of crisis and generously allow the talented cultivators in the higher heavens realm to enter the ancestral lands. It can better prepare the higher heavens realm for any changes that may happen in the future." People in the divine palace gave the envoy a stern look after hearing what he had to say. They probably would punch him right away if not for diplomatic decorum. The Golden Divine Nation was truly audacious. They didn't mention how they wiped out the divine Swordly family, yet they dared to ask the divine palace to separate themselves from the heavenly mandate realm. Wouldn't the divine palace be trampled upon by the Golden Divine Nation at will if they did what they asked? Furthermore, they wished to use the divine palace's resources to rope people in. They asked the divine palace to open the ancestral lands so everyone could cultivate inside, since every cultivator wanted the best opportunities they could get. However, people in the divine palace knew that it was useless for ordinary cultivators to enter the ancestral lands. They might develop the divine wheels only if they could pass the test in the ancestral lands. But the public wasn't aware of that. Some people would surely have fanciful notions if they learned they could get in the ancestral lands. The Golden Divine Nation was so despicable to exploit such mentality. F***CK off. The head of the divine palace uttered 2 words without any pretense at politeness. He was already being polite, as he hadn't smacked him in the face. The Golden Divine Nation didn't need to look for excuses to start a war. Chapter 1786. The enemy is bearing down. The envoy of the Golden Divine Nation left. He only came to deliver a message. As the Divine Palace expected, the Golden Divine Palace was only looking for an excuse. They had to find a reason to attack the preaching holy land of the higher heavens realm, as ridiculous as the reason might be. The cold and disdainful look remained on the faces of cultivators in the divine palace even after the envoy of the Golden Divine Nation left. "Looks like they are ready to make a move," one of the Renhuangs said. Other people nodded in agreement. Let's all be prepared, the senior cultivator in the divine palace said. Futian also came to the crowd. He gazed into the distance. Allegedly, many forces in the 9 realms have sent people here. I wonder which groups the Golden Divine Nation roped in, Futian muttered in a low voice. And the forces in the Divine Prefecture. Who else did they win over beside the Holy Land of Taichu? The Divine Palace didn't have much knowledge about the forces in the Divine Prefecture. Even so, Futian could sense that other groups in the Divine Prefecture also participated in the plan of the Golden Divine Palace. They wanted to carve the higher heavens realm up like a pie. Additionally, Futian presumed that the Golden Divine Nation would never give up the opportunity to court the cultivators who were sent here by other forces in the 9 realms, especially those who opposed Futian, such as the Shen clan. The Shen clan had deep animosity toward Futian in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. If Futian could think of this connection, the Golden Divine Nation certainly could as well. For that reason, Futian was not absolutely confident, although the alliance was very strong. He still couldn't figure out who his opponents were or how powerful they were. However, he had to take up the gauntlet no matter what happened. He had no choice but to launch an all-out effort since the Divine Palace was his ally. Otherwise, there was no point in having an alliance. The crowd slowly gathered in the coastal city by the Sea of the Path. Many cultivators flocked together, just like when Futian was here to open the secret zones of the Divine Palace. There might even be more people this time. The last time was about the secret zones, a contest of talents among the younger generation. It was also an entrance exam for being admitted to the Divine Palace and an occasion of great festivity. This time, however, was a serious matter in the 9 realms. This battle would have a profound and lasting influence and might even determine the future landscape of the 9 realms. This was a fight about the outlook and the prospective ruler of the higher heavens realm. It was not hard to guess how many cultivators would pay close attention to the situation. The majority of the people who came here this time was quite accomplished, including almost all of the Renhuangs in the higher heavens realm. They stayed in taverns and inns by the Sea of the Path. The beach by the Sea of the Path had been bustling and lively these days. Any random person could be a formidable cultivator in the Renhuang Plain. One might well imagine the considerable amount of powerful people who gathered here. Many people gaze into the Sea of the Path and the distant horizon. They wondered about the destiny of the Divine Palace and what the likely future of the higher heavens realm was. The Golden Divine Nation had released more statements by now. They claimed that the Divine Palace not only didn't fulfill their duties as the preaching holy land of the higher heavens realm in times of crisis, but they also betrayed the higher heavens realm and allowed people from the heavenly mandate realm to exterminate the divine capital of Shieling by aiding, abetting, and harboring the culprit. On top of that, they refused to open the ancestral lands and intended to move it to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. In a word, the Golden Divine Nation made up a list of charges, as if the Shangxiao Divine Palace was no longer the holy land of the higher heavens realm, but a hypocritical group that angeled for fame and a traitor that disregarded the interest of the higher heavens realm. It was easy to assume that the next step of the Golden Divine Nation was to replace the Shangxiao Divine Palace as the holy land of the higher heavens realm. People living in the higher heavens realm certainly saw through this plan. Thus, they all waited for the events to unfold by the Sea of the Path. As time went by, cultivators from other forces in the 9 realms arrived at the coastal city by the Sea of the Path at a continually increasing rate. However, it was hard to identify them one by one since they blended into the crowd. On this day, a group of people was strolling on the beach by the Sea of the Path. One person gazed into the sea and said, "There are more and more people here. I'm afraid that the Golden Divine Nation will be here sometime soon. They're waiting." It's impossible for the Golden Divine Nation to single-handedly defeat the alliance formed by the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Consequently, they have to seek help from others. The groups in the 9 realms each have their own plans and wants a slice of pie for themselves. Not many forces can join hands with the Golden Divine Nation for real. Besides, they might not be capable enough to beat the Divine Palace to begin with. That being so, the Golden Divine Nation probably has been waiting all this time. Waiting? A young man surrounded by the divine beams of flame asked. Yes, The senior cultivator nodded and said to him, "They're waiting for the forces in the divine prefecture to muster the troops." Gai Qiong served under the great emperor. How could he not know how to utilize the power of the divine prefecture in the upper worlds? You also said that the golden divine nation harbors deep enmity toward Yi Futian. It's only normal for them to kill Yi Futian with the aid of the top forces in the divine prefecture. I understand now, Diwu nodded and said. I want to fight with Yi Futian before he dies. We'll wait and see. Maybe we would have a chance if Yi Futian was really pushed that far, the senior cultivator answered. He was a master cultivator from the Sun God Mountain and was impressed by Diwu's great potential when he was at the Solar Divine Palace. He planned to put a priority on Diwu and bring him to the divine prefecture in the future. At the moment, the senior cultivator suddenly raised his head and stared at a group of people walking from the opposite side. Those people stared back. They watched each other closely and could both feel the enormous energy emitting from their bodies. In the end, they brushed against each other tacitly as if nothing happened. It looks like Yi Futian's doom is sealed, the cultivator from the Sun God Mountain commented. Diwu turned his head and looked back at the people who walked by him just now. It was such a small world. They just met the cultivators from the Shen clan, the dominant force in the Central Emperor realm, on the beach by the Sea of the Path. Moreover, the Shen clan assembled such an intimidating lineup this time. Even Shanji, the chief elder of the Shen clan, was among them. However, Shanji didn't seem to be the leader of the group. He was standing next to a man who appeared to enjoy a more prominent position. One could only imagine how powerful that person must be. Everybody knew the feud between the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the Shen clan. It was well understood why the Shen clan sent such a team of outstanding cultivators here. Apparently, there were a lot of forces that wanted to deal with the Heavenly Mandate Academy and stop them from rising in the Nine Realms. On this day, the Sea of the Path was calm and tranquil under boundless blue skies. Countless cultivators gathered by the Sea of the Path as usual. At the moment, some people noticed that a group of cultivators suddenly started to move toward the Sea of the Path. These cultivators walked into the sea one after the other. Beams of brilliant golden divine light shone on the Sea of the Path as they rowed the boats farther away. They're coming. It immediately caused a commotion on the beach by the Sea of the Path. The crowd was surprised that the golden divine nation came in such a discreet manner. In the meantime, a succession of cultivators walked into the Sea of the Path from different directions. Rowing the boats, they formed a formidable force and marched to the divine palace at the center of the Sea of the Path. Let's go. Countless people, especially cultivators in the Renhuang Plain, jostled forward into the Sea of the Path. They came specifically to watch this battle. How could they miss the opportunity? In addition to Renhuangs, some fearless cultivators in the Saint Plain also got in the boats, eager to witness the clash that hadn't happened in the higher heavens realm for centuries. Despite the high risk, they were afraid that they might regret all of their life if they didn't go. More and more cultivators joined the mass. From the coast of the Sea of the Path, it looked almost like an army of terror was setting sail. Everyone understood, of course, that the majority of the crowd was only heading there to get a better view of the fun. Apparently, the Golden Divine Nation made a deliberate decision to march to the Divine Palace from the coast rather than heading there directly. They wanted everyone to follow and witness the epic battle. The cultivators from other forces in the Nine Realms blended into the crowd as well and sailed on the Sea of the Path. I wonder if the Divine Palace, the preaching Holy Land, can survive this war. Some people gazed into the distance and sighed inwardly. This would be a war on the largest scale since Donghuang the Great Emperor unified the world. The situation was rapidly reaching the boiling point. Many people stood solemnly on top of the ancient mountains in the Divine Palace. They already heard the news that the cultivators from the Golden Divine Nation were rushing to the Divine Palace. The Palace Lord of the Divine Palace was waiting at the main peak of the Divine Palace, along with other cultivators. His expression was particularly grim, and his divine consciousness spread over a vast area. Even the boundless Sea of the Path was covered in his divine consciousness. Though his divine consciousness, he saw the enemies sailing toward the Divine Palace on the Sea of the Path. A beam of divine light of space shone brightly behind him. The smell of the great path of space permeated the air while several people descended from the sky through the ancient road of space. A couple of people darted swiftly toward Futian. Something is wrong. Jiang Chengzi from the celestial gate of vast heaven arrived first. He walked to Futian and said in a low voice, "Something happened in the Ziwei realm." "What happened?" Futian asked. A look of concern furrowed his eyebrows. "Other groups in the Ziwei realm are taking actions. It looks like they waited till today on purpose," Jiang Chengzi said. Futian's face was stony. The forces in the Ziwei realm started moving as well, which could influence the situation in the Divine Palace despite the great distance in between. Rather than starting a full-scale battle, the forces in the Ziwei realm could indirectly affect the battlefield over here simply by intimidating the two groups that were in the alliance. The Golden Divine Nation was obviously well prepared this time. Outside the Divine Palace, above the Sea of the Path, there were many small boats descended outside the Divine Palace, where they stopped. The mighty great army did not enter the Divine Palace. Instead, they seemed to be waiting for something. Gai Qiong and Gai Tsong were front and center of the formation. The two giants of the Golden Divine Nation were both gathered here. However, they stood quietly on the boat, suspended in the Sea of the Path, with their hands folded behind their backs, looking at the preaching holy land of the higher heavens realm that was ahead of them. After today, Shangxiao Divine Palace, the holy land of the upper heavens realm, would be history. At this point, someone came behind them and said something. Suddenly a smile appeared in their eyes. Everything was now ready, and the time was here to destroy Shangxiao Divine Palace for good. He knew very well the strength of the alliance formed by the heavenly mandate realm, which had involved too many powerful forces. But he didn't believe that the advantage would lie with the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Their increasing strength had already caused alarm to many. Among the 9 realms, many top principalities did not want to see the rise of another superpower. It was enough for the Heavenly Mandate Academy to dominate the Heavenly Mandate realm so that no one dared to move against it as they did before. However, if they now wanted to make a move on upper heavens realms during this turbulent time, then it would threaten many people. Therefore, in the current dispute, they had the advantage. With a little push, this momentum would create a terrifying factor that would sway different areas in the 9 realms that could directly affect the battlefield here. Golden Divine Nation, along with all principalities from the upper heavens realm, come to visit the Divine Palace to inquire what constituted preaching holy land. Gai Tsong's voice was heard throughout the void as a golden staircase appeared above the sky. He stepped out and walked upward and appeared directly high in the sky, sitting on the golden divine throne, majestic and authoritative. This voice swept across the vast area of the Divine Palace and rang in the ears of everyone. At this moment, in front of the Divine Palace, Futian and those with him had a terrible look on their faces. Just now, they had received some very bad news. Xiao Dingtian couldn't come. The clan lord of the Shen clan had personally gone to the Xiao clan, in the name of a visit, to have a friendly chat with Xiao Dingtian. Under such pretense, how could Xiao Dingtian leave? He couldn't come here to this battlefield. Not only that, in the Central Emperor realm, the Martial God clan had also visited the Yuanyang clan. What Futian and the others were experiencing this time was even more dangerous than last. This was no longer limited to a single battlefield, but with all parties acting together at once. The Golden Divine Nation took the initiative to mobilize other forces as well, so that those who did not want to see the rise of the Heavenly Mandate Academy joined in to take actions. Moreover, they didn't openly declare their participation in the war, merely in the name of visitation, so that it was enough to prevent anyone from acting rashly. During these times of turmoil, carelessness meant annihilation, and many top forces had been wiped out already. Thus, in the land of the 9 realms, no one dared to take things lightly. Master, regarding the Xiao clan, Xiao Muyu nodded. After all, they were part of an alliance. Now with so much pressure exerted here, Xiao Dingtian's absence would no doubt put them in even greater danger. Muyu, you don't need to say anything, Futian looked at Xiao Muyu and said. She was the goddess of the Xiao clan, and she was already here, so nothing more needed to be said. He completely understood. Xiao Dingtian of Xiao clan had once descended outside of the Shen clan. Now that the clan lord of the Shen clan was visiting him in person, How could he afford to be careless? Under these circumstances, he couldn't possibly lay blame on anyone. It was only when they were in the open, while the others were in the dark, and a dreadful undercurrent was forming against them. The cultivators of the divine palace wore a solemn expression, and a sense of danger grew in their hearts. However, they managed to keep their composure. At this time, the divine consciousness of the palace lord shrouded the boundless space. He looked at Gai Tsong, the overlord of the golden divine nation, across the air and said, "How the divine palace preaches, the world knows, and there is no need for the overlord to advise." His voice was still indifferent, but even with the far distance, it landed clearly in the ears of many cultivators. Many people who were watching also faintly realized something. The presence of the Golden Divine Nation was more dominant, which indicated that the invasion from the Golden Divine Nation had a great advantage. The two major forces had begun their struggle in secret a long time ago, and the Golden Divine Nation had been preparing for it. Now, after such a long preparation, it seemed that they were absolutely sure of themselves. "The world knows," Gai Qiong said loudly. Shangxiao Divine Palace, as a holy land in the upper heavens realm, attracted countless cultivators to come and seek the truth. However, the Divine Palace aided the evildoers to destroy the top powers in the upper heavens realm and disallowed cultivators to enter the ancestral land of the Divine Palace. Not even the disciples at the Divine Palace could enter within. Is this something that a holy land should be doing? The Palace Lord of Divine Palace looked at Gai Tsong and said, "Gai Tsong, you don't need to hide your true intentions. As for whether the Divine Palace is worthy of the name of the Holy Land, history will decide. Powers rise and fall throughout the ages. Centuries before the great emperor unified the world, he had also witnessed the births and destructions of countless principalities. No matter how the Divine Palace is today, we have done our jobs preaching in the upper heavens realm, and my conscience is clear." Golden Divine Nation shot out from Gai Tsong's eyes. This palace lord was cool and collected, and his unusually superior composure, by contrast, accentuated the irrationality of their opponents. However, none of these mattered. As the others stated, principalities rose and fell, and history would only remember the victors. He hoped that the Golden Divine Nation could stand for generations to come and become ever more prosperous and powerful. "If you insist, then there is not much I can say," Gai Tsong replied. He looked around at the many cultivators at the Divine Palace. Currently, there were only cultivators of Renhuang realm who were left in the Divine Palace. Anyone below Renhuang realm had all been driven away by the Divine Palace. Even if they didn't want to leave, they must, as there was no need for them to stay and experience the coming calamity. Their target was not the cultivators of the Divine Palace, but the Divine Palace itself and the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Their purpose was to control the upper heavens realm and to kill their sworn enemy, Futian. Presumably, the existence of Futian greatly threatened the Golden Divine Nation. The person in charge of the Divine Palace is incompetent. I came with the forces of the upper heavens realm to change all that and regain control of the Divine Palace. Moreover, the forces from the Divine Prefecture will work together with us to rebuild this preaching holy land. Once it is rebuilt, we will open all the sacred places inside the Divine Palace for cultivation, and all disciples would be allowed to enter the ancestral land to cultivate." Gai Tsong said loudly, "We did not come today for the disciples of the Divine Palace. All cultivators at the Divine Palace are welcome to join us and rebuild the palace. Or you may choose to leave, and Golden Divine Nation would never pursue you. Everything we are doing today is only for the upper heavens realm." Even as Gai Tsong and the others descended with their great army, they didn't dare to claim that they would destroy it completely. The Divine Palace had a natural advantage. They were a preaching holy land created by the will of Donghuang the Great, so its destruction would be a direct contradiction to the will of the great emperor. Therefore, they had found a pretext and promised to rebuild a better holy land, and even opening up the ancestral land and allowing the cultivators of the Divine Palace to leave. Thus, even if the great emperor were to send someone to investigate in the future, they could rationalize the whole affairs. Inside the Divine Palace, all eyes were looked into the distance as all of their divine consciousness bloomed. Looking at all the boats above the sea of the path, They had already received the news that the Golden Divine Nation had mobilized all forces this time. For the Divine Palace, it was indeed a disaster. Furthermore, the Golden Divine Nation knew the Divine Palace very well, and it was precisely because of this understanding that they dared to launch their attack and showed mercy to the disciples of the Divine Palace. Even if the Palace Lord were gone, they would not indiscriminately kill those who were left in the palace. The Palace Lord of the Divine Palace looked at the crowd below and said, "No matter what choice you make, I will support it, but I also hope that you will leave." Palace Lord. Many looked up at the Palace Lord of the Divine Palace, silent. History is filled with tales of the rises and falls of the world. Centuries ago, before the great emperor had unified the world, through the ebb and flow of time, how many people and things have disappeared in an instant, and who else can live forever? Over the years, the Divine Palace has done what it can to contribute to the world of cultivation. Regardless of the outcome, I can face it with a clear conscience, and I have lived for many years without much regret. On the contrary, if any of you still have concerns in the world, leave now. The Palace Lord of the Divine Palace said with a peaceful voice, but somehow it was said with a trace of sadness. This Divine Palace carries my dream of cultivation, and it also embodies our vision of the future of cultivation. As the Palace Lord of the Divine Music Palace, I will stand with the Divine Palace. Disciples of the Divine Palace, if you can leave, then leave. Everything that is about to happen today cannot be controlled by ordinary Runhuang, said the Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace. The Palace Lord of the Sword Palace levitated in the air, and a greatly powerful sword will surrounded him. He did not say anything, but it was obvious that he would guard this place with his sword. To serve in positions that required great capabilities such as the Palace Lords in the Divine Palace, these men all had the same aspirations and expectations. That was why they all came together. Just like Lord Taixian, who chose to serve as a dean in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Therefore, they would not be leaving. Since I have cultivated and grown in the Divine Palace, I pledge my life to the Divine Palace. A young Renhuang said, as he slowly levitated into the air, releasing his aura, ready to face the battle that was to come. We pledge our lives to the Divine Palace. Many more now also rose into the air at the same time, creating an extremely powerful aura. This display of unity moved many observers on the sea of the path while feeling somber at the same time. This was the Divine Palace, the holy land of preaching in the upper heavens realm, disinterested in the disputes of the outside world. The Palace Lord of the Divine Palace was right. Right or wrong, only time would tell. Even if the Golden Divine Nation won today, and as winner, some things may be erased, but there would still some other things that would remain with the world. Especially those who had cultivated in the Divine Palace and now scattered throughout the upper heavens realm, they would remember everything. In fact, many of them were now also in the sea of the path. It was only that they had no ability to participate in the war. The Divine Palace does not need you to pledge your lives. The Palace Lord of the Divine Palace merely remarked coldly, "It is hard enough to cultivate to your level today. No matter what happened today, the Divine Palace would be wherever you are. Anyone who does not value their lives would be disobeying the Divine Palace and not worthy of being a disciple of the Divine Palace." Chapter 1788 Flashpoint. After the Palace Lord finished speaking, he turned his attention to Futian again and said, "Futian, go to the ancestral land, take the thing away, and take your people back to the Heavenly Mandate Academy." Futian was stunned when he heard the words of the Palace Lord. Was he entrusting him with his last will and testament? The Palace Lord of the Divine Palace was already a top giant in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. It is very difficult for anyone to touch him at his level of cultivation. But now he was acting so pessimistic because, clearly, he realized just how difficult the situation was in front of them. What alarmed Futian even more was that the Palace Lord wanted him to go to the ancestral land and take the thing away. Obviously, he understood just what he was asked to take away. The divine item placed in the ancestral land by the Shen clan. Back when he was cultivating in the ancestral land, he had talked about it with the mysterious cultivator in the ancestral land. This divine item was something that could attract others' greed, and it could become a source of atrocity. Today's situation could very well be because people had come for it. The palace lord of the divine palace knew very well that Futian was his best chance. Except for the Heavenly Mandate Academy, no one else could hold on to the divine item in the ancestral land. Therefore, he placed his hope on the Heavenly Mandate Academy and wished that it would carry the fire of the divine palace while also allowing Futian to get away with his people. Here was a dispute between the divine palace and the golden divine nation. Now it seemed that even if Futian were to be involved, it would not change the situation much. He could already felt that the other side had dispatched several giant figures, and among them, there was probably some existence of great capability from the divine prefecture. Under such circumstances, they really had no chance of winning. Futian did not leave as he had asked, but looked at him instead and said softly, "Does the palace lord really think that this is just a matter involving the divine palace? Some things could not be avoided, no matter what. The golden divine nation wanted to deal a blow to the divine palace. Today, all the forces were here, and other realms within the 9 realms had also launched a siege remotely so that it was impossible for their reinforcements to arrive. What appeared to be moves that only targeted the divine palace was, in fact, also going against the alliance made with the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Palace Lord, all the allied force with the Heavenly Mandate Academy would be with you whether in victory or in defeat," Futian said. None of them had any way out. In the face of such turmoil, if they abandoned the divine palace and sought to save themselves, they might become the next target. It was very simple to find a reason for war, just like the attacks launched today at the divine palace, which was nothing more than a made-up accusation. It was ridiculous to claim that the divine palace was enabling Futian and refused to open up the ancestral land for cultivation. The Heavenly Mandate Academy and the divine palace were already bound together, and in this alliance, none of them could survive on their own. Palace Lord, the current situation is no longer something that can be avoided. The fate of the entire alliance is in our hands. Even if the situation is pessimistic, there is no other way but forward, Futian continued. After hearing what he had to say, the palace lord nodded slightly. Of course, he understood all this, but the divine palace was a preaching holy land, and those who cultivated in the palace were compassionate and gentle to the world. All that the palace lord could think of was to defend the divine palace himself and let the others leave to save themselves. However, people are different. He was using his own train of thoughts to judge the situation but had ignored the opponents. Neither the Shun clan nor the Golden Divine Nation were gentle or harmless. Palace Lord, this battle is inevitable, Lord Taishian also spoke. Although the situation they faced had just become clearer to him, there was no way they could avoid deaths and injuries now. Only by fighting with all they've got could there be a chance for survival. The palace lord looked into the distance as he levitated into the air. His divine consciousness shrouded the land. Above the sea of the path, those boats floated on the surface of the sea, and his voice was heard loud and clear. "Gai Qiong, as a cultivator under the great emperor, you have provoked this storm in the upper heavens realm, destroyed the divine swordly family, brought in foreign forces into the upper heavens realm and coerce all the principalities to follow. Now you are leading the army to Shangxiao Divine Palace to stir things up. If one day the great emperor were to question you, what will you say?" Gai Qiong had been staying beneath Gaitsong. In this battle, Gaitsong would take the lead. As a cultivator under the great emperor, it was awkward for him to be at the forefront. It was also because of this that they found a pretext to invade the divine palace. With the right excuse, they would be able to guard against any future interventions by the great emperor. Of course, he also understood that the great emperor had rarely interfered in the matters inside the void realm. Even the matters of the divine prefecture could no longer interest the great emperor much. Nonsense. The divine palace has soiled the name of the preaching holy land, and it should be replaced by a better preaching holy land to preach in the upper heavens realm. This in itself is executing the will of the great emperor. The future of the upper heavens realm will only be more prosperous, and the future preaching holy land in the upper heavens realm will only be more selfless. Nothing so self-centered like the divine palace had been, Gai Qiong said loudly. He spoke with a booming voice that swept through the endless void. For many years, the Shangxiao Divine Palace has not interfered with the disputes of the outside world, nor had we participated in external struggles. Only when the army of darkness descended, Did we go to the aid of the Heavenly Mandate Academy in order to maintain the order of the 9 realms? This was witnessed by everyone. The Palace Lord continued, however, today, I'm afraid the Divine Palace would have to make an exception. The rules that we have abided by for many years will be broken today. Since everyone who remains is willing to fight together, the Divine Palace is no longer a preaching holy land, but just a simple school now. I will do everything in my power to protect the Divine Palace to ensure its safety. Therefore, from this moment on, anyone who steps inside the Divine Palace will be killed without mercy. The voice of the Palace Lord of the Divine Palace was loud and clear. It spread throughout the void. At this time, his clothing fluttered behind him despite the lack of wind. His person was full of murderous aura. Today, he would no longer care for the common people, nor worried about preaching and protecting the world. Today, his only concern was to guard the Divine Palace. Anyone who wanted to destroy the Divine Palace was his enemies that would be killed without exception. No matter what would happen in the future, no matter whether this battle would take the upper heaven realm backward, on this day, he had chosen the Divine Palace. All those within 1,000 miles of the Divine Palace, leave immediately. Otherwise, you will be regarded as a threat. If you take action, no mercy will be shown to you. The Palace Lord continued, now, go. Above the sea of the path, as all the boats floated on the surface of the water, those who heard the words of the Palace Lord couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. At this moment, the Palace Lord became aggressive and indifferent. No one is allowed to step within 1,000 miles of the Divine Palace, or they would be killed when the war began. Leave. If a war starts, it will inevitably affect the innocents. Those who are staying will be considered as participants of the war. The Palace Lord of the Divine Music Palace also spoke up, and suddenly a group of people turned around and left with incredible speed. Even though they had wanted to witness the battle that would determine the fate of the upper heavens realm up close, they had no choice but to leave upon the harsh words of the Divine Palace. This battle was about the survival of the Divine Palace. All the cultivators in the Divine Palace had made the determination that they would spare no one this day. Therefore, those who were irrelevant should leave and avoid the battlefield for thousands of miles. In this battle, countless cultivators would perish for sure. Above the sea of the path, countless small boats sailed away speedily. It was quite spectacular. After all, only a few people who came today would actually join in the battle. Will the Sky-Burying God clan also participate in the war? The divine consciousness from the Palace Lord of the Divine Music Palace swept in one of the directions. His tone was quite cool. The top principality in the upper heaven realms, the Sky-Burying God clan, had once competed with the Divine Swordly family. And now that the Divine Swordly family was obliterated, the Sky-Burying God clan had come here to lay siege on the Divine Palace. Once, there were many from the Sky-Burying God clan who cultivated and seek the truth in the Divine Palace, so our presence today was not justified. However, the general situation is such that we could do nothing but follow along. If the Divine Palace loses today, the Sky-Burying God clan will help with the new preaching Holy Land and preach in the upper heavens realm. The clan lord of the Sky-Burying God clan said loudly, fully aware that they were on the wrong side, but could do nothing else. They didn't want to be involved in this storm either, but they had no choice. The Golden Divine Nation had approached them and discussed the situation with him. But more importantly, everything that the Golden Divine Nation had said was becoming a reality. The clan lord promised them in return that as long as everything the Golden Divine Nation said was true, they would join them in battle. Under this great tide, he could only go along with it. There was no way he could stay out of the fray. In reality, many forces from the upper heavens realm had wanted to observe from the sidelines, but the other side would not allow them such an opportunity. Understood. The Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace nodded and did not say anything more. He understood the difficulties faced by the other. However, now that he had made his choice to be on the wrong side, then he would understand that whatever happened was nothing personal. Right now, there were no longer right or wrong. Their positions were different. It was life or death. The Divine Palace is unjust, so the forces of the upper heavens realm are united to rebuild the Holy Land. Guide Song said loudly, before, The Heavenly Mandate Academy had decimated our forces in the upper heavens realm and came across the realms to set off a bloody storm. Now, are you planning to control the upper heaven realm? If you can give an explanation and withdraw from the battlefield, there may still be a chance for you to get out of this. Can you shut up now? Futian looked into the distance, at the golden throne in the void, and that overbearing Gai Tsong, who was beyond haughty. When Gai Tsong heard what Futian said, his golden divine eyes focused in on him through the distance. It was as if the sharpness in his eyes could pierce through Futian. He stood up from the golden throne. Above the sky, golden divine light poured down, covering the entire divine palace, as if the land above the divine palace was full of divine light. The golden divine nation, like extreme sharp spears, fell down to the land below. Gai Tsong stretched out his hands, and a terrible rumbling sound came out. The endless golden light gathered in his hand, and a peerless divine spear appeared, piercing the void with its unparalleled brilliance. He stretched his arms forward, pointing his spear in the direction of the divine palace, and pronounced, "Today's battle is all for the future of the upper heavens realm." Gai Tsong was holding a divine spear, and endless divine light descended. A godlike, elusive figure appeared above the sky, and it was extremely bright and radiant. It had integrated with the heaven and the earth and appeared as if it was the ruler of this space. Gai Tsong, who stood up from the golden throne, stepped above the firmament. Its divine spear pointed at the divine palace, like a spear of the gods. An endless golden divine light appeared in the void and sailed across the sky as a terrible rumbling sound was heard. At this moment, the Shangxiao divine palace seemed to face the end of days, and this spear was like the judgment from the gods. When the palace lord saw this, he took a step, and a terrifying aura also formed around him. When he stepped out, the sky shook violently, and many golden spears collapsed directly in the void. With him as the center, along with the positions occupied by the cultivators of Shangxiao Divine Palace, they seemed to form an independent space of the Great Path. Rumble, the boundless and splendid divine mountain, suddenly appeared between the heaven and the earth, directly covering this area. This divine mountain, transformed by the power of the Great Path, was radiant and released the most dazzling light of the Great Path. Its defense was unparalleled. All the attacking golden spears were blocked by the divine mountain, unable to break through. Even the golden divine light that fell from the sky burst out with an astonishing shattering sound when it pierced upon the divine mountain, causing the divine mountain to tremble, but still, it stayed intact. Futian looked at the space that surrounded them, and it was as if they were in a space within the domain that belonged to the divine mountain. This space was an absolute domain in itself, and the palace lord of the divine palace was its ruler. Above the sea of the path, on one of the boats, a middle-aged man in purple garments stood there. His clothes fluttered even in the stillness, and his long black hair dancing with the wind. As all eyes looking into the distance, they saw that the divine palace was protected by the divine mountain. He took one step, and suddenly the world trembled with each movement. A terrifying will of the way roared, and inside the divine palace, incomparable air waves were tossing and turning. They morphed into a series of overwhelming light screens that swept toward the divine mountain. Like violent waves, each collision caused a fierce booming roar to be let out from the divine mountain's domain of way. As all eyes were focused on the figure that appeared, their hearts trembled. In the sea of the path, many boats were shaking as huge waves surged in the surrounding area. They tried to stabilize their bodies while looking up at the person who had made the move. People from the Golden Divine Nation knew who he was, and the others had some vague idea as to who he might be. After all, among many of the forces that came here this time, there were cultivators from the upper worlds. I didn't expect him to show up in person, Xin Gao of the Xin clan said in a low voice. Xinji looked at him and asked, "Who is that?" "A war emperor from the Holy Land of Taichu, known as the War Emperor in Purple. He invented the true will of waves for the god of war, and is one of the giants in the Holy Land of Taichu. His combat power is extremely strong," Xin Gao replied. Previously, when Holy Land of Taichu went to the Heavenly Mandate Academy, Sima Xiao, who was defeated by Yushang, was this man's disciple. When the War Emperor in purple stepped out, accompanying him as he moved forward were the golden waves. With every step he took, those golden waves impacted the divine mountain again and again, until the entire divine mountain seemed to be shaking. Buzz. Purple afterimages appeared, and the body of the War Emperor in purple turned into an afterimage as he unleashed a punch. A god of war's phantom image appeared above the firmament, and the purple aura was all-encompassing. A golden halo swept across the heaven and the earth, and an incomparably gigantic fist struck above the divine mountain's domain of Wei. Boom! The void was trembling violently. Below the divine palace, buildings shattered and collapsed, as deep and terrifying cracks of the great path appeared. These cracks even appeared in the void, hideous and terrifying. It was as if they could swallow people into those cracks. Cracking and shattering sounds were heard, and fissures began to appear on the extremely splendid mountain, like spider webs, spreading into every direction, as if it might collapse at any time. The cultivators from the divine palace looked at the War Emperor in purple who had made such an aggressive attack. In this battle, the opponent's top figures may have an absolute advantage, as they had dispatched people from the upper worlds. It was precisely because of that the palace lord of the divine palace had asked the others to leave. He was very pessimistic about the outcome of this battle. A huge wave was also setting off in the sea of the path, but those who were standing on these small boats ignored the stormy waves, as they remained extremely stable, without any sense of being disturbed. Their divine consciousness covered the endless space, looking at the battlefield in the divine palace. In today's battle, this preaching holy land of the divine palace would be destroyed and sunk into the sea of the path. It was impossible for it to withstand this level of attack. The cultivators of the Shun clan watched all this quietly. After Gai Qiong returned to the Golden Divine Nation, his way of handling things was indeed different, much more decisive than that of Gaitsong. Whether it was the divine prefecture from the outer realm or other realms within the 9 realms, they had leveraged the situation to launch a simultaneous attack and created such bleak outlook for the divine palace. Even besides them, the Golden Divine Nation itself had 2 major figures here today, in addition to a few others from the divine prefecture by invitation, so they still had the upper hand. If counted in forces like theirs and the likes of the Solar Divine Nation, the situation would now be entirely one-sided. At this moment, Shun Gao frowned and looked up above the void. He had suddenly felt a sense of threat. Shen Gao was not the only one who realized it. Soon, Shun Ji, who was beside him, as well as other powerful figures such as Gai Qiong, all raised their heads to look at the sky above. It was as if a very suppressive aura was blooming on top of them. Pust. Above the firmament, the sky seemed to be shattered. They saw a trail of blue divine light that tore through the void and traversed the sky. A divine sword imprinted in their minds. Watch out. Shen Gao and the others realized something, and all of them began to take action. An absolute spatial light screen now appeared around Shen Gao, sheltering all the cultivators from the Shen clan within it. Cultivators from other forces also took action, releasing extremely powerful will of the Wei in resistance. Pissed. The sea of the path rushed backward as the endless blue divine light sailed across the void and descended. Everything around it was pulverized. Shrilling screams came out from those who were touched by the blue divine light, as they turned into dust and disappeared into nothingness. People with strong cultivation managed to avoid it or protected themselves with the great path. But even so, the blue divine light flooded the void. When the divine sword descended on the sea of the path, the blue divine light turned into rounds of light screens, sweeping all around, and pulverized many who had guarded themselves with the powers of the great path. The sea of the path was completely evaporated by the sword will, and a terrifying vortex appeared on the seabed, turning it into a vacuum. When the terrifying aura gradually dissipated, everyone looked in the front. Above the sea of the path, the blue divine sword was hanging there upside down, and an absolute destructive domain of Wei that surrounded them. Just now, there were many Ranhuang-level cultivators who had perished. Many people looked a little flustered as they stared at the sword. They knew who was here. Even Gai Qiong, who came from the divine prefecture, knew to whom the sword belonged. More than 3 centuries ago, This sword was hailed as the strongest weapon in the 3,000 realm of the Great Path, and it had been stained with a great amount of blood. Divine Sword Qinghe. Emperor Nan had arrived. The divine sword Qinghe, which had once suppressed the gate of hell, had now appeared here. The blue divine light sprinkled down, and a figure descended with it, landing on the divine sword. Emperor Nan was dressed in a blue robe, elegant and free-spirited. Though he stood there quietly, he had suddenly become the center of attention. Above the sea of the path, all eyes were on him, and the expressions on many had changed. Just now, many people had died under the sword will of Emperor Nan. Emperor Nan. Gaiqiong looked at Emperor Nan. His eyes were a little cold. Are you going to intervene in the affairs of the Shangxiao Divine Palace today? Shangxiao Divine Palace is the preaching holy land of the upper heavens realm as one of the principalities of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path and should be protected from outside forces as such. What's more, the Shangxiao Divine Palace has been carrying out the will of the Great Emperor for many years, never involved itself in external disputes. Gaiqiong, as a cultivator under the Great Emperor, everything you did was all for your own benefit. Secondly, in the face of the changes happening in the original realm, Nantian Divine Kingdom is in alliance with the Shangxiao Divine Palace, and we will face all calamities together. If there is anyone who wants to destroy the Divine Palace, the Divine Sword Qinghe won't be picky. Whoever participated will die. Emperor Nan spoke, and his voice was calm and indifferent. It made the hearts of many who were around him tremble, especially those forces without influential leaders. Their hearts could not help but beat fast. If Emperor Nan were to destroy them, they would have no ability to resist. After today, if Emperor Nan did not perish, how many principalities could stop his sword? The expression on Gaiqiong and the others were not a good one. Emperor Nan was one of the few who stood at the pinnacle in the 3,000 realm of the Great Path. He was extremely powerful, and it would be difficult to keep him and kill him. Furthermore, Emperor Nan was not the palace lord of the Divine Palace. Although he has been calmly playing the role of a benevolent father all these years, no one would forget that the Qinghe Divine Sword was the strongest divine sword in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. In the distance, inside the Divine Palace, the palace lord of the Divine Palace seemed to understand something when he heard Emperor Nan's words. He smiled. He didn't think that as the one who was involved, he had actually far less resolve than Emperor Nan. Perhaps this was what's considered no turning back. Under the current disadvantage, it was impossible to defeat the opponent. The only way to protect and preserve the Divine Palace was to go all out without any reserve. The Void Realm also belonged to the land of Divine Prefecture, so why should it be exempt? The forces from Divine Prefecture that regained control of the Holy Land would surely make the Void Realm even stronger. Gaiqiong responded indifferently as a pressure of might bloomed from him, resisting the sword will of the Qinghe Divine Sword. The appearance of Emperor Nan would be a little troublesome, but they had anticipated that already. They just did not expect that Emperor Nan had such ruthless determination. It was as if he was the true master of the Divine Palace. What's more, doesn't Emperor Nan care about the Nantian Divine Kingdom? Gaiqiong continued, threatening Emperor Nan with the Nantian Divine Kingdom. Emperor Nan glanced at Gaiqiong, and there was a terrifying blue light bloomed from those eyes. It seemed to be penetrating Gaiqiong's eyes. However, Gaiqiong was also a top-level existence. His eyes were electrified, shooting out golden divine glory. When the two sets of eyes collided, a terrible storm of destruction surged in around them. A frightening airwave was forming in the sea of the path that set all the boats adrift. Emperor Nan stretched out his hand with the sword. Instantly, the destructive blue light in the surrounding became even more horrific. The divine light lingered around the sea of the path as the waves tossed and turned, then evaporated by the sword will. The sight was terrifying. He swept a look toward Gaiqiong and the other cultivators from the Golden Divine Nation. After many years, the Qinghe Divine Sword once again bloomed with divine light. "Get back!" Gaiqiong yelled, but it was too late. That blue divine light was omnipresent, and the sword will enveloped this area. As the divine light bloomed, the sword will was there to meet several of the Renhuang cultivators from the Golden Divine Nation. Even the strongest of them perished underneath the blue divine light. It was as if they had also turned into the blue light themselves and dissipated. If I can't stay here today, how many of you do you think can survive under the Qinghe divine sword? Emperor Nan said. Those who heard his words couldn't help but feel a chill. Emperor Nan hadn't made his presence known for many years. But just now, when he unleashed his sword, everyone could feel a scary aura, even those top giants. They knew the power of Emperor Nan, but not many really know how strong he was currently. But that sword strike made them realize that if Emperor Nan really wanted to turn this into a massacre, it would be impossible to stop him. Even if someone of the same level tried to intercede, it would be difficult to restrain him. How do you all want to fight today? Who wants to fight? Emperor Nan asked, the Qinghe divine sword in hand. Some principalities from the upper heavens realm quivered with fear. Even strong forces in the upper heaven realm, such as the sky-burying god clan, felt a wave of fear. In truth, they had been very reluctant to participate in this war, but the Golden Divine Nation had forced them to pick a side. All to prove that the Golden Divine Nation was on the side of righteousness and that all the forces in the upper heavens world were united together to set the Divine Palace straight. Now that Emperor Nan was so menacing, how could they not be afraid? The Solar Divine Palace was just here to have a bit of fun. At this moment, a voice was heard. A powerful figure from the Solar Divine Mountain looked at the Emperor Nan and smiled. We are from the Solar Divine Mountain. We have no great quarrel with Shangxiao Divine Palace. We heard that there are divine items passed down from the ancestral land. Can the Divine Palace give us a chance to take a look? To come here at a time like this was definitely trying to take advantage of the situation. However, if the Solar Divine Palace were to participate in the battle, it would add tremendous pressure to the Divine Palace. Without them, it would weaken the strength of their opponent considerably. However, despite the Solar Divine Palace's contrivance for the divine items of the ancestral land, the Divine Palace would clearly not oblige. It's not that magical. It's just a thing that assists in cultivation. There are many such treasures in the 3,000 realm of the Great Path. Since you are from the Solar Divine Mountain, you must have seen many such divine items, better than these. The Palace Lord of the Divine Palace responded coldly. How about this? Di Wu, heir of the Solar Divine Palace, had always wanted to have an exchange with Yi Futian, so let's give them a chance. If Di Wu wins, the divine item from Shangxiao Divine Palace's ancestral land will be ceded to us. If Di Wu loses, we will leave, said the cultivator from the Solar Divine Mount. Their foremost target was the divine items. Many people frowned, and the cultivators from the Golden Divine Nation and the Holy Land of Taichu were a little displeased. But the Solar Divine Mountain was also a superpower in the land of the Divine Prefecture. No one understood that better than the Holy Land of Taichu and Gaiqiong from the Divine Prefecture. Therefore, the Solar Divine Mountain could not really care less because they didn't want to join forces with the Golden Divine Nation in the first place. Their premier target here was the divine items. They were here to take advantage of the situation. Of course, to Di Wu, if he could defeat and kill Yi Futian, he would certainly not mind at all. The cultivators from the Holy Land of Taichu swept a look toward the other and saw the War Emperor in purple looked indifferent. His disciple was defeated, and Mu Chinka also was defeated by Yi Futian. What confidence could the Solar Divine Mountain possibly have to think that anyone from the Solar Divine Palace could defeat Yi Futian? When their thought turned to this, they didn't say anything more, and neither did the cultivators from the Golden Divine Nation. They stood quietly and didn't continue to fight. The atmosphere above the Divine Palace seemed a little suppressed. The Palace Lord of the Divine Palace hesitated. The cultivators from the Solar Divine Mountain was indeed a threat, and this game of chess was very unfair to them. If they lost, they had to hand over the divine items, but if they win, it would only be in exchange for the opponent to withdraw. But now, the other party has the advantage. If they wanted to relieve some of the pressure, it seemed they had no choice but to agree. I have no objection. Yi Futian made a quick decision. He walked out very calmly as he levitated into the sky. His eyes were looking at a very faraway place, where vision could not traverse, only divine consciousness could. He was able to see all the cultivators of the Solar Divine Palace above the Sea of the Path, as well as Di Wu. Di Wu was also standing on a boat, but Yi Futian could feel that his temperament seemed to have changed a little. Bathed in the sacred divine flames, he seemed more natural, shining brilliantly, as if he was shielded in a flaming glossy armor. Presumably, he must also have had experienced some miraculous changes. Otherwise, Yi Futian had every reason to believe that with his own brilliant battle records, how could Diwu have the confidence in dealing with him? It was rumored that the Solar Divine Palace had influences in the divine prefecture of the upper worlds. It must be that which had transformed Diwu. Where are we fighting? Yi Futian asked loudly. Above the Heavenly Mandate Academy, the cultivator from the Solar Divine Mountain responded. We need to guard around the battlefield, said the palace lord. He was worried about the others. Yi Futian was of great significance to them, and nothing could happen to him. If Yi Futian perished, the alliance would fall apart in an instant. The Heavenly Mandate realm would be the first one to sink into complete chaos, at which time everything would no longer exist but would be replaced. Sure, I trust the Divine Palace and Emperor Nan, the cultivator from the Solar Divine Palace said with a smile, appearing extremely benevolent. When his voice faded, a fiery red boat headed forward on the sea of the path. Diwu, who was bathed in the divine light of flame, flashed and then leaped up and turned into a golden lightning bolt, heading straight toward Yi Futian. With the Solar Divine Mountain at his back, Diwu seemed to be even more confident and fearless. He leaped up from the sea of the path and walked directly toward the Divine Palace. The cultivators from the Solar Divine Mountain followed along, guarding him. High above the sky, the war god in purple looked at all this with nonchalance, and he didn't bother to stop the others. Likewise, Yi Futian also moved forward, with Taishan Palace and the Palace Lord of the Divine Palace guarding on each side, separated by a certain distance. Although this duel was only with Diwu, the War Emperor in purple and the Holy Land of Taichu were there, watching with cultivators from all sides. They couldn't afford to be careless. Now that Emperor Nan has entered deep into the other side, although no one dared to act rashly, he still couldn't let his guard down. In any case, Yi Futian could not fail. Soon, the two figures stood across each other in the air. Diwu stood opposite Yi Futian, and two dominant auras were released at the same time, moving toward each other with oppressive force. Traces of the sun's divine brilliance sprinkled down and aimed at Yi Futian. Each ray of the sun's divine brilliance contained extremely terrifying power to scorch as if about to ignite the void. Yi Futian waved with his hand, and in an instant, the heaven and the earth gave birth to an infinite sword will. Its bleakness shrouded the boundless void, enveloping the battlefield where the two were at. Buzz. A bleak sword will rolled toward Diwu, revealing an extremely strong murderous intent. It was desperate and cold, just like Yi Futian's mood currently. However, at the same time, a terrifying solar divine light bloomed from Diwu. This divine light was able to burn up the attack by the Great Path so that the sharp swords made by the swordsmanship were incinerated into nothingness and disappeared. It seemed that the attack of his swordsmanship could never get close to the opponent. Diwu looked at Yi Futian. Above him, the flame of the way turned into an armor of divine fire, shining brightly. The space around him seemed to be on fire with it, and the sky seemed to be steamed dry by the flames from his body. He cast a glance at Yi Futian. He, who had experienced transformation, was no longer the same as who he was before. He used to be extremely confident in his own ability, but as Yi Futian became stronger and stronger, and his name rang throughout the 9 realms, Diwu realized that he was no match to Yi Futian. However, this time, he was extremely confident. He wanted to fight Yi Futian because he had been transformed by the Great Path. Now his way had been transformed into something divine. Stepping forward, Diwu walked toward Yi Futian. Above him, the solar divine light turned into the way, directly shot out. Wherever the light passed, everything turned into nothingness. It dissipated under the solar divine light. Even the swords were consumed by it. His way had already surpassed the ordinary way and transformed into an extraordinary power of the Great Path. The solar divine light released from him was enough to obliterate all existence. Ordinary Renhuang would be incinerated right away. The cultivators around could feel what they saw. Today, all those present, whether inside or outside of the divine palace, were extremely powerful, and they all had a keen perception of the power of the Great Path. Di-Wu was very strong. This was no longer the Great Path of Flames. No wonder the cultivators from the Solar Divine Palace asked Di-Wu to fight Yi Futian in order to seize the divine items from the ancestral land. Solar Divine Light shot directly at Yi Futian, and the crowd saw that Yi Futian was covered entirely by the divine light. The divine light of the sun shone down on Yi Futian, flooding the space where he was. However, beams of golden divine light shot out. The trumpeting of elephants filled the air. In the divine light of the sun, Yi Futian's body was enveloped by a towering golden divine elephant that appeared to be the king of divine elephants. Frightening divine fire of the sun shot down on the divine elephant. It could not immediately melt the divine elephant. However, it still caused the figure of the divine elephant to turn liquid gold and faintly show signs of melting. One could imagine how terrifying the divine light of the sun was. Di-Wu's eyes were extremely frightening. They were like the divine eyes of the sun. Roars sounded from behind him. A scorching sun appeared. Golden divine fire burned around the sun, melting the air into nothingness and forming streaks of flames. Both inside and outside of the divine palace, all of the cultivators felt the frightening scorching winds. Under the divine light, many buildings of the divine palace below immediately began to burst into flames. Beneath the light of the flawless divine wheel of the sun, the divine light of the sun that shot out continued to melt the figure of the divine elephant, wanting to bury Yi Futian inside and directly burn him to ashes. Yi Futian raised his head and looked at Di-Wu. From within the golden sun, illusions of golden ravens appeared. They soared around in the sun. The divine fire of the sun that enveloped Yi Futian's body also became a divine sun bird, the three-legged golden raven. The gigantic three-legged golden raven spread its wings. Its talons clawed at the divine elephant and actually ripped it apart bit by bit. Its talons were aiming to pierce through the divine elephant to crush Yi Futian's divine wheel of the Great Path. Yi Futian raised his hand and extended his arm forward, sending out a punch. The trumpeting of the elephant resounded in the sky. It was the Great Path of Destruction. The trumpeting of the divine elephant lingered while its power shattered the sky and directly hit the three-legged golden raven. The golden raven was crushed into pieces. However, at the same time, golden ravens flew out from the divine wheel of the sun that was behind Di-Wu. The golden ravens covered the sky and attacked Yi Futian all at once. Yi Futian shifted his will. Endless sword will reverberated in the space. The sword will seem to be resonating with the sky. Yi Futian pointed out a finger. The unceasing sword will all gathered at his fingertip. Billions of divine swords came together as a single divine sword coalesced at Yi Futian's fingertip. The terrifying, flowing sword will ground all the incoming divine light of the sun into dust. Buzz. Yi Futian moved his body. He actually ignored his opponent's ferocious attack and pounced at Di-Wu with the speed of lightning. His finger pointed forward, and the divine sword moved before him, slashing everything in his path into pieces. A gigantic golden raven leaped toward Yi Futian. However, the raven was pierced by the divine sword. Moreover, there was also the terrifying Great Path of Destruction by the divine elephant protecting Yi Futian. A sharp shriek was heard. The crowd witnessed the divine sun birds being torn apart one by one. They transformed into flames of the way and plummeted from the sky. However, as Yi Futian approached Di-Wu, he could clearly sense the heightening temperature of the flames. Di-Wu's eyes were frightening. He stared at Yi Futian, who was approaching him. His gaze, which was permeated with murderous intent, did not waver even for a bit. Yi Futian had been crowned the strongest cultivator of this generation in the 9 realms. His ability was without question. Di-Wu was well aware of this fact. If Yi Futian could be defeated easily, Di-Wu would not have such a strong urge to fight him now. Di-Wu extended both his arms sideways. The divine light of the sun shone more brilliantly. His eyes were even scarier than before. Suddenly, an unparalleled divine light of the sun shot through the Great Path, aiming straight ahead at Yi Futian while ignoring all his defenses. Swoosh! Swoosh! The majestic illusion of the divine elephant was punctured. Di-Wu's attack was a bona fide Great Path of Destruction, causing the golden divine elephant to burn under the intense flame of the way. The cultivators, who were observing the battle, felt slightly emotional. The cultivators of Sun God Mountain were the descendants of the Sun God. The bloodline of Sun God coursed in their veins. Even though countless years had passed and Sun God had become nothing but a legend now, the divine power inherited by the descendants of Sun God Mountain was still very formidable. If other ordinary Renhuangs were exposed to this divine light of the sun, they would be killed instantly by it without any means of defending themselves. Moreover, Di Wu's attack was a mass-killing technique with frightening power. No matter how many opponents there were, they would be burned to dust under the divine light of the sun. One could only imagine how scary this power was. Even flawless divine will possessors would die horribly if their defenses were weak. Both of them were extremely quick. As Futian advanced, he had already appeared in the spatial world enveloped by the divine wheel of the sun. It was as though there was a sun in front of him, and everything he did was futile. However, the divine swords covered the sky. Futian's fingers still pointed forward at the sun before him. A sword/slash mark appeared. The divine swords charged forward like moths dashing toward a fire. Even the divine light of the sun could not melt or destroy them. The swords kept advancing and could not be stopped. Rumble. The golden raven seemed to walk out from the sun and cover Di Wu's figure. Currently, Di Wu was directly inside the divine sunbird. Under the light of the divine wheel of the sun, it was as though they were within a sun. Di Wu raised his hand forward, and the talons of the golden raven ripped the space apart, clawing straight toward the divine swords. Swoosh! Swoosh! The swords directly pierced through the talons of the golden raven. However, at the same time, the divine swords were branded red and melted little by little. Their offensive power immediately became far weaker than before. In the end, the divine swords pierced through the figure of the golden raven, but appeared as though they had pierced into the divine fire of the sun. All the divine swords were turned into a molten state. Di Wu's eyes were staring straight at Futian. Futian actually dared to get so close to him? Currently, the divine light of the sun protected his body. No one could approach Di Wu. Futian was rushing to his death. At the moment, the bloodline of Sun God seemed to be awakening in Di Wu's body. It was burning. The golden divine flame was refining everything it touched. Under the divine light of the sun, Futian's divine elephant divine wheel was melting bit by bit. It seems like this Di Wu has awakened his bloodline. Cultivators from the direct line of Sun God Mountain can gradually strengthen their way after they have awakened and refined their bloodline many times, Shun Gao from Shun Clan explained. Sun God Mountain calls the final form divine body of the sun. Sun God Mountain has trained many outstanding juniors, but many years have passed, and there has yet to be a junior with a divine body of the sun. Di Wu is currently only on his journey of awakening. Yet he is already so powerful and can suppress another flawless divine will possessor who is at the same level as him. Shin Gao had trained in the divine prefecture. Naturally, he knew more than the rest. In the divine prefecture, there were also quite a few ancient clans who crowned themselves as the descendants of the gods. However, after the end of the gods, there were not many gods left. Those who could really be classified as gods were scarce. Having a divine body implied that Di Wu was qualified to become an existence of that level. It was easier said than done. Those ancient forces were all cultivating juniors who had the potential to reach that level. Di Wu seemed to have also been chosen. Could he defeat Futian? Just as he was speaking, Shun Gao revealed a strange look. Where did both of them go? Di Wu's silhouette had actually disappeared. So had Futian's. There seemed to be lingering while surging in the space. However, their two figures had completely disappeared. Futian's fourth divine wheel is also his strongest divine wheel. It can create an independent space, which can suppress the great path of other people, said a person who stood beside Shin Gao. During the battle with the Shen clan, when Futian was fighting Shun Hao, he defeated Shun Hao even though the latter used a divine item. Futian's victory was due to this fourth divine wheel. According to Shun Hao, this divine wheel was a boundary wheel, which could create an independent space. Shin Gao's gaze flickered when he heard the explanation. There were two possibilities for this divine wheel of Futian. The first possibility was this divine wheel was indeed unique and could form a space of its own. It was related to life's spirit. After all, a divine wheel was born out of the combination of a cultivator's life spirit and the power of the great path comprehended by the cultivator. However, the second possibility was slightly alarming. If it was the latter, then it seemed like they had still underestimated Futian. At the moment, in the independent space, Diwu was slightly stupefied. He couldn't adapt to this change right away. However, the next moment, he regained his senses and his blood churned. Under the divine fire of the sun, he was determined to melt Futian's body until there was nothing left. Futian stared at Diwu. He too could sense that Diwu's divine will had been baptized and became stronger. It meant that under special circumstances, one could still continue to refine their divine wheel's life spirit even after they had proved their way and become a Renhuang. Before this, Diwu's divine wheel was already flawless since it was forged in the god's relic. Now, it had metamorphosed and showed hints of suppressing Futian's divine wheel of the divine elephant. This observation made Futian realize that there was also a difference in strength between two flawless divine wheels. However, Futian did not believe that there was a divine wheel that could suppress his fourth divine wheel since this divine wheel was born out of his natal spirit. Diwu attacked Futian with his sharp talons. Under the divine light of the sun, he intended to bury Futian's body in the sun. Futian's body flashed, and he suddenly disappeared in thin air. He reappeared in another spot. Futian looked down on Diwu with his indifferent gaze. Futian extended his hand. In an instant, the great path resonated, and the divine swords howled. Billions of divine swords flew about, generating a rhythm. Rumble. Divine light of the sun shot out from Diwu's body. However, Diwu realized that his power of the great path was being suppressed. It was not as powerful as it was outside. It was as though the power of the great path in this place was no longer his. In the sky above, stars circled around Futian's figure, forming a frightening barrier before him that blocked off the divine light of the sun. Did you think that you are very powerful? Futian lowered his head and looked at Diwu. The cultivators of the holy land of Taichu were all more powerful than you. After saying this, Futian pointed a finger at Diwu. In an instant, billions of divine swords resonated as one and became one sword. From the heavens above, the halo of the divine sword pierced the world and slaughtered its way toward Diwu, like a beam of light. Everywhere it passed, everything was turned to dust. His attack actually somewhat resembled that of Emperor Nan's. The sword fell, and Diwu's body was merged with the sun. The golden raven protected its master and wanted to block the sword in the same manner as it did before. However, this time, Futian's sword seemed to be stronger. In comparison, Diwu's might of the way weakened. Under such changes, the halo of the divine sword directly penetrated downwards. Diwu's figure was sent flying backward from the shockwaves. The figure of the golden raven before was blasted into smithereens and gradually disappeared. Tui, the sword flash dissipated, and the boundary wheel disappeared. The crowd saw a silhouette being sent flying backward as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. On his body was the remaining sword will, which was still shimmering. Diwu's figure was caught by the cultivators of the Solar Divine Palace. His divine wheel was severely damaged. A beam of sword will penetrated straight through his body, causing Diwu's entire aura to be extremely weak. This sword nearly killed him. Diwu was also in agony internally. His divine will had undergone a metamorphosis, and his path had grown more powerful. The cultivators from the divine prefecture's Sun God Mountain had told him that he had a chance to refine his bloodline until he could unleash his maximum potential. He might even have a chance to cultivate the divine body of the sun. The improvement of his ability made him extremely self-confident and made him want to battle it out with Futian. However, the battle had ended so pathetically. With his divine wheel of the great path being suppressed, Diwu could not block the sword. This was a huge blow to Diwu. Back in the god's relic, Diwu was one of the most monstrous figures in the 9 realms. He had forged a flawless divine wheel in the god's relic. At that time, Futian was the same level as he was. Back then, As the god of Solar Divine Palace, Di did not even consider Futian to be a threat. However, afterward, Futian became more and more famous. Hence, today, Di found it very difficult to accept this humiliating defeat. Sun God Mountain also placed their wager on him. Since they had announced it in public, they could not go back on their word. Although the cultivators of Sun God Mountain had come over to pillage and take advantage of other people's misfortune, they were still people of status and had to admit their defeat. The cultivators of Sun God Mountain glanced at Di and then looked towards Futian. He was truly extraordinary. They had already tested Di ability. However, they had not imagined that he would still lose to Futian. It looked like Solar Divine Palace was fated to not be able to obtain the divine item in the ancestral lands of the Divine Palace. After this, they could only be observers and witness what happened after. "You may see yourselves out," the Palace Lord said while sweeping a glance at the cultivators of Sun God Mountain. The leading cultivator smiled and said, "Since we have been defeated, Solar Divine Palace will not participate in today's battle. We will take our leave now." After he spoke, he turned around and left, keeping his promise. The cultivators of Solar Divine Palace also left one after another, but they bore grudges in their hearts. However, they didn't leave entirely. Instead, they lingered at the Sea of the Path, which was quite a distance away from the Divine Palace. They stood at the Sea of the Path and unleashed their wills in the direction of the Divine Palace. They could still observe the battle in such a manner. They wanted to witness for themselves how this storm would end. Could Shangxiao Divine Palace escape their plight? If Shangxiao Divine Palace were defeated, the Divine Martial Road in their ancestral lands would be plundered clean. When that happened, cultivators of Sun God Mountain would no longer be bound to an agreement. There was still hope of getting some spoils. After the cultivators of Sun God Mountain left, the atmosphere of the Divine Palace still remained tense. "I have a condition. Would you be willing to hear me out?" Shengao, a cultivator from the Shen clan, spoke at this moment. Everyone's gazes immediately turned towards him. Futian similarly looked towards Shengao. Shengao's figure walked out from the Sea of the Path, and he ascended into the air. Across the distance, his gaze was directed at Futian as he said, "Futian has previously attacked my Shen clan. Now, he has stirred up trouble in the higher heavens realm. As long as the Divine Palace hands him over to me, I will not be involved in matters here. I will bring him back to be dealt with. How about it?" The Divine Palace wanted Futian. Their conflict was also due to Futian. Shengao was actually also thinking that if they could capture Futian, they could still have an opportunity to bring him to their side. Even if he had to make enemies of both parties, Shengao still looked highly on Futian. If Shengao truly had to kill Futian, he would feel that it was a waste. "It looks like Shen clan has not learned your lesson from the besiegement of the Heavenly Mandate Academy last time," Lord Taishian warned loudly as he stared at Shen Gao from a distance. "If that's the case, Shen clan better pray that you can capture all of us in one go. Otherwise, we might not let Shen clan off the hook so easily this time." It was clearly impossible for the Divine Palace to hand Futian over to the Shen clan. Currently, among the forces of 9 realms, everyone knew Futian was the strongest. Shengao was also well aware of it. Hence, he only smiled when he heard Lord Taishuan's reply. He didn't take Lord Taishuan's response to heart. Clearly, he had predicted it. "Times have changed," Shengao said with a smile. Now, the passageway that connected the Divine Prefecture and the Void Realm had been opened. Not only had Shengao returned, but the Shen clan in the Void Realm could also get in contact with the Shen clan of the Divine Prefecture. Besieging the Shen clan? Even though the Heavenly Mandate Academy had an alliance of forces, they would have to think twice in order to take it down. "Have you all made your choice?" The Palace Lord's gaze swept across to Guide Song, who was standing next to the throne. Under such circumstances, how did he plan to fight? If they began to fight, could he bear the cost? "Since we are rebuilding from scratch, why do we need to hesitate so much?" At that moment, a voice called out from the sky. Once the voice cried out, a terrifying wave of the Great Path swept out. It slammed towards the Divine Palace. Huge rumbles could be heard. Everyone's gazes swept towards the cultivator who had sent out the attack. It was Purple Robe War Emperor of the Holy Land of Taichu. Some local forces of the Nine Realms still had some reservations about starting a fight. However, the purple-robed war emperor of the Holy Land of Taichu had purposely come from the divine prefecture to settle this affair. His first group of people had failed the task previously. Now that he had personally come over, it was impossible for him to tolerate failure. As for what would happen in this battle or what consequences it would bring about, Purple Robe War Emperor did not care. It was sufficient as long as Golden Divine Nation kept their promise. The Holy Land of Taichu would replace Shangxiao Divine Palace to teach the way in the training Holy Land of the higher heavens realms. This time, the might of his attack was more terrifying than before. An unparalleled aura gushed into the Divine Palace. Instantly, cracks actually appeared all over this ancient palace, which was erected on the island in the middle of the Sea of the Path. The cracks were propagating quickly. Rumble. Intense and terrifying sounds could still be heard. The entire island of the Divine Palace sank even further. Many defense matrices were activated. However, they were immediately destroyed. An existence of this level was already beyond what the matrices of the Divine Palace could withstand against. Besides the Divine Palace, no one in the entire 3,000 realms of the Great Path could establish a super matrix that could withstand a figure of such level. The Divine Palace was about to fall. As they witnessed this scene, some cultivators were stunned and drew in deep breaths. They then realized what was about to happen. This outcome was only natural. It was impossible for a building like the Divine Palace to be able to withstand the shock from today's intense battle. The cultivators who invaded the Divine Palace today, especially this top figure from the Holy Land of Taichu, ignored the authority of Golden Divine Nation and attacked the Divine Palace right away. Would they still care about the collapse of the Divine Palace? In this distance, at the Sea of the Path, numerous cultivators were following the updates of what was happening here through their wills. Many of them had trained in the Divine Palace before. The scenes that played out in their minds caused them to be speechless. They felt dejected. Who would have thought that the Holy Land, which once stood high in the higher heavens realm, would sink in such a manner? The cultivators of the Divine Palace stared at the scene silently, yet their aura was intensifying. The Divine Palace was collapsing. The grand matrix which served as the foundation of the palace had been destroyed. The entire palace was sinking into the sea. The palace lord glanced at what was happening beneath him with a complicated look. He raised his head and stared at the purple robe war emperor. An unparalleled might of the way suddenly enveloped the entire divine palace. The ruins of the palace were surrounded by a dazzling divine light, joining together as one. The ruins floated in space and did not continue to sink. Is it worth it? The purple robe war emperor traversed across the sky. Golden ripples spread throughout the sky and spiraled downwards. With a huge rumble, the divine palace continued to sink. Every step that he took was like a terrifying wave, causing the divine palace to continue fragmenting while sinking. The palace lord could not stop the palace from being destroyed. In the end, the palace lord decided to let go. With a shift of his will, the divine palace sank into the Sea of the Path. Purple Robe War Emperor raised his arm and glanced at the palace lord and the other cultivators. He sent out a punch. This punch penetrated the space. The true will of waves of a war god unleashed by him was absolutely terrifying. A choking might enveloped the cultivators of the divine palace. It was impossible for the palace lord to protect everyone. At that moment, there suddenly appeared a peerless divine light that flew over in their direction. It directly flew out and blocked the punch coming their way. Rumble. The peerless punch collided with the object, sweeping up gales and huge waves. The punch that could directly shatter the divine palace could not destroy the object that had appeared. It was a tablet. No one was in control of it. It was as though the tablet was flying on its own. On the tablet, endless divine runes of the great path were carved on it. Even the war god's true will of waves could not shatter this tablet. Even more frightening was that, after this tablet descended, it kept expanding and became a huge heavenly tablet. Had another giant figure of the divine palace attacked? The various cultivators thought to themselves. Outside of the ruins, all the gazes of the people on the Sea of the Path were directed towards the battlefield. Many of them had heard that the divine palace most likely had more than one mighty existence at the peak of the realm aside from the palace lord. The giant figures especially seemed to know something about it. However, no silhouette had appeared. Instead, the tablet that was floating in the sky released an even more brilliant and eye-catching light. It seemed to be an object without a master. The top figures were staring at the tablet. They revealed fearful looks. This was no mere tablet. They sensed a unique aura from it. At that moment, a sigh came from the tablet. It was the tablet sighing. Futian revealed a strange expression. Could it be that the mysterious cultivator back then in the ancestral lands was? The eyes of Gaiqiong, Shengao, and the other top figures of the last generation were all staring at the tablet. Previously, there were rumors that the existence back then had not died and was cultivating in the divine palace. Was this tablet activated by him? Is that the old palace lord? Gaitsong was frowning as he also stared in that direction. It didn't seem right. It was not the old palace lord of the divine palace. Emperor Tsong? Gaitsong exclaimed as he suddenly thought of someone when he sensed the aura. It was a figure who shared his name. The person was a peak figure back during the Age of Turmoil. However, Emperor Tsong of the divine palace was not his name. He was called this due to his powerful technique. Back in the day, Emperor Tsong's cultivation was peerless. He was the most talented figure in the divine palace. He was even more powerful than the divine palace lord of the day. He had forged a flawless divine wheel of the Great Path, and an upper-level flawless divine wheel at that. An existence of such a level would be a peerless figure even in the entire divine prefecture. However, by right, he should have fallen before having cultivated to the peak. Why was it that they all felt that their assumptions were wrong? Back then, the person who lived was Emperor Tsong and not the old palace lord? Gaiqiong said as he also revealed a strange look. These were all matters from long ago. The old palace lord and Emperor Tsong had both suffered severe injuries. It was said that Emperor Tsong had died while the old palace lord had been seriously wounded. Yet, right now, their assumptions seem to have been wrong. I never imagined that there would be people who still remembered me, a voice said from the tablet. Then, the gigantic, endless tablet flew up into the sky and expanded rapidly. It blocked out the sky and the sun, enveloping this entire region of the Sea of the Path. The various cultivators raised their heads and saw an unparalleled divine tablet. On it, endless inscriptions were carved. It radiated with brilliant light, and they could faintly see a silhouette appear in the tablet. It was the silhouette of a middle-aged man. He wore a long white robe. His figure seemed to have merged with the tablet. From the tablet, endless light shone down. Huge rumbles could be heard. Everyone sensed a heavenly might. The heavens seemed to have changed hue and were enveloped by the tablet. Rumble. A huge rumbling sound could be heard. It was as though the sky was falling, and the earth was about to split apart. A god hand appeared and immediately covered the sky, suppressing this region of the Sea of the Path. Everything was beneath the god hand. Be careful, someone said. The various cultivators had exceptionally serious looks in their eyes. They all sensed a powerful pressure. The Great Path in this area seemed to have been suppressed by the god hand. The power of the Great Path could not circulate successfully. From this, it could be seen how frightening the might of the god hand was. Boom, boom, boom. The palm print had yet to come down when its divine might of the Great Path descended. Some people who did not have strong enough cultivation were directly sent crashing into the Sea of the Path. They revealed looks of extreme pain. On the Sea of the Path, waves churned. Everyone was pressured to the point that they found it hard to breathe. Futian and the others stood there, watching. The power was naturally not aimed at them. However, they still could sense the astonishing suppressive force. It was as though that palm had suppressed the entire world. Right then, a silhouette rose up to receive the palm print of the Great Path. Similarly, a loud resonating sound that filled the heavens could be heard. An unparalleled war god's true will of waves shot up into the sky and collided with the god hand, pressing down on them. The dull sound caused the hearts of everyone around to tremble. Purple robe war emperor alone rose into the air. He arrived beneath the god hand. As he stood there, he seemed exceptionally minuscule compared to the hand. Yet, He directly raised his arm and punched out towards the god hand. The god hand collided with his punch. A dull thud could be heard. Wave after wave of his war god's true will of waves swept towards the god hand with his fist as the center. In an instant, tens of thousands of vibrations erupted. Rumble. There was a huge sound, and the god hand collapsed. The terrifying punch was also shattered. Purple-robed war emperor's figure plummeted downwards. At the same time, there were explosions in the sea of the path below, and seawater splashed up. The scene was very frightening. From the tablet, endless divine light shone down. Countless large handprints actually flew out from it. Each handprint had frightening power. They directly slaughtered their way in the direction where the army was in the sea of the path. Gaichong's figure also moved. He took a step forward, and the heavenly might of the great path burst forth from him. The endless space seemed to be completely enveloped within his will. A golden divine spear appeared in his hand and pierced into the space. The giant handprints in the space were immediately shattered into dust. Purple-robed war emperor's forceful attack had already ruined everything. Now, they had no choice but to battle it out. The tablet spun in the heavens above. Endless divine light shot out from it. Each beam of divine light contained a large handprint. Their destructive power was astonishing. "Everyone attack," Gaitsong said in a loud voice. In the current situation, Gaitsong's side still held the advantage. They could only do their best to prevent these people from escaping. Gaitsong wielded his divine spear and charged forwards after he spoke. However, Lord Taixian appeared before him, wielding a divine sword. The heavens were filled with the endless sound of gyukins of the great path. "All of you retreat," the divine palace lord ordered the various cultivators beside him. Cultivators of the lower planes could not participate in a battle of such a high level. On the contrary, they would likely be killed if the opportunity arose. Since they had reached this point, there was no turning back. The dazzling divine mountain enveloped all the cultivators inside of it. Then, the divine palace lord sent out a palm strike, and the entire divine mountain immediately flew off into the distance. It traveled a huge distance in an instant. "Shunji, go and cut them off," Shingao said. Shunji then stepped forward, the light of the great path of space shining off him. Swoosh, swoosh. Green divine light was everywhere, turning everything to dust. The formless will of the great path of space was also turned to dust. Being enveloped by the green divine light, Shunji discovered that he actually could not teleport away from where he was. Shingao swept a glance towards Emperor Nan when he saw this scene. He then said, "Today, I will experience the ability of Emperor Nan myself." After he said this, he unleashed the Tianshan Divine Halo, which could suppress all the power of the Great Path. Tianshan Divine Halo collided with the green Divine Light. The two lights countered each other. A terrifying storm of Tianshan cleave enveloped this part of the sky. Shingao stood in front of Emperor Nan while the gold and green lights continued to clash. Scary-looking cracks appeared in their surroundings. One could imagine how frightening their auras were. Buzz! A green gale swept across the space. The gale was everywhere, trapping both Shan Gao and Shen Ji in the region of the gale. At that moment, another top figure unleashed his attack. This person had been exceptionally quiet all this while. However, as soon as he made a move, countless weapons appeared in the sky and flew in the direction of the divine palace lord. This person was a top figure from Mo clan, one of the ancient clans in the divine prefecture. Mo clan wanted to establish its influence in the original realm. The clan had decided to collaborate with Golden Divine Nation and the Holy Land of Taichu. This was because it was hard for the clan to dominate a realm since there were too many forces entering the original realm after the passageway had been opened. After all, Mo clan had no foundations here. Under such circumstances, it was more suitable for them to form an alliance with a local force and then slowly exert their influence in the original realm. Since everyone had decided to go all out in this battle, it would be the wisest to destroy the Divine Palace completely to avoid any future trouble. At least a few top figures would have to join the battle in order to kill everyone from the Divine Palace. In an instant, the person from Mo clan clashed with the Divine Palace lord. Even after the cultivators of Solar Divine Palace had left, their side still had more cultivators as compared to the Divine Palace. Clearly, they still held the advantage. Unbeknownst of whether or not it was intentional, nobody targeted the cultivators who retreated before the battle erupted. The cultivators avoided the battles of the top figures and headed in the direction where Futian and his group left. They were not qualified to join the battles of the top figures. After all, there was a stark difference in their abilities. Their targets were the other cultivators. Moreover, Futian had to be hunted down. The army formed by various forces moved enthusiastically and rushed towards the Sea of the Path. They were pursuing the cultivators who were ordered to retreat by the Divine Palace Lord. Futian's group was actually quite strong too. Even though some top figures could not make their way over here, they had sent many cultivators over to aid Futian. Futian's group moved at high speeds. They shifted in space and traversed across the sky without pausing. The cultivators who were hunting them followed behind them. The distance between the two groups was shortening. Futian looked into the distance. There was a lone boat floating on the vast Sea of the Path. A figure wearing a straw hat was standing on the boat. Beside him was a demonic beast, a demonic rat. A glint of cold light flashed in the eyes of Futian when he saw the boat. This was his last hope. If any top figures came over from the Divine Palace battlefield to hunt them and Futian could not defend against them, all his efforts prior to this would be in vain. One group should leave first. Senior Kuenping, may I trouble you to lead these people away from here? Futian asked Demon Emperor Kuenping. His speed was very fast, and he could lead those with weak cultivation away from here. There was no real meaning for them to participate in this battle. After all, even Futian himself could not predict what would happen later on. After the Shao clan and Dou tribe were held back, the cultivators that they had on their side was clearly at a disadvantage. All right, Kuenping replied as he nodded his head. He did not reject Futian's request and led some people away. Futian and the others continued to advance. They only stopped when they were near the lone boat. Very soon, the people behind them also caught up with them. They were the members of the various allied forces. They looked towards Futian's group, who had stopped. They then looked towards the lone boat floating on the Sea of the Path below. Some people frowned. They actually could not sense the person's aura. It was possible that the other party had very weak cultivation, or he could also be very powerful. However, this was deep within the Sea of the Path. How could someone who was very weak end up here? This caused some people to feel uneasy. Could it be that Futian still had a trump card? Right at this moment, the figure with a straw hat, who stood at the fore, raised his head and looked at the crowd. He had a pair of terrifying eyes. The pair of dark, demonic eyes were emotionless and cold. His gaze was like the gaze of a grim reaper. Retreat. The cultivators from Shun clan came to their senses. It was him. He had disappeared since the battle a few years ago. Nobody had expected that he would actually appear in the Sea of the Path today during this crucial battle. It turned out that the figure on the lone boat was none other than Sky River Great Elder. Sky River Great Elder had committed a massacre in Shun clan before. Many cultivators of Shun clan had fallen to him. Even the Great Elder, Shunji, was injured by Sky River Great Elder before the leader of Shun clan could wound him and force him to retreat. Sky River Great Elder had not appeared since the battle when the Heavenly Mandate Academy led their army to confront Shin clan. Some said that Sky River Great Elder had fallen into the demonic way and had most likely destroyed himself. Some said that he had gone crazy and was missing. However, at this very moment, he silently appeared in the Sea of the Path. He calmly sat on the lone boat in the middle of the sea. If their current location was not the Sea of the Path, strangers would really treat Sky River Great Elder as an ordinary man. Sky River Great Elder had broken through the plane in the past. When cultivators of Shun clan saw him, their first instinct was to run away from him. At the moment, the giant figures had yet to come over here. When facing a cultivator at the level of Sky River Great Elder, there was no point in having a large number of people. They could not possibly defeat him. If they were to engage in a battle with him, they would suffer great losses. It's Sky River Great Elder. The cultivators of Golden Divine Nation and the other forces also managed to react to all this. They frantically retreated and prepared to escape from this place. A terrifying crimson light shot out from Sky River Great Elder's eyes. Even though he was merely standing there quietly, the vast space was instantly enveloped by a horrifying aura. Endless crimson demonic light filled the heavens and earth, as though there were streaks of crimson lightning flashing in the sky. Boom! Sky River Great Elder took a step forward and directly walked into the crowd of cultivators. The will of the crowd burst forth, and their figures retreated hastily. However, streaks of crimson lightning shot out like blood-red swords. The bodies of many cultivators with weaker cultivation were directly penetrated by the crimson lightning, and they were locked in place in mid-air. Among these people, most of them were cultivators of Shin Clan. They faced the most tragic fate. Obviously, even though Sky River Great Elder had slaughtered his way into Shin Clan before, he had not forgotten his vengeance in the past up until now. He had never forgotten about the death of his daughter, his 3,000 disciples, and other members of Sky River Temple. This vengeance could only be abetted by the fresh blood of Shin Clan members. After the battle at Shin Clan, he left and gradually gained control over the demonic item. However, he still did not go to meet his wife, Shin Luoxue. It was not because he didn't miss her, but rather because he was remorseful. He felt guilty towards Shin Luoxue. He was ashamed to meet her both in the past and now. In the past, he had not been able to protect Shin Luoxue and their daughter, Nongyue. Their daughter was killed, and Shin Luoxue was imprisoned by Shin Clan for many years. However, he was not able to do anything and could only quietly train alone. He swallowed his pride and endured the suffering. He did not dare to reveal even a slight hint of his ambition. He had failed too many people. On this day, he intended to kill members of Shin Clan and commit a massacre within the clan. As long as he was still alive, his biggest goal would be eradicating Shin Clan until not one of them was left. He could not let go of this hatred. However, he was well aware that his wife, Shin Luoxue, originated from Shin Clan. Even though she had cut ties with the clan and did not have any feelings for the clan now, it was something that could not be changed. The bloodline of Shin Clan members also coursed in Shin Luoxue's veins. They shared the same origins. Under such circumstances, if he asked Shin Luoxue to kill the members of the Shin Clan, could she really do so? He had decided to eradicate Shin Clan and eliminate the clansmen of his wife. There was no way he could face his wife, not now nor in the past. In the current age of turmoil, when Heavenly Mandate Academy and Futian faced a huge crisis, only then had he appeared and found Futian. Not many people knew about this. Shin Luoxue also did not know about his appearance. Futian merely left a demonic rat by his side to serve as a means of communication. The demonic rat was naturally from the Purple Gold Rat clan and was under his control. It was trembling at this moment. Rumble. The endless crimson lightning drawn from the heavens above actually became a frightening crimson divine furnace. Miserable screams could be heard. The cultivators that had been pierced through by the crimson lightning were all smelted. It was extremely wretched. Sky River Great Elder, a cultivator of Shin Clan, roared. A frightening golden divine halo was unleashed from his body. Extremely brilliant golden lightning directly cleaved the space. It was the Tianshan cleave technique. Yet, a terrifying crimson glow directly attacked the golden halo that cleaved the space and caused it to explode into fragments. Sky River Great Elder stepped forward and extended his palm across the space. He recognized many of the senior members of Shin Clan. After all, he was previously a son-in-law of Shin Clan and had spent some time living and training in Shin Clan. He was familiar with many of the seniors. Nevertheless, now, they were mortal enemies. He would not stop until they were all dead. Sky River Great Elder extended his palm towards the cultivator of Shin Clan and suddenly clenched it. A loud scream could be heard. The face of the cultivator was contorted, and he was in extreme pain. The crimson demonic light pierced to his figure, then his figure immediately exploded into pieces, and his soul dissipated. The members of the other forces instantly escaped in all directions. When faced with a cultivator whose planes surpassed their own, even if they might be able to put up a fight if they joined forces, the first person who attacked would surely die first. Under such circumstances, everyone wanted to preserve their own life first and ensure their own survival. Buzz. Sky River Great Elder's silhouette became a frightening bolt of crimson lightning. Above the sea of the path, fresh blood constantly rained down on the world below. Many people perished in the sky above the sea of the path. They would be forever buried here. Futian and the others were also slightly astonished when they saw the scene. Aside from Futian, the people here seemed to have not known that Sky River Great Elder was here. From the looks of it, Futian had intentionally arranged for this. This way, even if they had been chased by figures at the peak, they still had cultivators who could keep one or two of them in check. Of course, if the disparity was too great, even if Sky River Great Elder killed off a few powerful existences, the situation would still not change. They could only submit to their fates then. Aside from that, Sky River Great Elder's methods were too dominant. They could even be considered cruel. He did not seem like a famous sage who once taught the way in the Tianhe realm. Instead, he seemed like a bona fide demonic figure. However, when the crowd thought of everything that Sky River Great Elder had been through, they could empathize with him. He had practiced forbearance for many years. Sky River Great Elder had demonstrated very high endurance by not going insane after suffering for so long. Otherwise, he would not have lasted until this day. Now, him descending into the demonic way was also due to what Shin Clan did back then. Shin Clan had previously acted too harshly. They had initiated a war to destroy a realm and had killed countless cultivators of the Tianhe realm. No one could have done better if they were in Sky River Great Elder's position. Everything that Shin Clan was facing now was a matter of cause and effect. If they had not been so cruel, they would not have forced Sky River Great Elder to become what he was today. Futian was also looking at the battle. Grandmaster had indeed joined the demonic way. He acquired a demonic divine item. It was not easy for him to gain control of the demonic power contained within the item. Futian had no idea about the whereabouts of his grandmaster for these past few years. He had never visited the Heavenly Mandate Academy before. Futian speculated that his grandmaster had been living in agony. After all, Grandmaster refrained himself from visiting the Heavenly Mandate Academy even after his wife had joined the academy for training. Grandmaster had shunned them up until now. He finally appeared when Futian was facing a crisis. Although Grandmaster was a demon when he was facing Shin Clan and all the other enemies, Futian could not find fault with the way Grandmaster treated him. Futian felt so even though he felt like he had never understood Grandmaster before. He hadn't even gotten to know Grandmaster properly. When Futian was training in the Tianhe realm, most likely, Grandmaster was also living in hatred during that period of time. Right at this moment, a terrifying aura drew near. Frowning, Futian and his group looked up in the direction where the aura came from. A figure dressed in white robes rushed towards here. It was none other than the cultivator from the Holy Land of Taichu, who led his group to challenge the Heavenly Mandate Academy before this. This cultivator was also a giant figure. Even though he was not as powerful as the Purple Robe War Emperor, who came from the lower worlds, he was also a top figure in the Holy Land of Taichu. This cultivator had been waiting for his chance. After he had escaped from the battlefield on the other side, he rushed here. Without hesitation, he dashed and pounced at Sky River Great Elder, who was in the middle of the battle. Sky River Great Elder swept a glance at him and similarly walked towards him. This part of the sky was tainted by crimson demonic light, as though doomsday had arrived. "Let's go," Futian said as he turned and retreated. Today, the Holy Land of Taichu had initiated the battle to provoke this dispute. It was already too late for them to cease. Since they had already reached this stage and their top figures were at a disadvantage, they could only try their hardest to escape unscathed. Although the Divine Palace had been sunk into the sea of the path, as long as the cultivators of the Divine Palace were still alive, the Divine Palace still existed. Currently, Futian was most worried about the other battlefield. He did not know whether Emperor Nan could withstand his opponent. Sky River Great Elder and the white-robed cultivator of the Holy Land of Taichu instantly collided into one another. Astonishing destructive light swept out. Beyond the terrifying battle, Futian and the others continued hastily escaping. "Don't let Futian escape," a sinister voice sounded. In an instant, the cultivators, who were originally dispersing in different directions, moved forwards one by one. They showed signs of gathering as they continued to hunt Futian and his group. Spread out, Yi Futian ordered. Don't spread out. Their target is you, a cultivator objected decisively. If their group escaped in different directions, the cultivator was certain that all the opponents would chase after Yi Futian. After all, for those forces, killing Yi Futian was far more important than killing anyone else in their group. Palace Lord and Emperor Tsong are holding the fort in the Divine Palace. Emperor Nan is there too, Jiang Chengzi of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven analyzed. Even though they don't have an advantage in terms of numbers, they might not lose. It is enough to send away the first group of people from this battlefield. The rest of the cultivators should gather together. As long as none of the top figures come over here, we are capable of putting up a fight. The rest of them nodded in agreement. They were prepared to have a good fight anyway. All right, Yi Futian felt a warmth inside. He did not reject the good intentions of the others. He only hoped that the Divine Palace would not lose in its most important battle. Chapter 1795, Under the Divine Sword. The cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy continued escaping hastily. The white-robed elder rushed to delay Sky River Great Elder. Hence, the cultivators of the other forces continued to pursue Yi Futian's group. Even though Sky River Great Elder slaughtered many of their members, their lineup was still more powerful than that of Yi Futian's group. After all, they had gathered an extremely powerful army before they came over. They even included many forces of the higher heavens realm, such as Skyberry and God Clan. They were in the same predicament as the cultivators of the Divine Palace. They all clearly knew that since they had reached this stage now, they had to act decisively. They could not depend on any element of luck. Only by eradicating the other party could they absolutely guarantee their own safety. They could not do anything about the battle between the top figures. However, this battlefield belonged to them. At the very least, they had to kill one person, Yi Futian from the Heavenly Mandate Academy. As long as Yi Futian was killed, the opponent's alliance would most likely face collapse. If that occurred, their opponent would pose less of a threat to them. The cultivators who were proficient in the Great Path of Space were the fastest in terms of speed. Many members of the forces like Shun Clan and Golden Divine Nation were proficient in this. Some of the figures at the peak of the Renhuang Plain were the first to catch up to Yi Futian's group. A top figure of Shun Clan cleaved down with his palm. In the distance, golden lightning appeared in the sky. It slashed the space apart and cleaved towards the crowd of cultivators. Another cultivator stepped forward, and his divine wheel of the Great Path appeared. Beams of divine light shot out and slaughtered their way to the crowd in the distance. Buzz. Gales swept past. A cultivator from Divine Palace's Sword Palace turned around and slashed up into the sky. Divine swords swept across the heavens, slashing towards the other party. It seemed as though it could tear apart the heavens and the earth. From all directions, other cultivators attacked, restricting Yi Futian's group from leaving. There were cultivators from Yi Futian's group that turned around, one after another, and joined the fight. Instantly, the arts of supreme attack of the Great Path constantly collided in the sky above the sea of the path. Ritual implements flew out in all directions. Divine lightning descended from the heavens. Golden divine light split the air, and swords of the Great Path cleaved the heavens. Countless attacks exploded, and waves churned on the sea of the path. The sea was wild and violent, and seemed as though it was roaring. Yi Futian's group kept advancing. Other people blocked off the raging storm of the Great Path for Yi Futian. These people had the most intense killing intent directed at him. They could even be considered resolute. All of them wanted him to die in the sea of the path. The person who led Yi Futian in his escape was the wife of Sky River Great Elder, the cultivator of Shen Clan, Shun Luoxue. She said to Yi Futian, "Although he has killed many cultivators, the number of our cultivators is still less than theirs. I will go and hold off some of them. All of you, continue escaping. Their target is you. Escape as far away from the battlefield of upper-level Renhuangs as you can." "All right," Yi Futian said as he nodded his head. He did not say any more. Shin Luoxue turned around. Her Tiantian divine halo radiated and enveloped the endless space, cutting off the path of many cultivators pursuing them. Long story short, all of this occurred in a blink of an eye. Within this short amount of time, a huge battle exploded along the sea of the path. Currently, The number of cultivators that were advancing with Futian had reduced by quite a bit. Futian looked into the distance. The shore could be vaguely seen. They were close to reaching the land and fort. As talented figures, they moved at an incredible speed. There were fewer and fewer cultivators who were still hunting them, and those with a high plane of cultivation were few. Many of the opponents were engaged in battles with Futian's alliance members. Cultivators from Shen Clan, the Heavenly Mandate Academy, and various forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm participated in this battle. Many of them were giant figures in their respective territories. This battle could definitely be considered the largest battle in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path since Donghuang the Great unified the Divine Prefecture. Many top forces and giant figures were involved in it. Let alone in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, the scale of this battle was most likely rare even in the outer realms of the Divine Prefecture. This large-scale war erupted due to the current age of turmoil. Buzz. A gale swept past, and golden divine light dazzled. 3 upper-level Renhuangs continued to pursue Futian. Zhang Chengzi was the only one left beside Futian. On the contrary, on the opponent's team, not only were there 3 upper-level Renhuangs approaching them from 3 different directions, but there were also quite a few middle-level Renhuangs trailing them from a distance. A brilliant golden divine light sliced towards them. Zhang Chengzi guided Futian to dodge the attack. The terrifying divine light darted past his body. It was only inches away from hitting him. "You should go," Futian said to Zhang Chengzi. Zhang Chengzi looked at him. "I am capable of defending myself," Futian said. Zhang Chengzi nodded. A domineering aura was unleashed. He swiftly turned around and pounced at a cultivator who had an 8th-tier divine wheel. That was the most he could do for Futian. Futian glanced at him and took a step forward in the air. He continued to move towards the shore. The other 2 7th-tier divine wheel upper-level Renhuangs and the middle-level Renhuangs, who were still a distance away, rushed towards Futian. Their speed was astonishing. A glint of malice flashed past in their eyes. They reckoned Futian could not possibly escape from their hunt this time. One of the 2 7th-tier divine will cultivators was from Shen Clan, while the other one was from Golden Divine Nation. Both of them had their eyes dead set on Futian. After all, these 2 forces had the strongest vendetta with Futian. When they saw Futian escaping, they were the ones who were the most enthusiastic about pursuing him. Before this, the appearance of Sky River Great Elder caused these 2 forces to suffer great losses. However, they held the greatest advantage in this battle, so the outcome of this battle would not be changed. Even if the Divine Palace could really dodge the fate of being eradicated today, as long as Futian was killed, the alliances he formed would fall apart as well. When that happened, the Divine Palace would never be able to rise again. At that moment, Futian's figure came to a halt. He had already arrived at the edge of the Sea of the Path. He turned around and looked at the people who were pursuing him. Far off in the distance, along the shore of the sea, silhouettes looked up into the distant sky of the Sea of the Path. Their hearts trembled intensely when they sensed the terrifying aura from there. The people approaching were the members of the top forces. The confrontation between Golden Divine Nation and the Divine Palace was known by all in the higher heavens realm. The huge battle over there was also the attention of the realm. How was this battle going to end? "Who was that?" someone asked as they looked at Futian. Why were so many cultivators pursuing him? The aura on his body was only that of the 2nd-tier divine wheel. He actually drew the attention of so many powerful figures. This was too crazy. Wasn't it enough to have a middle-level Renhuang to kill a 2nd-tier divine wheel cultivator? There were so many cultivators, yet all of them dashed towards him instead of going to help out on other battlefields. It looked like they really prioritized this youth in white robes. "He has white hair and white robes. Who else can he be?" Someone answered. "He is Futian from the Heavenly Mandate Academy. He is a legend in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. He is known as the most powerful person of his generation. No one can compare to him." That was him. The crowd nodded their heads when they heard this. Then, what was happening came as no surprise. Such a powerful lineup of cultivators had even forsaken aiding the other battlefields in order to pursue this person. This must be because of how important Futian was. Capturing Futian would be halfway to ending the war. After Futian came to a stop, The other party also did not rush to attack. Two upper-level Renhuangs appeared before him. The middle-level Renhuangs behind them also gradually caught up. They surrounded him. Very soon, the space was packed. Right now, they were wondering whether to capture Yi Futian alive or dead. In such a situation, it would be hard for Yi Futian to escape. Yi Futian stood in midair as he glanced at the surrounding crowd of people. He naturally could sense his opponent's auras. The two upper-level Renhuangs in front of him stood there staring at him. Many middle-level Renhuangs circled around and surrounded him. Their wills pressured down on his body. At this moment, he was like a fish caught in a net. "Slay him," one of them ordered. The upper-level Renhuang from Golden Divine Nation wielded a Golden Divine Spear, and his killing intent was alarming. All the middle-level Renhuangs lunged at Yi Futian. Their ways transformed into different weapons. Buzz. A dazzling golden light shot out from Yi Futian's glabella. This beam of light expanded quickly and transformed into a spatial sacred hall. Everyone frowned in confusion. A sacred item? Those middle-level Renhuangs who were approaching Yi Futian dashed into the spatial sacred hall, preventing him from hiding inside the hall. In an instant, the expanding spatial sacred hall engulfed both Yi Futian and those middle-level Renhuangs. The two 7th-tier Divine Wheel upper-level Renhuangs did not enter the hall. They were standing guard outside. Even though Yi Futian used a spatial treasure, those middle-level Renhuangs would most likely be sufficient to kill him since their cultivation was higher than his. A divine sword appeared in Yi Futian's hand. It was glittering with brilliant sparkles. It was yet another powerful sacred item. He was also garbed in armor. Naturally, Yi Futian would utilize all the treasures that he obtained from the god's relic. As soon as the divine sword appeared, it emitted a ring which resonated with the air. Its sword will was intense, and it flowed towards the surroundings, forming an encirclement. Divine light could even be seen glowing faintly in Yi Futian's body. The cultivators who were surrounding Yi Futian frowned. What was happening? Streaks of divine light on Yi Futian's body shone brighter as time passed. A terrifying art of supreme attack blasted towards him and was actually crushed into dust by the sword will around his body. Bang! The divine light intensified. At this moment, it was as though Yi Futian was draped with a divine golden light shield around him. He was majestic. He unleashed the Guqin divine wheel. Countless strings of Guqin appeared in the space. Each string of Guqin emanated an unparalleled golden divine light. Sword will course through the strings. Twang! A ringing sound could be heard. Golden strings of Guqin, flowing with sword will, crisscrossed in the space. A cultivator stood on his spot. He could sense that there were strings of Guqin continually penetrating his surroundings. The strings slowly enclosed the space. It was as though they were forming an independent space of the Great Path. Rumble. Extremely brilliant light of the divine wheel of the Great Path rained down on all of the cultivators. An extremely powerful aura burst forth from the bodies of the various cultivators. Their divine wheels radiated. However, at this moment, they actually felt that their own divine wheels were no match for Yi Futian's. A divine halo shot out from Yi Futian's body. It spread upward and caused the various cultivators to shut their eyes in pain. The expressions of the surrounding cultivators all changed. Was this the Emperor's light? He truly received the teachings of the great Emperor in the god's relic. The cultivators of Shun Clan and Golden Divine Nation had extremely interesting facial expressions. Was this his true ability? He had been hiding it all along. He had previously said in the god's relic that he had received the teachings of the great Emperor. Right now, the scene that they were witnessing seemed to validate the arrogant things that he had previously said. He had received the teachings of the great Emperor, and the deities had witnessed this. Yi Futian lifted his sword, and divine light pierced the heavens. In this space, the will of the swords resonated and formed a world of the sword. Die! Yi Futian uttered this in a cold tone. Once he said this, the divine sword in his hand flew out. The great path resonated, and divine sounds could be heard all around. A middle-level Renhuang unleashed a powerful attack to block the divine sword. However, under the light of the divine sword, his figure actually turned to dust immediately, returning to nothingness. Chapter 1796 Fighting Upper-Level Renwangs. Divine sword light cut through the air, destroying everything everywhere it passed. A mid-level Renhuang with a 5th-tier divine wheel transformed into a golden body, giving off a frightening amount of power. He was now armored in gold, but the sword light pierced right through his golden armor in an instant. His body was then shattered into nothingness. Slice, slice, slice. Sounds rang out as most of the cultivators who had entered the spatial sacred hall were suddenly slain. Those who were left alive fled, their auras surging, and their eyes filled with fear. They stared at the divine radiance that was upon Futian. What is this? They looked all about themselves. The golden radiance was everywhere. Lines of invisible sword will had completely filled the world around them, becoming one with it. It seemed that this area of the world was now a realm of swordsmanship that would not permit any other kind of will to enter it. And Futian seemed to be the master of this new world. As he cultivated to higher levels, the more he came to understand the will of the Emperor, and the better he was able to sense it. Now, he could even faintly sense what kind of thing the will of the Emperor was, and he could urge it on to an even stronger level. Futian gripped his divine sword. He twirled his wrist, and the sword will all around them hummed. Suddenly, there was the sound of clattering swords as all the guqin strings that were formed out of sword will resonated with this, filling the area with terrifying sword chi. Slice, slice. The incredibly sharp sword shot out towards the few still living cultivators with 6th-tier divine wheels. The great path auras around them were shattered by the sword will. They looked at Futian with terror in their eyes. At this moment, Futian was extremely dangerous. He was using the power of the great path to crush them. Futian stepped towards one of them. He moved very slowly, but with every step, sword will slash through the air towards the few cultivators with 6th-tier divine wheels. At that moment, the man he was walking towards gripped his ritual implement, which was a magic cloak. He threw it out in front of him, where it turned into a terrifying black hole that sucked in all the sword will around it. The huge vortex grew more and more fearsome until it blocked out the sun, stretching out towards where Futian was. It tried to suck him into it. A battle of life or death like this was completely different from a sparring match. Many of the cultivators had ritual implements and were highly ranked in their various forces, meaning their ritual implements were extremely powerful. After all, powerful forces would not lack for powerful ritual implements. However, compared to the divine sword that Futian had taken from the god's relic, the cloak was far inferior. It was not at the same level. After all, the man who possessed it was only a mid-level Renhuang. He was no great figure of high status. The ritual implement he was using could only give him so much combat ability. Of course, he still had the advantage in terms of level. Whoosh! Futian was sucked up into the cloak. He transformed into a beam of light that swept into the black hole. But in the next moment, brilliant divine light bloomed, and a gap appeared in the black hole. The light of the divine sword burst forth, and a figure burst out of the ritual implement, turning into a bolt of lightning that shot towards the bearer of the cloak. The sword fell extremely quickly, and Futian appeared right behind the cultivator with the 6th-tier divine wheel. In the next instant, the man burst into pieces and disappeared. Futian's sword art had turned him to dust. Fear shone in the eyes of the other few cultivators. They could sense that Futian's current power was greater than their own. He himself had only a 2nd-tier divine wheel, but under the power of the will of the Emperor, his aura had climbed to a whole new level. This was in addition to his perfect divine wheel. And not only that, his wheel was fused with the will of the Emperor as well as the power of the divine sword. When the pressure of the great path skyrocketed again, there was a change in his nature. The people who had come to kill him did not even have perfect divine wheels. Thus, even though they were of the 6th tier, they were still crushed. Many mid-level Renhuangs had been cut into pieces. The remaining 6th tiers did not have a chance. The cultivators watching all of this from the cliffs were shocked. Even the higher-level battles far away were ignored as they started at Futian's fight. The battle was simply astonishing. Golden, divine radiance had transformed Futian. He stood there, bathed in divine light with his white hair and clothing. There was an air of incomparable nobility about him. It was as if the great emperor had descended to earth. They knew that this aura about him was due to the divine radiance which itself had come from the inheritance of someone at the emperor's level. It must have been the inheritance that he had gained in the god's relic. Previously, they had only known Futian as the so-called greatest genius of his generation in the 9 realms, but they would never have thought that he was this terrifying. He had slain a whole crowd of mid-level Renhuangs. 6th-tier Renhuangs trembled before him and did not dare attack him. They tried to flee but were trapped. Not long before, they had pursued Futian, regarding him as little more than an insect. Now it seemed like they were the insects. Outside the spatial sacred hall, the 2 cultivators with 7th-tier divine wheels had ugly looks on their faces. They had no way to support their fellows. The cultivator from the Shen clan waved his hand, and a huge ritual implement cauldron appeared in the air above the sea, right above the spatial sacred hall. The cauldron rotated, and divine light flashed off it, covering the area. He clenched his fist, and suddenly the cauldron fell. Endless destructive golden lightning appeared from within it, striking the spatial sacred hall and making it tremble. It fell downward and seemed like it would drop into the sea, but it could not be destroyed. It was a top-level ritual implement and was thus stronger than the other cultivators. Thus, it could not be broken by them. At that moment, Futian waved his sword again, and another person fell. Several cultivators had been hunted down and slain by him already. It was truly a preposterous situation. How could a single cultivator with only a 2nd-tier divine will take on such a powerful formation? Such a thing would have meant death even for a top-level Renhuang with a 7th-tier divine wheel. They had come with enough force to deal with even a great figure. But now, facing Futian with his 2nd-tier divine wheel, they were put at a disadvantage. The ritual implement cauldron continued to fall, thousands of bolts of lightning splitting the air around it, trying to break the spatial sacred hall. But all this did was make ear-piercing sounds ring out from it. No! The cultivator from the Shen clan let out a low moan. Someone else had been slain by Futian. It was his younger brother. Before long, Futian was the only one left living in the spatial sacred hall. The others had all been slain. Not a single one had been left alive. When they had chased him, none of them would have thought that he would be so powerful. At that moment, Futian looked up from within the spatial sacred hall. Then the hall disappeared, returning to Futian's body. Suddenly, Futian appeared in the air above the sea. He was floating there, shining with a terrible golden radiance that dyed the sky. The 2 7th-tier divine will cultivators finally felt the true power of that radiance. They faintly felt like they should fall down and worship him. Is he really such a strong heir? They looked at Futian and could clearly feel the power of the will of the emperor. This seemed to really be a power that Futian had been born with. It was the inheritance of the great emperor. They had only heard of the things that had happened in the god's relic. What inheritance had Futian gained on that day? Probably only he knew. At that moment, beams of terrible consciousness stretched out towards them, covering a vast area. All of the cultivators fighting in the air above the sea shifted their gaze towards Futian. It seemed that they could all sense his vast power. Divine light shone from the eyes of the cultivator of the Shan clan with the 7th-tier divine wheel and streaked towards Futian, suppressing his will. But all he saw was a pair of terrifying eyes. Within Futian's gaze, an ultimate divine figure stood there like a mighty emperor, guarding his will. At the same time, the clouds up above changed. The flowing power of the great path made the 2 cultivators with 7th-tier divine wheels feel as if mystical illusions had appeared all around them, and they were losing contact with the world around them. They were both of very high level and had great command of the great path, but at this moment, a strange thing occurred. It felt like they were being suppressed by the very source of the great path. This meant that even though Futian was of a lower level than them, his cultivation of the great path was higher than theirs. This was a contradiction, but it had really happened. The way of the emperor, they thought. They could not wait any longer. At that moment, the 2 upper-level Renhuangs with 7th-tier divine wheels felt threatened by someone with only a 2nd-tier divine wheel. If this had been said out loud, no one would have believed it. But at that moment, it was really happening. This absolutely went against the rules of cultivation. Even someone with a perfect divine will facing someone with an imperfect one could not ignore such a difference in level. The distance between a lower-level Renhuang and an upper-level one was like the distance between the earth and the sky. The cultivator from the Shun clan pointed at Futian, and suddenly, thousands of rays of divine radiance shone from the cauldron in the sky. The golden light transformed into an unmatchable space-ripping power. It tore through the air, destroying everything in its path. The divine sword in Futian's hand cried violently. He flew up into the air where endless sword will was flowing. The sword will collided with the oncoming radiance and was just barely able to block the attack. The sword continued crying without end. Waves of power swept out through the air above the sea. The cultivator of the Shun clan stepped forward, and suddenly the cauldron pressed downward yet again. The radiance grew even more terrible. "You're still not doing anything?" The cultivator of the Shun clan asked the upper-level Renhuang of the Golden Divine Nation beside him. There was no point in trying to save face now. They could not make that mistake again. It was crucial that they slay Futian. The cultivator of the Golden Divine Nation nodded and stepped forward. The image of a celestial god appeared in the sky, giving off the sigh of the divine god. A golden spear appeared in his hands, which was in itself a powerful ritual implement. Destructive golden radiance shone from it. Two upper-level Renhuangs were facing a single lower-level Renhuang with a second-tier divine wheel. This scene left everyone watching from the seaside cliffs speechless as they stared at the battlefield. Boom! The cultivator from the Golden Divine Nation with the seventh-tier divine will stepped forward, and the sigh of the divine god rang out in the sky. He thrust his golden spear through the air. Golden light shot towards Futian at an incredible speed. It seemed like it would pierce through him in an instant. There was a sharp sound as the golden light struck his body. The figure disappeared as if it had never even existed, but there was spatial will left behind in the place where it had been. It was an afterimage. The cultivator of the Golden Divine Nation looked up. Futian had appeared in the sky above him. The cultivator realized he was in grave danger. Given his level, he had no way to lock down Futian in a space like this. A high-level cultivator could lock down someone of a lower level's divine consciousness. This was a common understanding in the world of cultivators. As long as one's divine consciousness was locked, they could not escape control while they were within a certain range. However, at this moment, he found that he could not lock down Futian. This probably had to do with the great path of space in this area. The imperial radiance was shining down on them, and now Futian's sword will seem to have turned this place into his own private sword realm. The cultivator of the Shun clan realized this as well. He looked up at Futian. Within him, his powerful aura raged, and his divine will burst to life. His sevenfold cauldron shone with the incomparably brilliant light of the great path as it flew back to him, re-entering his divine wheel. The two objects merged, and suddenly even brighter light shone forth. The wheel of the great path flew out, and lines of terrible, destructive golden light shot out in all directions. There was nowhere to go to avoid it. He slammed his hands forward, and suddenly the combined cauldron and divine wheel flew up into the sky. Golden light streamed down from it in all directions. Futian's figures disappeared one after another as he fled away from it. To him, the power of the great path that was put forth from a seventh-tier divine wheel was dangerous indeed. Brilliant golden light shone from the cultivator of the Golden Divine Nation as well. He seemed to have transformed into a god, so celestial was his figure. He raised his hand and violently thrust his spear forward. Boom! A dull roar rang through the air. Futian's field of sword will was shaken, and his figure flickered. A bolt of golden lightning swept across the sky, striking right in front of him. The Shun clan cultivator struck as well. When Futian saw what was going on, he struck out with his sword. Brilliant sword light shone from it. All of the sword will in the area was integrated into it, and it resonated with the way of swordsmanship. It destroyed everything in its path as it collided with the Shun clan cultivator's spatial palm print. Bang! The palm print was destroyed, but Futian was sent flying backwards, his field of sword will shaken. He stared at his opponent. An upper-level Renhuang was indeed many levels above him. Even using the will of the emperor, It was difficult to make up the gap in their power. Moreover, his opponents were unleashing the power of their divine wheels without stopping. They were seizing control of the great path in the area around them. In the space of single thought, Futian unleashed even more holy divine path light. The radiance of the great path swept out, stretching out through the air in all directions. In an instant, it had filled a vast area. The countless streams of flowing great path radiance made the two cultivators with seventh-tier divine wheels frown. What was this now? The earth and sky changed. The whole world seemed to be changing. They could feel that they were in another great path domain, one that was completely independent. The divine imperial light spread through the great path domain like roots and leaves, filling an endless area. The sun and moon appeared, along with stars and ancient trees. It seemed that they were no longer in the world that they had just been in. Even the will here seemed different than before. It had become much stronger. They had known that Futian had a fourth divine wheel, a boundary wheel. Moreover, everyone knew that this was a very powerful kind of wheel. But there were few people who truly understood it. Only Shenhao did, and Diwu. At that moment, they were now within the boundaries of this new world. The two of them realized that when they unleashed the power of their own divine wheels, they had no control over this world. They could not master its will. It made them feel like they were all alone in the world. Futian now had the will of the emperor as well as his own world. He stood there bathed in divine light with his snow-white hair, making the two others feel that he truly was the descendant of some ultimate figure and that he had inherited his willpower. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? Futian released the power of his divine wheels and that of the will of the emperor. All of the divine wheels transformed, including the fourth one. This gave off a mystical feeling. It was as if he was the absolute master of this world. To those watching from outside, Futian and the two others had disappeared. Motes of radiances floated like leaves, covering the whole area. The great path from the outside world was flowing in violently, sucked in by the independent world. "What kind of realm is this?" asked the Shun clan cultivator, staring at Futian. He was an upper-level Renhuang with a seventh-tier divine wheel. This was the first time he had been surprised by someone with a second-tier divine wheel. Futian gazed at the two of them. Ever since he had become a Renhuang, he had never lost once he had used the wheel of the great path that he had forged with the help of the world tree. He had not even ever had to use his full power once he had entered this area. His opponents could never withstand him. Even Shenhao and Diwu had been nowhere near powerful enough. But this time, he was facing two upper-level Renhuangs with seventh-tier divine wheels. Although their divine wheels were not perfect, their levels were so high that even when he let loose the will of the emperor to use his ritual implements, he was still coming under a lot of pressure. But up until now, he had not retreated. "This is the world of the gods," answered Futian, looking at his opponents. A look of confusion flashed in their eyes. "The world of the gods. This is shameless boasting," said the cultivator from the golden divine nation coldly. He took a step forward. "Try me and find out. I am a god in this place," Futian replied coolly. In the instant that he spoke, the cultivator of the golden divine nation disappeared, transforming into a bolt of golden lightning. Bang! The great spear thrust through the air, but it did not strike Futian. He reappeared off in the distance. He was still looking at his opponents with a cold light in his eyes. The cultivator of the golden divine nation continued forward, staring fixedly at Futian. Could he not slay him? A terrible booming sound rang out as the figure of a deity appeared. Endless rays of golden slaughtering light swept out, covering the area as they shot towards Futian. The cultivator's golden spear grew bigger continuously, reaching a size of 1,000 meters long. The deity gripped the spear, looking mighty and unconquerable. However, at that moment, everything around them turned to a world of ice, stretching out for 1,000 miles. There was snow and ice everywhere. Terrible freezing will entered the cultivator's body, and frost threatened to cover him. But the cultivator of the golden divine nation still continued forward, striding through the frost. "You know many spells, but you are too weak," said the cultivator of the golden divine nation coldly. "There are freezing ice spirits here, and flames that can burn the sky," said Futian slowly. Everything around them transformed into a world of flame. Fire and ice both assailed the cultivator, but they could not stop the celestial figure from continuing forward. There are also death knells, continued Futian, his voice faint. He stepped forward, and death will entered his opponent's body. The world turned dark as the death will rage through his body. Time can stop? His seemingly faint voice rang through the air, seeming like it was everywhere as if by magic. Both of them walked towards each other. Futian's pace was steady, but the cultivator of the golden divine nation actually felt a bit threatened. Space was frozen, and it seemed as if time had stopped flowing, blocking his movements. Bang! He stepped forward forcefully with great speed, and divine light bloomed from him. He controlled himself, breaking free of Futian's influence. At that moment, Futian stopped walking. Sword will resonated across the vast area, and countless beams of divine sword light gathered together violently. He raised his divine sword as he stared at his opponent, saying, "There is also the sword of innocence." In the instant that he said this, countless divine swords cut through the air. The great path flowed backward, and sword will roared as it sped towards his opponent. At the same time, Futian disappeared. A sword was born, and everything else was destroyed. The sword was able to destroy the air itself. Seeing Futian's attack coming, the cultivator of the golden divine nation raised his spear without any hesitation. He thrust it straight towards Futian. Given his level, he would no believe that he was weaker than Futian. Although he had been surprised here, he still had absolute confidence in himself. The sound of the god sigh rang out, and the spear moved forward forcefully. The two attacks slammed into each other, their incomparably terrifying might giving off a frightening radiance. Poof! The cultivator of the golden divine nation's spear struck an afterimage, piercing right through it. Futian's divine sword cut into the throat of the mighty celestial figure, but his body turned golden. His defensive power was truly shocking. It was like he was armored in gold. Boom! The figure that was as mighty as a god fell backward as the sword cut into his golden throat. Golden blood flowed from the wound. But in what seemed like an instant, another attack struck. The Tianshin cleave slashed towards Futian. Another afterimage was struck as Futian disappeared. His opponent's divine consciousness could not lock him down, and so his attacks could not follow him. This was his world. There are things both real and illusory here. Up in the air, Futian looked down on his two opponents. In this world, as long as they gave him time, he would kill them sooner or later. At that moment, the cultivator of the golden divine nation stood firm. He placed his hand over the wound in his throat. Terrible golden light shot out of his eyes towards Futian. Futian had wounded him with a single attack. In this area of great path space, the two of them were extremely limited, but Futian was not. This was his great path domain world, where he had absolute control. The two of them were of high level, but they still could not use their divine wheels to seize control over an entire world. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.